Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting
This is LPL English。今天我们请到的是 TT 的辅助选手 Feather， 请 Feather 先跟大家打声招呼吧。
Hello， 我是 TT 的辅助选手 Feather。
今天你们获得了比赛的胜利，想问一下胜利感想。
就是感觉还是比较轻松的吧，因为还是以大比分领先赢的嘛，就感觉过个好年比较好。
你们今天虽然输了第一局，但是在后面的3把都非常顺利的逆转了比赛，赢下。想问一下，你觉得后面3把你觉得做的最好的地方在哪里？
就大家心态放轻松吧，然后打出自己该打的就可以了。
今天也是你们使用了这个新的版本，新的这个无畏征召这个模式嘛？你自己怎么看待这样的一个这个新赛季的一个模式呢？
就这个版本的话，就是对选手的英雄池考验的比较多吧，因为要会很多的英雄。
那你这样有没有觉得作为辅助选手在选英雄上面有没有比较大的压力呢？
辅助的话还是相对于比较多的嘛，因为能玩的也还可以。
那你也说到有很多英雄可以玩嘛，有没有什么英雄你特别想要在这个模式下使用，以前没有使用过的呢？
后面有机会可以玩一下卢锡安、娜美这个组合吧。
OK。那其实在这个版本，很多主播赛里面都说，可能蓝方会更优势，对上红方。那你自己认为蓝方跟红方的优先级怎么考虑呢？
就蓝色方的话，一般选阵容会整体一些嘛，红色方就是可以抢2个版本强势的英雄。
OK， 那其实你们下一次对战的是 BLG 嘛？在目前为止你们都表现得还可以，那下次对战 BLG， 你觉得你们队伍上还有什么需要改进的地方呢？因
为 BLG 也是一支很强的队伍嘛，就是我们打好自己的吧，就不留遗憾就好。
那你有没有什么期待？就对上 BLG 自己有什么期待的表现吗？
就希望能跟欧恩较量一下。
好，其实也快过年了嘛，想跟我们观众说一下一些新年祝福。
希望大家今年能够开心的话，就万事顺心。
好，最后有没有什么话想要对海外的观众说的？
就感谢大家支持。
好，谢谢。Hello everyone, this is LPL English。今天我们请到的。
Hello and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to week 2 of the LPL 2025 first split of the season. My name is Mark Alexander Arambide. I am joined once again by Matthew Cubby, David Samuelson. That's right, I got the full docs, and if you want more, make sure you subscribe to our coffee, and I'll even show you his address as well. So if you want to send him some care packages, yeah.
That's crazy. Well, all right, what a great start to the show here. We have a best of 5 of all time today. We'll see if we get any surprises, Rafa, but tournament favorites BLG going up against LNG. Bit of a different look for them this season. Hasn't been the best one, quite frankly. Feels like LNG downgraded, but historically, last year they had a couple decent series, decent runs against BLG, took them down at Worlds. We'll see if the new names can really channel the old guard and surprise us today.
Of course, we've got a little bit of update and maintenance for all of our audience. In case you haven't been able to keep up with all of the series this week, there are definitely a lot, and there's a lot of action, and with every best of 5, it's always so many games to really take count of. But currently in Group B, after series 2 nights ago with JDG finally taking down OMG, that did seal the group for Group B. Weibo and JDG will be advancing to playoffs respectively. Group A, last night we had such a dynamite series between Anyone's Legend and Top Esports, where it did go to only 4 games, but it was a victorious Anyone's Legend over Top Esports. That does secure their spot over, given the last couple series that will play out will not affect whether Anyone's Legend can or cannot make it out of playoffs. However, we still have 2 groups, Cubby, that are undecided. One of them will be potentially decided tonight if BLG are victorious against LNG.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to highlight from that past graphic, things might have looked a little bit funky with, you know, the 2-0 like being in the 3rd slot. That was actually organized the teams based on the pools in which they were drafted. And this group, a little bit topsy-turvy, especially, I mean, just a couple surprises already, frankly, with... losing my bearings here, but Thunder Talk Gaming, not the top pool seed, already netted some upsets this year in Demacia Cup, taking down the likes of LNG, doing it yet again to open up LNG's group. And again, we'll see if LNG can channel their own upset against BLG. Not expected, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean, to continue the story on Thunder Talk and Demacia Cup, the first major upset we saw from them was escaping the group that had JDG in it. Like, that was, like, granted, JDG is working with a new roster this year, and, you know, it takes time
Rafa,
for things.
I mean, it should be a super team.
Yes.
It doesn't look like it. I will say we finally got our first 5-game series thanks to them, which is quite fun. I mean, that's really where the Fearless sets on in. So, JDG have been a bit of a disappointment so far this year, and frankly, for me, LNG has too, as I'm really being enthusiastic as I set the scene for tonight's game, Rafa.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, as you also saw in the schedule graphic, we've got a doubleheader, 2 best of 5s for tonight, because we are preparing for Lunar New Year coming up this week, and I think it's over the course of the next 2 weeks. So after tonight's series, you know, we're going to be going dark for a while until the games resume back on, I want to say, off the top of my head, it's sometime in February. It might
Live
be
math on air? Really?
Yeah.
All right.
A February, it's a Saturday. I want to say February 8th is when we'll be back with an FPX and Ninjas in Pajamas series, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I just know that after tonight, there won't be any games for a while. But of course, for us, as Covey has pointed out, we've got BLG and LNG opening y'all up for tonight's series. So let's go ahead and bring on up BLG's roster graphic, and we'll just kind of remind you guys who these guys are. But if you were paying attention to the international scene this past year, then these guys are no strangers running it back. They were the reigning world finalists who did go against T1 all 5 games. Came up short. Team 1 became 5-time world champions, but it is still such a powerful roster in Bin, Wei, Night, Elk, and on.
Yeah, of course, the only difference from that series, Wei getting the nod over Shun, who did, of course, start Worlds, starting with BLG. Shun ended in the tournament being subbed halfway through, but their choice was made, frankly, one that I think makes sense given just the power of the solo laners on this team. You've got Bin, you've got Knight. These are 2 of the strongest solo laners in their respective world, not just in the LPL, but internationally. And of course, shout out to Coach Malachi behind the scenes, was the coach of Top Esports last year in summer. So did make his way over to BLG. That is the other change. It's not just, you know, Malachi for Wei, but we can make a lot of those jokes moving forward as, of course, Wei finds himself on the Malachi and Sejuani duty quite often. But BLG, again, expected top dogs in the LPL. I mean, these guys have accomplished so much in the past few years, especially with Knight now at the helm on a crazy individual run himself, carrying over the success that he had with Top Esports, as well as on the other side of the rift actually finds an old teammate of his in Joao, which is kind
of... BLG have just had built a legacy over this past 2024 season of being one of the top, if not the undisputed best LPL team that we have currently. Now, obviously, in the 2025 season, we have yet to see them be tested against a variety of the other teams. They did not field this main roster during Demacia Cup. They fielded a couple of junior teams just to give them a chance to try out against the other teams that were being built during the offseason. So, you know, assuming that BLG are favored tonight and they are victorious, once they get into playoffs, you know, then they will have their hands full with some of the tougher competition and some of the other exciting teams of the other groups that we're really, you know, putting a spotlight on.
Yeah, and I mean, so far, to be frank, before the Lunar New Year here in the break, BLG, their first series, these guys didn't play Demacia Cup, right? We've only seen them in one outing, and even with them looking like they weren't taking it 100% seriously, if we're going to be honest, it was still a pretty easy 3-0. So, to see if they have a little bit better form today, but honestly, I don't think these guys are going to put the pedal in the metal until the back half of split 1, and really with the caliber of these guys, I don't really think they need to in this first split. And yeah, I mean, BLG, again, just the caliber, the pedigree that these guys carry onto the rift with them any game they play, it is top tier. So pleasure to have them in the league and be able to cast them tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the biggest gift for us, you know, even though that this series isn't necessarily the toughest opponent for BLG to be tested against. it's still a gift to be able to witness them in action. And the fact that when they played against EDG and we took a chance to, watch their tape over and just being able to realize that, hey, BLG doesn't even look at full strength yet, and it's still not enough, to for EDG to really measure up against them. And I think one of the individuals that you really have to look at as a standout is Knight in the mid lane, right? I mean, this guy, as you pointed out, there is some history between him and former support Jewel, who they used to play together on Top Esports, right? There's a fun stat you brought up to me before we got live on the broadcast here about what is the significance of their history together.
Yeah, ever since Knight stopped playing with Jua, he was benched halfway through Top Esports summer split in Knight's final split with Top Esports. Knight has never missed a final. And that was the only final that he lost to since then. As of course, the run that he's been on is frankly unprecedented in the LPL. And I don't know exactly how we're factoring in the split 1, split 2, split 3, the victories with everything that Knight's been able to achieve. But regardless, I mean, he's going for his 5th split in a row, winning the LPL. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Knight has built up such a incredible career, so many accomplishments and achievements. I know that just in my brief history of just kind of going through some of the things that he's earned, he's a 5-time MVP finalist, an MVP in finals, ranging from MSI 2023, Summer 2020, LPL Summer 2023, LPL Summer 2024. He's been a 3-time LPL MVP in summer 2019, summer 2020, and spring 2024. This is just the short list. There's so many more stats that this guy has racked up. I know that we're not quite yet, ready to assert Knight in GOAT status because, his career has started relatively in the back half of 2019. However, a couple more years at this pace, I think Knight will achieve it. I think, we will be certainly ready to have that kind of conversation where Knight, is probably the best player that LPL has ever produced.
That's how he opened up the first match of BLG this split. Graphic of him, of course, going up against EDG, coached by Clearlove. Still considered one of, if not the LPL GOAT. And Knight, in terms of titles and what he's done, the fact that he's strung them together, I think this guy definitely is up there. The only thing that's really stopping is longevity, and as long as he can maintain the form that he's on, you got to imagine that he's going to pick up a couple more finals appearances, a couple more finals victories, and be really solid for his teams along the way. So, again, Knight, just unbelievable player. Great to get to see him go up against mid laner that I think that I would favor Knight against in terms of Haichao, one of the newer members that finds the rift with LNG this split.
Well, Haichao's got his work cut out for him. We'll put it that way. And based on, some of the tape that we were able to see from Haichao, he did come over from the LGD roster and within their own academy development system. But so far, what we have seen, not just from Haichao, to put the responsibility on his shoulders, but from all of LNG so far this year, has been either under expectations or, frankly, underwhelming as well. And for LNG, some of the remaining core pieces in Zika and Weiwei are some of the players we are really looking forward to hopefully having a chance to step up and show what made them such formidable players within the LPL this past year when LNG was, strong enough to take on BLG in playoff scenarios and being able to go to international events and perform strongly over there as well.
Yeah, and I think the wild part about LNG, of course, this was the squad that was featuring Scout, Gawa, and Hong in the bot side this past year. The last 2 meetings they've had against BLG, they've actually beat them. It was a 2-1 that they found in regular season summer against BLG, and also got the best of them at the World's main event. In fact, after that, it was Shun was benched after that series. I mean, that was really the big game changer for BLG at Worlds.
Yeah.
So LNG, I mean, this is an org that has some pedigree. Of course, that roster, I'm not saying this one's better than what we saw last year on the Rift for LNG, but it is an opportunity for these guys who, I mean, we haven't exactly been hyping them up in the early season here on this broadcast, but hey, these guys do have a chance to step up and step into some of the big shoes that they are replacing from the LNG roster last year.
And we're not going to get into all the, the chaotic scenarios, but if LNG were to pull off a win, oh, baby, I got a spreadsheet. I've got all these playoff scenarios that could happen. I would be so excited to lay down the numbers, but, they gotta start picking up games first in this series before we bust that out. But, something to also point out, I think our producer, Kelsey, had a graphic for us regarding LNG's first spring series, both this year and last year. Now, last year, obviously, they were running with Scout, but somehow, as fate would have it, they both played against ThunderTalk as their first series in the spring split of 2024 and the first split of 2025. Now, the funny thing is that some of the stats on this graphic are comparable, if not somewhat favoring Haichao. So I think Kelsey was trying to tee up a way like, hey, technically Haichao did better than Scout in LNG's first series of the split. Now, I don't know if I would have put so much investment and weight on it. It might have been just like, a meme graphic to, kind of tee up LNG in a way, but it is pretty funny that this is the result that they got.
Almost double the KDA of Scout. He must be the better player in the mid lane, right? LNG upgraded coming into the year.
Well, I don't know if I would go that far, but, JDG, I know they're on necessarily the hypest of hype trains at the moment, but they did qualify out of their group. LNG have yet to do so. So I'm holding reservations at the moment. And I think you
and everyone else. I still have my reservation booked for when this team actually shows up. They've been a little bit late to that one so far.
Oh, man. Well, hopefully for any LNG fans that are, probably getting sadder and sadder or getting more upset as we're, showing strong lack of faith in their favorite team, just know that it comes from a place of like, we're not trying to be mean, we're just looking at the numbers and seeing how everything is playing out. Yeah. And I'm going to tell you first things first, if LNG win a game, I'm going to be rooting for them all the way, because I would love to bust out the chaotic scenarios sheets I have. I'm telling you, these tables...
I mean, they're the underdog. You're rooting for them all the way either way, Rafa. I know you too well.
I love rooting for the underdog. It's always fun, and sometimes you always get moments that are just super unexpected, and they're memorable for that very reason. I think we're still a couple ways away from the walkout. Just as I say that, look at that! Here come the teams. BLG already taking their spots, and then LNG should be walking on stage momentarily with that awesome teal jacket. I will say, I'm a big fan of a lot of the LPL drip that they've got. Oh, they're handing out. Oh, I think this is for Lunar New Year. This is the red envelopes. Oh, this is so cute. I love this.
Yeah, a little bit more of an intricate walkout today before they take their seats behind. Personally, as we get BLG, of course, going to come onto the stage next. I'm curious to see if On is the 1v1 representative yet again. Now, I know that On won a 1v1 tournament, actually, at some point. I believe it was among LPL professionals, so quite impressive, especially from a support. However, I see On playing Rumble in the 1v1 and losing in the first best of 5 that we saw from BLG, and I cannot help but think, I don't know how seriously we took that one if we're BLG, when we have players like, Knight and Bin that could be rocking the 1v1 as well. So maybe we switch it up. Maybe someone else gets another chance to have some fun. And of course, we are now on the ARAM map. It has been, we only have the Rift map for the first couple of best of series. Nice to have the ARAM map with those rules. And of course, that circle of fire that spawns later on. That gives us a finite conclusion in terms of the time the 1v1 can take.
But what if they run On back, Cubby? What if they give him another chance? And then just for the case of doing insane mental damage. But it doesn't look like it. If this is what I am led to believe, Ben will be playing the 1v1, or they're just going down the lane. Dang it.
Wait, we
dang
didn't
it.
see. We didn't catch BLG in the walkout. That's all right. BLG, they already took their spots. No envelopes to the crowd. Obviously, you know, we just had to show LNG in the fandom. Yeah.
They gotta get their wins
Ben
in.
versus Zeka could be fun if that was the 1v1. I do think pretty highly of Zeka as a player. It wasn't his best worlds necessarily, but a younger LPL top laner that has been on the up and will be fun. Actually, getting word. 1v1 is Haichao versus Knight.
Ooh.
So,
okay.
that graphic, Haichao actually has another chance to prove if he's actually just better than Scout. You know, if he takes down Knight in the 1v1.
The stonks would go up for Haichao.
I mean, I will
immediately.
say an LNG 1-3 versus BLG, I think would be better than a JDG 3-2 over OMG. So, I like that could be Haichao stocks right there. You know.
Wait. Just to clarify, you're saying if LNG only got one win against BLG, that would show way better performance than GDG getting 3-2
based
over OMG?
on the expectation, yes. 100% actually. Not even close.
You heard it here, folks.
Yeah, not even close, so.
It doesn't even matter that LNG, with only one win out of an overall series loss, they don't get to qualify to playoffs, JDG do. You would still put this as markedly better.
Expectation versus reality, you know.
Understandable.
There's a gap.
Valid.
There's a gap.
I appreciate
One might be
you
bigger than the other.
doubling down. All right, well, what are we gonna get between Knight and Haichao? We've seen a lot of cooking recently in the kitchen. I was a big fan of the Alistar cook that Shanks was going for. Unfortunately, it did not work, but I don't know if that was because the pick didn't work or because Shanks didn't execute it. And I'm kind of leaning towards execution because it looked like it was actually working, and I loved the theory behind it.
Oh, I was about to say some Jace potentially, as it looks like Mel is global banned. Of course, we are going to be on 15-2 tonight, which is going to be a little bit different. I know that they changed the naming mechanism. I'm just going to call it 15-2, keep it simple for everyone at home. Did see some changes there. Biggest thing for me, feats of strength, actually not just first blood, going to be first 3 kills. And I think that's actually a big difference because now, an early 4-minute gank, right, can that first blood and that feat of strength. It's not going to be enough. I think that first grubs are going to be even bigger in terms of just deciding feats of strength because you could have kills go over as well as the grubs and get you started on 2 of those and potentially even complete the 1 in terms of the 3 kills. So we'll see. But looks like the 1v1's decided. We got an Ambessa coming in, which I got to say, Ambessa in the 1v1, first few levels, not that great. I think Ambessa really needs level 6 to get that passive going, as the Omnivamp passive is on the ultimate. You need to put a skill into that first, so potential there to get early advantage, levels 1 through 5 in the other end.
Yeah. I mean, at least the nice thing for Ambessa is that because now we're on Howling Abyss for these 1v1s, you do start at level 3, so you have access to all 3 of your abilities, and therefore you get the maximum amount of mobility you can have pre-ulti.
It's big for Renekton. Like, we saw Renekton bans. I really like Renekton, actually, in these 1v1s because you do start at level 3. Renekton level 1 and 2, not too hot.
Yep. Oh, that's a cute emote. I like that. It was
Electrocute for
Panda Teemo.
Haichao. That's interesting. So looking for potentially burstier trades here.
But with Longsword, no Magic Mantle, he's probably just rushing Hex Drinker just for the matchup.
Yep, Knight with the tier. Going to try an ability spam. Of course, Knight, Orianna, signature pick for him. And we'll do his best to try and space this Ambessa. A lot of potential, too, with the Orianna, the command attack, and, of course, the dissonance. Ambessa does have all the hops to try and keep up, but we'll see if Knight can get the value in these ranged versus melee matchups, where you use that dissonance on yourself to get the move speed boost. Yep, so going to try and use that to slow the Ambessa, speed himself up. Potentially a big difference, as he's going to try and find whatever advantage they can. Of course, win conditions for this: first tower, 100 creeps, first to 2 kills, or 1 kill if the Circle of Fire is running.
Yep. So either go for one or the other, or wait until the Battle Royale mode begins, and then you just duke it out and see who survives. Haichao starting to dip below the HP pool. The one advantage that we can kind of say that Haichao does have is he bought refillable pots. So while it's less sustained on this first wave, Knight bought real pots, so he won't be able to have them again once he returns to lane. Haichao's got to be a little careful. He's starting to take a lot of damage here, but he goes for that last health pack. Nice bandit. Oh, goes back in. Knight is forced to flash backwards. The Ignite was ticking down, but Haichao had to flash at the last possible frame to not fall to a potential couple auto attacks that Knight was looking for. As Haichao, oh, he's able to get a little bit of that health from the second pack.
Yeah, still, Knight should be able to close the gap here, get back in range of the XP, and play for the next cannon. Of course, the cannon minions incredibly juiced in the 1v1 game modes, so get those -1s ready in the chat, because if you miss out on this cannon, you're missing out on like 170 gold.
Yeah.
Not exaggerating.
And it's going to be a big wave that he crashes into.
Yep, should net a plate and a crash, and Knight gonna feel good about that. Advantage Knight. We'll see if the Hex Drinker can change the fate of Haichao, though, as he gets back in the lane.
I just realized that Knight is using Faker's Oriana skin. The one from...
Is he?
Yeah. I don't know if you saw.
I thought he used the Valentine's Day one.
No, it's... I saw the Faker signature, and I saw the T1 logo on his recall.
Well.
Just giving proper respect to the GOAT.
I mean... Might make a couple LPL fans angry here, but his father at this past Worlds too. Anyway.
Oh, come on, man.
Hey, you know, no shame in dropping those games 4 and 5 to Faker.
Oh, absolutely.
He went Super Saiyan in those. Anyway.
Well, right now.
Uh-oh. That's a -1.
Oh.
Get him ready. That's a lot of gold. That's like more than a plate. Get him ready. No plate did go over to Demacia. Is going to base and get the blue suede shoes. Or at least the socks. Going to try and turn those into blue suede shoes earlier on. Will at least help keep up in the range versus melee matchup. Of course, always big. Any move speed advantage that melee can have. Try and get on top of the Oriana and stick in this case. As nice harass there coming out from Knight, who feels like he has this one pretty under control.
Yeah, solid CS lead, almost about 20. And granted, there is, you know, a potential maximum of 6 CS that Haichao could grab from this upcoming wave. However, he is constantly under pressure due to this range advantage. Haichao could try and lock down Knight with an ultimate, but he would have to land the public execution in order to pull it off.
Actually, the real big one would be if he's able to potentially like the shockwave with the public execution. I'm wondering if it can change the R from Ambessa actually, like because like if it can move it. I know like it goes on. Oh,
ooh, well,
no, you gotta hit it to move it. But
we won't know the answer to that question for a while. Oh, public execution right in the face of Knight. I mean, does he actually win it? He got pretty darn close, but Knight still rocking that HP advantage, survives to tell the tale, and gets 1 kill for himself. Gonna knock down that second plate. And now Haichao, I mean, unless he wants to wait until the very end for the Battle Royale circle to come in, he's in dire straits.
I mean, is it a first brick? I'm not sure what the resistances are like here. Okay, no. Knight's going to call it. He's going to get on out of here and take his bunny. And yeah, I don't know if Ambessa's getting out of this one with the dub. As the plated steel caps and the elixir coming out from Knight. I do like that in the 1v1.
That's so based, man.
Yeah, no more bases for Knight. I think he got the Ludens, he got the plated steel caps, and I think he's here to win it without any other recalls coming out.
Is Haichao trying to sneak in one last base before the circle? It looks like it.
I think he has to. He wants them all. He's down 2 levels right now.
Oh, this is so rough, and he can't leave right now because by the time by the time he bases, Knight crashes that wave, and he probably just wins off first brick. You know,
it's first brick. I've said this on every 1v1 I've covered so far, but one of my favorite events was the 1v1s at All Stars. Yeah. And I just loved
Yeah.
how Froggen beat everyone by farming to 100 CS. For me, that's still just iconic.
I mean, what's iconic for me about the Froggen 1v1s at All-Stars was him taking Snowball and Olaf and then accidentally taking it all the way to the fountain, and that happening twice. I legit thought that was going to happen with the Snowball tech that was coming in with all the players running Renekton and Darius, but...
Yeah, we did see some Snowball Jace. Oh my god. I did forget that this elixir actually does more damage to turrets. You get some bonus true damage, so Knight, I mean, even better by now. I think this one's over on this wave.
I mean, High Chow just has to force the all-in, right? Otherwise, he's just going to lose. Public
Knight's
Execution knocks him up. Decent damage. There's the Ignite, but the barrier counters it pretty darn well. High Chow flashes one cast of it, but Knight just hits the turret, says, nah, bro, I don't got time for you. I'm winning this 1v1 through the turret. And that will be it, Cubby. BLG win the side select.
Yeah, last time we saw BLG hit the Rift, they sent On in as the representative, and the Rumble wasn't exactly up to snuff. Knights Oriana, always up to par. And that one, well, it pretty quick work a High Chow there, not very close, and Knight got to toy with him a bit at the end. And that was pretty fun. Get to say, I mean, he followed true ARAM rules. You got to let the minions do the dirty work.
I mean, did he really? He was autoing the turret.
Well, no, not at the end. He was letting the minions end at the end.
Was that not a final Oriana auto attack? It looked like he just hit the turret.
It was a minion auto. Yeah, he was only fighting a High Chow there. I mean, he was going to win either way, but
yeah,
he let the minions end. You know, don't hit the Nexus. Minions got to end it. First tower. That's the Nexus technically in that. ARAM rules. Knight was honoring it. That's pretty honorable. It's not BM. It's honorable actually.
All right, respect, Knight. I don't know why. I probably just misread and didn't see correctly where the auto attack particles were going. It just seemed like the turret went down so fast that I figured that, oh yeah, Knight just decides to end it. Let's just move on right to the draft phase. But this does give BLG side select. More than likely, probably blue side, unless they have something specific they want to prepare for on red side. I know
if they
that
don't take blue side this game, they may not see it for the rest of the series.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah, it's really funny right now. Red side actually has a much higher win rate in LPL because we have had so many one-sided series, and blue side is just the unanimous favorite in Fearless, given that every team has taken Skarner away on red side.
Yeah.
And blue side, you get B1 and access to blinds, especially early in the series. As talked a lot about blinds and their importance in Fearless. Only so many picks that you feel safe blinding if you are a player always. So getting access to blue side, especially early in the series, to make sure that you're utilizing those blind picks really well is good. As I will give LPL credit, we have seen quite a few unique answers that I think have a lot of value in Fearless. I've really liked the Vlad into Aurora. You aren't going to have a lot of angles to play Vladimir, so by playing Vladimir, you're kind of keeping the pool more open for each side, to be fair, throughout the series. But a pick like Oriana, which is very common and very strong into Aurora, that's something you can blind later on. So you're actually saving that as an option later in the series for each team too, which I found interesting from LPL, and definitely an angle that I've actually quite liked from them, as this Fearless meta has kind of been figured out as teams play more games.
Yeah. Definitely been a fan of Vlad coming out specifically as that answer to the Aurora you mentioned.
Yeah,
because
I still don't know if I love the pick, but it has been successful. And I gotta say, like, Aurora, it doesn't feel like she can push it around past, like, what, level 7? So it's been a bit of a surprise, yeah.
Yeah, and I think just given the amount of champions that rely on point-and-click CC to have reliable initiation, Vi being such a prominent jungler these days, right? Vladimir just says, nice try, man. You cast your ultimate, and then you just cast W, boom. And then you waste, essentially, such an important tool of Vi's kit. And then there's so many other champions in the meta that will still be picked, like, Pantheon is starting to rise up in prominence in jungle when all the other picks are gone. And a lot of his initiation is point and click W. Vladimir negates that out. So there is a spot that Vladimir does exist. And a lot of the itemization, especially a lot of the magic penetration itemization with Storm Surge and Shadow Flame, that just makes Vladimir so terrifying later the game goes on, right?
Yeah, also he has been pretty much rushing Cosmic Drive. I will say, this is a little bit niche, but Lucidity Boots, the go-to on Vlad, just wanting the ability haste. If you do manage to get feats of strength, the upgraded lucidity boots are really, really good for Vladimir because they do grant you that bonus move speed. Of course, Vladimir needs that movement speed to close the gap, execute those flanks, and keep in the fight. As pretty much every Vlad build we've seen has been like phase rush. You take, I'm blanking on the rune that gives you bonus move speed whenever you pop summoner spell.
Nimbus Cloak?
Nimbus Cloak. I knew it, but for whatever reason, I thought it was... I thought that was Negatron Cloak for a sec. It's been quite the day over here.
We got to get you more coffee.
Yeah, potentially. I can't really show my mug. I picked the wrong... This isn't my broadcast mugs, but we got some coffee right
You got
here.
a broadcast mug? What do you mean
No, this is
by
actually
that?
the not for broadcast mug because it has a bad word on it. And you know exactly what mug this is.
Oh, yeah. I remember.
Yeah.
I remember. Oh, man. For context, me and Cubby used to be roommates at one point. But I moved back to Utah, and he's still in LA. So,
Yeah.
now...
And we get to talk about the curry place we missed together.
Oh,
So,
dude.
Good times.
Good times, man. Good times. Just to give an update to everyone at home, we're not sure what exactly is the delay, but we're assuming some technical issue that they're trying to straighten out as fast as possible. I promise we're not just yapping for the sake of yapping,
Dude,
we're waiting the draft.
I mean, while we're yapping, though, those LNG jackets are so clean, by the way.
That's what I'm saying.
By the way, we are in their home arena today as well as the Pool 4 teams. The way they divided them up, 4 split 1, they were the 4 teams in the LPL that have their own arenas. So this pool, this is LNG's arena, and they are home today. So nice to see. And, I mean, got to say, those jackets in the home arena, pretty clean.
Maybe that's why LNG specifically came out with the red envelopes, because home base, home fan base, and therefore they're thinking they're the home fans that came out today. I like that.
Yeah, do you know can you maybe educate and culture us, Rafa? I'm going to put you on the spot, but I know that you have some experience with this with the envelopes. Do you know what the cultural significance is of those? Because I cannot recall it off the top of my head. I don't know if we have to consult Wikipedia for them, but
well, I feel bad because I'm
gonna type.
It's something to do with like within the red envelopes you're giving people, I don't know if it's
They're filled
money.
with money.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's something to do with money. That's all I remember.
And it symbolizes good wishes and luck for the new year ahead. So LNG
good
wishing
fortune.
that upon their fans is rather nice.
Nice. There we go. Sorry to have failed you. I was like, oh, I thought you were gonna ask me, how to say Happy Lunar New Year in Mandarin, which, we did spend some time learning. But you know what? All that aside, we got draft and we're already speeding through the picks.
Yeah, LNG focusing Bin's champ pool throughout. It's the first pick Kasante, but the Ambessa and the Jace walked in, so solo laner showing for LNG. Expect a magic damage jungler to be coming out now, but we've seen real prevalence of tank Jace, and who knows, maybe Haichao was just warming up for whatever he's going to play mid lane this game, because Ambessa, we have seen a little bit of that mid. Shout out to Linfeng, who actually played a really nice one from the Demacia Cup to memory. And then tank Jace, which has been really overtaking LPL in this new meta that we have. Those tank items just feel so good on Jace in the top side.
Dang, Flandra. Why'd you have to bring this upon us?
That item is something else. So for Jace to have it, it's pretty good. Funnily enough, the first series that Bin played actually took the Jace into Ambessa in the top side of the tank Jace and kind of dunked it. So, Bin, though, on the Kasante, of course, a specialty pick for him. Always love Bin's Kasante. Bin's an amazing player. Bin's Kasante is incredible. Always very fun to watch.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Bin's Kasante, Bin's Jax. I mean, we could go on and on about multiple picks that Bin has pulled out in his career. Gnar, his Gangplank. Oh, my goodness, man. Like... Oh, this guy's repertoire is deeper than most oceans. I'm just going to put it out there. Maybe
Wow.
that's a big stretch, but you
You
know
know,
what?
Rafa, we were just able to name a lot of the things in Ben's repertoire, but I believe oceans are. It's still believed that they are 70% undiscovered on the planet.
Wow, I didn't
we
even
have
think
that
about
much
that
more to go
connection.
for
But you know
Ben.
what? In Fearless Draft, this is
What else
where
you got?
Ben can uncover some new tech that we have not even seen yet. So this is, I love that. I love that. Second round of picks is now about to begin after a couple support bans in the Alistar and the Leona. Really great finds. I was just going to comment whether Ziggs would make an appearance here, because while yes, they already locked in the Zyra for Weiwei, being able to supply long-range damage, especially in a composition that has so many aggressive divers in Tank Jace and Mbessa, I think this makes a ton of sense here, man.
I don't mind it. It just puts a really big focus on the early game for LNG because they will be missing that traditional marksman later on. That said, Mbessa does bring a lot of damage to the table if she's able to get involved. I do want to shout out, I know we're a little bit behind on draft, but really like the Leona and Alistar bans. I think it takes away the vast majority of the main engaged supports, which is something that's necessary for LNG. And I'm expecting that we just see an R5 Nautilus because that's the last support up that just has a hook, can go in. But Nautilus, least amount of stats and something that I think MF deals with okay. That being said, with, of course, the solo laner showing, Knight gets to take his choice of pick. We did mention the Vlad into Aurora. No chance for that to show here with all the picks showing. So Aurora and with the Viego, man, the level 6s and these alts for BLG are going to be really big for them in the earlier stages of this game.
And something I've talked a lot about in witnessing Viego compositions being drafted is I love it when there's at least, one major source of burst damage, but reliably, I would love two. And you've got that. Aurora, such an oppressive champion once she gets her items online, the amount of poke and harass she can get in while, stealthing in with invisibility and just poking people down. Of course, Misfortune Bullet Time. I mean, that should create such a health disparity right from the get-go if timed well with an engage, and that creates so many low health targets for Viego to just rip through the team and start possessing all around. And as you called it, Joie with the Nautilus, that provides at least one guaranteed form of engage, a point and click with that def charge. So now LNG have something to work with when they're looking for these picks.
Yeah, and I think a lot of importance on the early game, honestly, for each team, as it feels like BLG kind of matched what LNG was showing. No traditional marksman for LNG as this game goes on. I feel like that puts a little bit more of an emphasis on the earlier stages of the game, but I think uniquely with MF, early on, she just kind of feel like a caster with her E and her R being so big. And those autos will hit really, really hard with the BT rush and the builds that we've seen, but it feels like MF can really contest some of these earlier game-based comps. So I actually really like the angle for MF here. Feels like that early Bloodthirster and MF's ability to push people around can be big early. And Elk's MF in the first series that BLG played was fantastic. He really utilized that Bloodthirster spike, was able to step up with that extra move speed from the strut. And BLG was using that strut to rotate around the map really well. So I want to see if they can do that in this game against LNG.
And I love that you pointed that out, because I think anytime that a team really utilizes certain champions like base movement speed or certain mobility that they have that gives them faster rotations, it just gives you an extra amount of power in making macro plays, strong macro plays, especially when the enemy team is trying to leverage a snowball or leverage momentum across the map by saying, well, we've created numbers advantage naturally at this one objective. If you're able to rotate over to the other side of the map, it's like, okay, well, you get this objective, we get these two. And I think that's what a lot of the top teams have already demonstrated in this split so far. There's been a ton of cross-map trading, and the top teams are always the ones that, whether regardless, they're the ones initiating the play or reacting to it, they always find themselves making the better of it.
I think the BLG Jaios might have been a little bit stronger in the away arena. It may not be a great sign, but, BLG, I think warranted that they've garnered a lot of fans given the performances that we've seen from them in the past couple of years. And this roster, of course, very much has stuck together. And of course, the only change being Wei now being the only jungler on the roster for BLG, and Coach Malachi behind the scenes coming in from Top Esports. But to start this game off, looks like we have mirrored clears with both Viego and Zyra starting on the Wolves, and expect to see them working their way towards their respective red buffs. But we also have a lane swap as... Zeka.
Forced the flash, but the immediate follow-up from On gets the guaranteed knock-up, and it pulls him right into Elk's grasp. Maybe Elk will flash over the wall here. The crashdown comes in. Elk doesn't even need to burn a single summoner spell. It's just that damn easy. BLG with first blood.
Yeah, Zeka trying to get fancy, hide in the brush, and soak some XP, but snuffed out by On. Good start to the game here for BLG as that shock blast might have hit Rafa in his background, unfortunately.
Hang on. Wait. No, it went past my shoulder. I had to wait
I'm
for
surprised that you were in range for that one, being all the way on the other side of the planet. But good start here for the bot lane of BLG, and good use of sweeper there from On to find Zeka, and already going to cause the lanes to shift up a little bit as we have Joao making his way down to the bot side to defend any dive that might come down on the flashless Ambessa.
Yeah. Well, I hope Knight is doing okay. It looks like his camera has turned to night vision mode, so probably not what they meant by the name, but no, hopefully he's not in complete darkness, but he's doing okay in his lane so far. But as you called out, Jewel, coming towards the bottom side of the map just to make sure that Zeka is doing okay, but Knight could be in trouble. Might need to flash here at the last possible second. Just the auto attack comes through, but we'll get a chance to base and TP back to lane.
Yeah, Wei, of course, on the Zyra, you clear so quickly. It looks like was mid around the 3:10 mark, so using that early timer caught Knight off guard, got the shunk, got the flash. We'll see if Haichao can do anything with it.
Wei is hovering around the mid lane on the bottom side of the map, so might not be a window here, although On is getting aggressive against Jewel and Zeka, just pushing them off the minion wave. And with Wei hovering in this bottom quadrant, it does put a little bit of pressure, but just going for the base, trying to find information on where Wei could end up next. I mean, so far, the fact that Wei is playing the Zyra, it gives him the advantage of clearing significantly faster than a Viego does, but the fact that Wei is not falling behind or far behind in terms of overall pacing and trying to find his way onto the map in terms of impact, it's going to give BLG that comfort and security that they're not getting outpaced by the Zyra.
When it comes to the jungle matchup, really important that Viego gets the jump onto Zyra. If that's not the case, then the Zyra does win out on this. Viego, when he gets 6, does have the opportunity to buffer Stranglethorns or the E from Zyra to try and get out of that crowd control, but it can be really tough to connect the stun through the plants. Do want to highlight with the swap, Zeka getting starved out of XP, so when these lanes swap back, Bin going to have an advantage on this Cassante. That might be really nice moving forward, because he's up 2 levels overall. It's going to be about a level and a half, as Zeka did just ding 4, but still good for Bin when these lanes shift back. Could be really nice for the Cassante, where if he does get a bit of an advantage, can push Ambessa around early. Ambessa will get back into the matchup later on, as she does scale very well. But Ambessa's champ, I mean, she's there for the damage. She doesn't bring a lot of utility to the table. So I like the fact that this lane swap, they forced Ambessa to be in the duo lane with the Nautilus and starved her of some resources. Could be big later on if Bin's able to push Ambessa around.
And obviously, sometimes when you have a tank matchup, hang on, you might hold here. Wei does lock down On, but he initiates the crash down, and oh my goodness, Knight was already level 6 with the Between Worlds, does so much burst, and that forces LNG to scatter. Jewel already forced a flash, but Wei is going to follow up through as he already possesses the Jace, trying to look for another reset, but because he's not level 6 yet, can't go for the Heartbreaker to close the distance. Jewel does make it out alive, but boy, oh boy, LNG thought that they were the ones getting the jump on, but it was BLG that turned around.
Yeah, I think well worth it, especially that kill going onto, well, I guess it it doesn't matter that much. It found its way onto on. I saw the BF sword on Elk, and I was like, oh boy, more kills. But that was first blood. That's my bad. That said, Grubs being taken down will be nice for Wei. Looks like he's going to get all 3s. So that would be step 1 of the feats of strength. Of course, you'll notice with feats of strength, we don't have that decided yet on the top side. Hold on, got to go into the replay. Knight being 6, as you highlighted, Rafa, I think the big difference maker in this one enabled Wei to get the reset, and the skirmish went from being nice from getting the jump onto on into being LNG having to head for the hills, given the lead that Knight had.
Crazy that he was able to ding 6 and just have that ultimate available despite getting pressured by Wei early on, as LNG trying to pressure for another pick on knowing that he was overextended, but gets out.
I think those Strangle Thorns from Wei could have been a bit better, as there was really only one exit path for on. Still doesn't have the flash up, or I think it just came back up, so if he dips down, would have been tough for him to get out. He's got to go up. I think those could have been angled a little bit better to maybe pressure something different from on.
I think Photic is in trouble, and yes, he is. Bin all out, takes the rat downtown, puts him back into the grave.
Oh, Bin Sante, it's back in 2025. Kasante, still a very, very, very strong champion in this season. It's had a lot of success here so far in the LPL, and Bin has always had success on the Kasante. Been in the solo lane the entire time, and Photic just, I mean, way out of bounds. Bin using the minion to taxi in, get that extended E shield. The unstoppable to push him into the wall. Ult over, and that's Ziggs. Said and done. He goes down to the gray screen, and that's the new feat of strength now achieved. Of course, it's not just first blood. Need the first 3 kills to get that one, so first one down for BLG.
Oh, and Q flash onto a flashless rat in Photic. Ziggs got nowhere else to run, but he sidesteps in and steps outside of the cone of the bullet time. Somehow, you can hear the crowd erupt into so many cheers. Just totally joyous that their 80 carry made it out alive.
On had Ignite. I think if he drops that, Photic goes down. It wasn't the case. Didn't connect. That said, Ziggs, no teleport to get back. Will ult this way before he bases. I think that was the right call from Photic, but still. Gotta believe next wave gets in. Second plate falls to the hands of Elk. Feels like BLG are off to the races.
I mean, did we expect anything different, though, Matt?
Not really. I will say first pick Kasante. I mean, I would say a bit of a surprise, but it's been. I think he can first pick Kasante. Also, Kasante in this tournament is 10-3. It's quite good in the Fearless format, having a lot of global success. And it's not just the LPL. We've seen a lot of good Kasante across the world. So, for me, that's the biggest surprise so far. But no, I'm not surprised that BLG are up like this.
Yeah. This is what we were alluding to. Wei had no idea that BLG were waiting in the wings. They get that first pick onto the plant lady, and now Nautilus could be the next target. Heartbreaker sinks his sword deep into Nautilus's back, and he doesn't even need the reset. That's a double kill going over to Elk.
I mean, Wei just kind of throwing it back to RNG Wei with the Viego games. This guy's always been a bit of a Viego merchant, if I do say so myself. And we highlighted you have to get the jump on the Zyra in this matchup. That's really where Viego can one-shot the Zyra. And it wasn't just Wei getting the jump on the Wei. He brought 3 teammates as he sent Wei back into the gray screen.
And it's just so hard for Jewel and Photic to make it out of here alive when they're both down. Flashes. BLG have been absolutely relentless with their picks. No, leave him alone, Knight, not you too, man. He still has Between Worlds if he wants to pop it. He finally does after landing the Weirding for extra bit of damage. One more cast of the twofold Hex, and Photic is just getting the absolute BLG love treatment.
This is a harsh kind of love they're giving him as Jewel.
Man, it's tough love, man. Bullet time, good night, Jewel. And the rest of LNG are going to cede control of these grubs because they do not want to mess with Wei, who's now has control of that Nautilus and the numbers advantage. I mean, 3,000 gold at under 12 minutes into the game, Matt. This is progressing very nicely for BLG.
And 2K of it is on Elk, who just picked up another kill and walked out of base with a Bloodthirster around 10:30. So this misfortune extraordinarily accelerated. And if you are ahead this early on MF, you are so powerful because you can't be moved off the map now with the Bloodthirster. That between the damage that you have, your first auto attack just hits like an absolute truck on this champion. I mean, look at the Q2 through the creep, just pounding Zeka. Of course, Zeka pretty much only up a level compared to Elk, had to split XP early. Oh, okay. Well, we're going to get a second look at the bunny jumping out of the rat. And the rat had no chance.
This just feels like cyberbullying at this point. Photic has not been able to walk back to lane safely in quite some time.
At least for Photic, he's not being cyberbullied alone. It is his whole team. So he's got friends that they can sit at the lunch table together.
Well, in the case of LNG, there is a lot of potency in the characters that they have drafted, but they got to get there, Matt. And right now, BLG are not letting them actually accelerate at an even pace. They are getting super slow down.
Yeah, I don't think they're getting there. The only person that's going to get there is going to be Elk.
Oh, no. Okay, well, Photic has flash this time, but Knight just burns it off cooldown.
Oh, we missed the...
Doesn't get enough damage landed onto Photic to actually take him down, but that's another 7-minute spell gone. And Bin all out onto Zika. Could be in trouble. Looks for the Q3. Nice sidestep from Zika. Dodges out on another kill.
Yeah, good ult from Zeka was able to get out of... Sante R, as R's were traded up there in the top lane. But BLG, I mean, they just keep on bleeding out small things from LNG, whether it's the health bar sending them back to base or summer spells. I mean, Photic, like, he just got that flashback up, instantly had to burn it against Knight. And with the health bar advantage being in favor of BLG, their first dragon of the game will be secured, and this will be yet another feat of strength. That's 2 out of 3, so the bonus boot secured now.
BLG, almost 4,000 gold ahead at this point. On can pretty much walk into any jungle quadrant with Wei, and I feel like have absolutely no fear. You know, unless LNG completely overload on one side, which is what they're attempting to do. Death Charge does go on away, and On is forced to flash, but the Ignite, along with the Leandri's burn from Wei does take him out, and will give one reprieve of a kill back to LNG's side. But during this whole time, Matt, Elk is just comfortably pushing in on this bottom wave and will secure first brick for the side of BLG.
Yeah, of course, 6 scrubs for BLG. They have the option to overload, play hard towards these side lanes, which a few tools burned there to make sure that On fell, On being a little bit too far up, but still, his AD got first brick, so frankly, and that's really not that bad of a trade, if I do say so myself. Looks like Elk being this far ahead will be going for the Essence Reaver build on Misfortune, so... once that item's completed, mana really no longer an issue, as you got the Bloodthirster for the health, Essence Reaver for the mana. Elk's never going to be leaving the Rift, man. He's just going to be peppering down these turrets and waves all day long for BLG here in this early game. You got to believe that this gold lead is going to blow in with 6 scrubs in their back pocket, and 3 members already making their way up towards the top side.
Mm-hmm. BLG are a turret away from having a 5,000 gold advantage under 20 minutes here. Normally we like to say like the 10,000 gold advantage at any stage of the game is the point of no return. But just with how fast BLG are accelerating at this game state, you know, I'm at a loss for words, man. I'm going to be honest. You know, LNG, they've got a really, really tough state for them to try and crack, and I'm trying to desperately look around on their composition to just understand who's going to step up. You know, who does it come down to make or break these fights?
This is the scary part about BLG too, is like their members are so talented, and you make any mistakes against them, and all of a sudden you just get the team that comes to punish. I mean, look at what they've done to Photic this game. Every time that he's had flash up, feels like he's had to instantly use it. When he's had it down, they've attacked him as well, to set him behind. There's the talent this roster has, and I mean, frankly, like BLG, they took a break for Demacia Cup. I think well deserved, given that no team in the world played more games than BLG this past year.
Yeah,
and then like already, I mean, this is their second best of 5 that we've seen them. Game 1, not to read too much into it, but BLG look like their old selves. I mean, we even see On, making a few mistakes too. We're used to seeing that with BLG. For better or worse, On goes in for the big plays. So, but yeah, I mean, this team is so good. It's so fun that they stuck together. And oh boy, Hai Chao. He's under focus.
Could be in
here.
trouble.
Yeah.
Good flash. Immediately not giving him an angle. However, Ben is going to commit his own flash over the wall. And they're not going to even need to use the all-out. Hai Chao's just got nowhere else to run. On was distracting the rest of LNG on the bottom flank, and he is still alive because LNG cannot push through this corridor. Zika is now completely cut off, and Wei is going to try and lock him down. Here comes the rest of the CC. Joel tries to look for a re-engage, and they try to pepper him down with the long-range damage on Photic's back end, but he's just got no fuel left in the tank. He's run out of mana. The rest of his teammates are falling by the wayside. Joel is forced to run, and BLG have complete control of this game.
See, this is why we're okay with On looking like off sometimes, because sometimes he just pulls off baits like this. He got 2 ults in that fight and walked out alive and really set his team up for success, because when depth charge is down and when pummeled execution's down, what's going to deal with the rest of the Fed members of BLG that then just get to walk through the fights undeterred? Look at On here. He's pretty much, as you called out, playing distractions, trying to fight Hai Chao. Gets caught out. That's 2 ults with the Ziggs bomb coming in. Eats depth charge, gets over the wall. Really well played. And then public execution gets dropped later on as Zeka's on the wrong side of the fight. Rest of BLG coming to support their support. There's really no option for Zeka here. He's gonna pop the R, gets out. Okay, that did go on to Elk, but still, it's the tools that On gets out early in the fight. That's really big in terms of freeing his team up to play the fight up and forward later on as the fights continue. Bottom left of our screen, going back to live.
Let's see what LNG can find.
Yeah, with Zyra, Ziggs, if you're holding the chokes, you're feeling really good. But I don't know how long you can hold these chokes. A 7k gold deficit. BLG has the stats, has the items to walk through these chokes against the mages and try and do some damage here to LNG.
Yeah. The base stat differential just makes it so that the tanks don't even care about the Ziggs bombs and the Zyra plants. However, On does get blown up, and that's really darn good for LNG. Now a 5 versus 4, but Zika's caught on the wrong side of the tracks, trying to play distraction, and might just escape, but Wei lands a well-timed W through the wall, and now has possessed the Mbessa.
Well,
and the rest of LNG are nowhere near close to securing this dragon, so now they're starting to give ground as Wei makes his way through, using the power of the mobility of the Mbessa, and the rest of LNG cede control, and that is the second dragon for BLG.
Yeah, it kind of felt like LNG stepped off that dragon to try and help Zeka, and that was just not the right call.
Yeah.
As they stopped the dragon, and BLG with the wall, it's got to come in and make sure that they secure that one for themselves. So I will say that didn't spend a ton of time talking about win cons here. We did mention that without the marksman for LNG, they're on a bit of a timer, but the good scenarios for LNG and why it's so harmful they're behind like this is they want to be able to take space, step up on the map, because if they're holding chokes with Ziggs, Zyra, Jace, you do feel really good. And, I mean, honestly, well played by Zika here to at least try to pressure Knight, like try and use vision, but just ends up on the wrong side. And, yeah, I mean, LNG, it's not like anyone's really contesting their dragon. They just walked down to try and support their top laner, and it was for nothing. They got forced off the objective. BLG takes it for themselves, and that Infernal Drake, I mean, it's not like you needed more damage to deal with if you're LNG, but Infernal Drake going to help BLG out even more.
It would have been definitely nice to have if you were on the side of LNG, because then these bruisers in your tank Jace and your very aggressive Mbessa get even more dangerous and hit critical mass on some of their threat points for diving the backline. But I mean, they're behind the curve, which it just makes things so much more difficult in actually trying to threaten BLG, whereas some of the item purchases that you already pointed out, I think the Bloodthirster, since being the first item for Elk, just makes it so hard to push him all out of the map, because he can sustain himself through the fight, he can sustain himself through poke, and just makes it so hard for LNG to actually properly set up for these objectives.
Yeah, and like LNG's comp, kind of what I was saying before we had another fight breakout, they want to be in the lead because they need to take space on the map and hold it. The Ziggs, Zyra, Jace, like walking through chokes against this, it's so hard, but if they're behind like this and you see them under turrets, you lose a lot of the power of this composition because it's difficult. Like, man, you're thinking about getting ahead with Zyra Ziggs, like walking through chokes to try and contest objectives like that. Like, even LNG being that far behind, you could even see when they were first the objective and they were able to get set up, it wasn't a cakewalk for BLG. It took mistakes from LNG for them to really crack open that dragon for themselves. So, just the fact that LNG is behind like this, the comp they have hurts even more. And
oh boy, as soon as they see an enemy out of position, on waste no time. However, Elk gets bursted down. This is really critical for LNG. Major carry gone, but Wei has the power of the resets, and he could just rip through the team by himself. He's got Bin, he's got Knight, all in the back pocket to try and assist him on these possessions as he finds Haichao and the right side of that fight. LNG, the rest of the members, are forced out of the safety of their own jungle quadrant, and despite losing Elk, BLG are still victorious.
Yeah, the very personal flash ult onto the support only for On. It did open up that angle to find Elk in the back half, and a good find by LNG. No, in the end, it didn't end up being too favorable for them, but they have to try and get these shutdowns. As we're going to take another look. I don't love this play from On. It feels like they, like if you play towards top to push him out, it's a maybe. I think On or the Nautilus ends up interrupting things, but yeah, I think that engage did open up things onto Elk in the back half. Worth noting, I mean, a lot burned there by LNG. That TP burned by Zika to try and make a play in the back line. Was not able to get anything done on this Mbessa that has been quite starved out throughout this game. As we have the Herald dropped, Otacon started, and BLG, I mean, we'll see if LNG wants to challenge him.
Juo is trying, man. He's trying to find some vision through that tri-bush corridor. However, On was waiting, and the bullet time immediately forces the flash out of Weiwei. Nice Strangle Thorns, but Knight on the right side. Good flank between worlds. Finds the jungler, pops him, and Fodek just makes it in time. Still hasn't made an Inferno Bomb to try and look for some burst, but it's all on to the other LNG members to open up space and create that initiation opportunity, but there's no jungler for the side of LNG, so there's no smite contest, and Wei still has a smite available, so this should be an objective guaranteed.
I think this is a dangerous start here for BLG. There's a lot of poke on LNG, and Otacon shreds, but okay, if they find another, that's good. Okay, using the objective to get kills, but sticking it here is still a bit hairy. They have it down to 4K. LNG, oh man, there's no smite, can't walk in. All right, gonna be a give. Well played by BLG. They pull off, and now with the GA buffs, they're just going to continue.
Yeah, there's no flash on Fodek, so he's been cut off from the rest of the support of his team. I mean, it's just really nice from BLG to wait out, to bait LNG in members one by one. They even had the patience to let Fodek's last Q hit the Otacon so that Wade didn't mistime the smite and accidentally give that objective on over. Very clean stuff from the BLG squad.
I'll be honest, I felt like hitting the Otacon again. I've seen a lot of games in the early season where Otacon, it does a lot of damage, and it does shred you.
Yeah.
Like, early on, so...
It's dangerous, man.
Yeah, I thought that BLG hitting it there might have been a little hairy. Not the case. BLG had that one under control. Do like how they peeled off to get another pick before they continued to commit to that. Important that they don't fall completely susceptible to the poke that LNG has, but again... 10k gold lead now for BLG. You called it out, Rafa, that you felt like the lead that BLG had early, like 4 or 5k, kind of felt like the 10k gold lead that we usually call games doomed at. Well, BLG has now hit that lead, if it wasn't sure enough yet. So,
if there were any doubts before, I hope that we have quelled those doubts, or at least BLG has personally quelled those doubts within anyone that might have thought otherwise.
I don't know, man. Like, this team is just so scary. I know, like, early season, I mean, the super team in JD Gaming, like, they've kind of struggled, right? Anyone's Legends formed. Of course, they had a killing run, ended up winning Demacia Cup, but we didn't see them have the best series early on. To see BLG this dominant and taking care of teams like this early on, this is a scary team, man. And Knight, I mean, this angle looks way too good yet again.
So good. And he knows that Fodek and Weiwei don't have flashes. Easily pops one of the mages. The bullet time rips apart the support. And LNG frontline is now turning into paper mache. Knight finds Fodek once again and says, hey, do you remember the laning phase, my friend, where I killed you like 2 or 3 times? Well, here's a 4th death for you.
And it feels like an FF on the map here for LNG, as BLG, they tickle the bear in the draw LNG in and demolish them piece by piece, now taking the map apart piece by piece. Mid inhibitor turret's going to fall. Baron's about to fall. Haichao's taking the consolation prize in the bot lane because I think he's FF'd and he's just, trying to push and get what he can down there. Feels like the solo queue adventure where you're done with the game, but your team hasn't FF'd yet. He's at least going to get objective bounty. I think this is the right call. I know I'm joking a bit for LNG and Haichao. It's the right call.
Yeah.
Still,
it does look like a rage split moment, but genuinely, you got to get income on the map wherever you can, right?
I mean, they saw Knight. It just didn't matter. They still commit to the fight. They walk through the choke, and Knight picks him apart piece by piece, as the last two between worlds have been massive. And Knight, of course, wasn't done, as Photic just getting ran down. Oh. Pop goes the rat.
It's a tough world for Photic this game. LNG just getting absolutely blitzed in the first stage of that early game over and over and over again. BLG were absolutely relentless with their pressure, and they just never gave LNG a window back into this game. And we're just moments away from them being able to close it out. Obviously, though, Knight might be in trouble, but uses the between worlds and stands on the far right edge to bounce back to the left, giving him an immediate exit. Nicely done. He still has a TP, so if he needs the chance to base and regroup with the rest of his team on this bottom flank push, they definitely can. But a public execution catches Knight, and he's forced to flash. They're trying to all in to see if they can get at least one kill and knock down the Medjai Soul Stealer stacks. At least one victory for LNG today, but they're going to lose out on their top laner, and BLG still matching strong 4 versus 4 on the map.
Respect to Zika, one of the pieces that has beaten BLG the last 2 times that LNG has met them. Him and Weiwei, the returners from the contenders of LPL last year. Ends up making a big play, finds the shutdown. That said, not going to change the fate of this game either way, as the second inhibitor turret and inhibitor to fall. BLG continue the push. Knight spawns in 20, and as you called out earlier, Rafa does have that empowered TP. Doesn't protect the minions anymore. Those minions will still take damage. A little bit harder to end the game. Can't use the TP to protect the wave anymore.
There's a couple ultimates still available for LNG to use, but it's all on Jewel to find the CC to layer it on top. They take out one Nexus turret. To be fair for LNG, if they manage to stall this base defense, those Nexus towers will respawn, but they're taking a lot of damage. Both Zika and Knight are back up on the map. He has teleported and joined his comrades here in the field. Elk trying to pepper down Haichao, but it looks like Zika is trying to deal with... Oh my god, a poor Haichao just cannot endure the pressure from Elk's misfortune. Jewel gets knocked up once again, and there's the final window that BLG needed to put the wrapping touches on this game. Nice try, LNG, but you're going to have to try way harder if you want to step to the reigning world finalists. GG, well played. BLG take game 1.
I mean, the form of BLG, I don't think we've seen them truly get tested yet. They certainly were not tested in that game, but against some of the expected top dogs for LPL, I mean, JD Gaming, they struggled early split compared to expectations. Anyone's Legends. Won Demacia Cup, didn't have the greatest showing in the first games of their group, Top Esports. They dropped. BLG, skipping Demacia Cup, it feels like they haven't missed a beat, man. They've just come out and dominated. And again, what I love about this team is that the end result looks special, but the way that they get there and just play fundamental league, again, these guys are so talented. They manage to find 1 or 2 things, just bleed you out of flash, bleed you out of TP, just a couple of things, and what they can turn that into as a team, I think for me, that's what's always made BLG an elite team across the world, and I definitely got to see it in that game there against LNG.
And their ability to just completely read their opponents on finding windows to punish them too, I think is the big thing. There are so many early game moments that looked straight out of solo queue where they were just getting these free picks, and you would imagine that in tier 1 in pro play, that kind of stuff doesn't happen. Way face checking into 3 people, you would think that maybe LNG should have better information, but I'm assuming that BLG are just playing so well around their pockets of vision that they're just catching them honestly by surprise.
Yeah, I mean, just like thinking back, I mean, Bin, he was the one that got the solo XP, right? Ambessa was starved out. What does he do? He solo kills Photic, and then the Ambessa just can never get in the game because you're just super behind where the Cassante is at, right? And Photic, he doesn't have flash, or when his flash is up, just the ways they are able to bleed that out. Knight solo killing Photic multiple times. And then on, I mean, we saw 1 or 2 off moments from him, but also a couple moments where there was just zero chance for LNG to find the skirmish because you're burning multiple ults on. I don't know why, but On's making you burn ults on him for whatever godforsaken reason because he's playing so far up. And then it's just like, all right, well, you're already down 4k gold. 2 of your ults were burning the support who gets out. What are you going to do in that fight? BLG is just going to run over you. So I really appreciate how this team, they play fast. But the way they play fast, though, it always feels like there's a method to the madness. And sometimes it leads to them dropping games when they do overpush things and make mistakes. But we never want to see BLG change, right? We've always just want to see them improve on this strategy because when BLG is on top of their game, they can play maps like they are the best team in the world. We know that about BLG, and that was a damn good map there.
Yeah, and it's a reason why BLG has represented and seen as the best the LPL has had to offer in recent years.
Point, you know?
Yeah. This team literally represents calculated, ruthless aggression. It is just insane.
So
how?
Yeah. I mean, so like what I was gonna say, sometimes not as calculated. They feel it out, but man, when you have the talent that this roster has, you got to give those guys the space to play the game. And I mean, when they do it, and just again, like it's not too complicated. You know, missing flash, missing TP. All right, we're gonna go attack that. Right? Just that's where the calculation is at. Right? Just good fundamental League of Legends, and love to see that.
I'm gonna be rolling through the highlights soon. I want to start getting in my MVP candidate discussion here, Matt, because I mean like On did die a couple times, but he was mostly the reason why they were finding these picks in the first place. If it's not him, it's probably Elk, right?
Yeah.
But I guess Knight would also be up there since he helped make Photic pretty much a non-factor in this game. Thanks to the pressure on the side lane, he dodged out on the one pressure gank that Wei Wei applied in mid lane with Haichao, and he was constantly finding such great flanks in fights and just splitting up the back line. So there's a lot of valuable candidates here.
Gut check, Knight felt like the most impactful one to me, but maybe that's just because when he pressed his buttons, they did big boom boom damage. Elk
Totally fair.
Yeah, Elk got pretty far ahead early though, and was rather supportive, so I could see him getting it, but going through the replay package, it does feel like it's mostly Knight.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with Knight on this one.
I think that's totally fair.
Yeah.
Because even the times that he was pressured, he made it out most of the time. He did give up one death, and that was only because he probably didn't base when he should have, and LNG just all in for him,
Yeah, was a 1k shutdown. Again, that is the right play, and still, it was not like that was a 1 for 0. They did manage to pick up Zika. So, yeah, I mean, big game. We'll say with the Ambessa and the Jace being picked, we'll see if the long-term game plan for LNG of potentially narrowing up Bin's champ pool at the top lane pays off. If Zika has enough champs in his pocket to get through the rest of the series. I mean, maybe we'll see some Renekton and Gnar be picked up or narrowed down from Bin's pool as well. I'm not worried about Bin's pool, but I did find it funny. There's the priority that LNG put on both Ambessa and Jace to lock both champs in like that so early in the draft. Definitely seeing a couple of adjustments being made as more and more teams figure out Fearless draft here.
Well, for the benefit of LNG, they never have to play against Tank Jace and Ambessa from BLG. So, you take your wins when you can get them, having eliminated them from the champion pool. However, if Bin is taking inspiration to tankify bruisers, Flandra did play Tank Jax last night in their series against
not
Top
the
Esports.
first one we've seen either. It does feel like, I mean, in Fearless, I will say I don't love Tank Jax, but I do appreciate how you have to find other ways to be flexible in drafts. So I do appreciate how people are at least playing around with some builds.
Yeah.
To make sure that, like, you know, you can just fill different roles. Because technically, I mean, Jax, especially played at the highest level, can be a flexible champion, just given how strong Counter-Strike is as an ability, and the mobility of Jax as a champion as well. So, I kind of like Tank Jace. I don't love the fact that we're seeing it, but I don't mind the methods to the madness either. And appreciate these guys trying to push the limits and figure things out. And credit to LPL. They've actually pioneered a few things early. I mean, they're taking Fearless Draft quite seriously compared to some of the other regions, and like this split, as we do get the Night Pog. Well deserved there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think LPL, they were really early on the Pantheon train. A big fan. I mean, I remember with NACL and Fearless Draft, I was pinging teams. Like, Niles was playing Pantheon top when he was playing to good success. So I was like pinging other teams like, hey, this champion has some value in both top and jungle. I mean, I think this is an option. They've showed it. The Vlad into Aurora is a decent angle that's seen some success. The Kalista Nico lane making the comeback too in Fearless has been really strong. So I do appreciate some of the metas and reads that we've seen from LPL teams with Fearless. I just kind of hope that they stick around throughout the rest of the year. That's my real hope for the Split 1 Fearless draft, is that some of the learnings and some of the different picks and looks that you're seeing, teams actually use throughout the rest of the year to actually diversify their strat book. I think that would be a great impact.
I think that's the hope for, you know, globally that Fearless is going to accomplish. But, you know, more on that later. We wanted to let you all know that, first of all, shout outs to our producer, Brett, who is doing double duty tonight, because we're broadcasting 2 best of 5s to end
Marathon
the week.
Day for producer
and
Brett.
so Brett is going to be on all of them. Luckily, thanks to support.
He's getting that bread today, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you know what else can help bread get that bread?
You know what, Cubby? I
you know
would
what goes
love
well with bread in the morning?
Coffee. I think coffee is the greatest thing that you can pair with bread in the morning. And
I've gone twice throughout this post game, so we definitely need some coffee in this house
yes.
too. You know?
So thanks to support from our coffee subscribers, fans have donated 69 cups of coffee to us to keep not just bread, but myself and Cubby wired and ready. Since this is a fan-run broadcast, we rely on subscribers from Coffee, YouTube, and Twitch to support the stream. So if you subscribe, you can also unlock perks like early access to content and access to exclusive channels on our Discord. So join now, and thank you all so much for the support. We are done for Game 1. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Draft 2 for Game 2 will be on your screen. Boom! We're back. Game
Boom.
2. My camera's a little blurry, but we're focused up.
It was worth it, you know?
Absolutely. Now, Cubby, tell me, because we're now no longer going to have 10 certain champions available for the rest of Fearless, you already called out a couple champions that we might be looking at, but what are some key picks that you would be excited to see between either team?
Well, one of the things about Fearless is that in order for the bans to change, you pretty much need the sides to swap, or else bans usually stay the same unless you're trying to open up a different first pick. So Ashe and Varus were both taken off the board by BLG in that first game. Curious if we get that and some sort of handshake. We've seen a lot of Ashe and Varus be the handshake, or like Kalista Varus be the handshake. Kalista has actually been quite strong early in the season. So for me, a lot of it's actually AD pool. MF and Ziggs aren't the two highest priority ADs, and with Ziggs being picked, a lot of the ADs are up, because if you go deep into Fearless, ADs are the pool that really get narrowed up the most if you do go the full 5 games. And a lot of teams, like, I think that everyone needs to be ready to pilot mages. Like, stuff like Seraphine later on can be really big in Fearless to just... And even that game for LNG, like a Seraphine to empower the Ambassador, the tank chase, that would have been a decent option for me. So... yeah, for me, it's ADs, and just seeing if the bans change, you can open anything up, because picks like Ashe, or I think Rumble went through that entire draft, actually, now that I think about it. That's actually crazy. We saw no Rumble there.
Considering LPL's Rumble win rate at the moment across 9 games...
Okay, so I have a theory about this, Rafa, all right? You want to go inside the numbers?
Yeah.
So Rumble, let me pull it up. I can get it up real quick. Rumble right now is 2 and 7.
Yep.
It's 2 and 7 in the LPL. Vast majority of Rumbles, though, have been picked on blue side. Blue side is the worst win rate. You know why? Because the losing teams are playing on blue side, because a lot of these series have been one-sided. And you know what just happened in that game 1, Rafa? Yeah, BLG absolutely just toasted LNG. And now they get to go on blue side. So if they first pick Rumble... you know, we expect that Rumble to probably lose, regardless of how good the draft is and how good Rumble is as a champion. So I'm still sold on Rumble as a champ. I think the win rate and some of the win rates we've seen, a little bit, you know, side matchup dependent. And we'll see if that changes throughout. We have seen some good Rumble play. The last cast I had actually saw a really solid Rumble performance out of the top laner of LGD, which is quite good. Well, I'm blanking.
Yeah.
Xiaose played it really well.
Your Honor, I would like to submit more evidence to the court for why Rumble is doing so poorly in LPL.
No objections. Fire away.
I think a lot of the games that Rumble is doing poorly in, he's getting lane swapped on. And the teams that are piloting the Rumble and they're receiving the lane swap are not reacting well enough to empower the Rumble and allocate a lot of resources based on the series that we've seen so far. And every time Rumble is getting lane swapped on, he's just falling super far behind in terms of gold and economy. I mean, you know, does it happen to be against, you know, better teams in the matchup? That's probably what's happening too, but, you know, there's some correlation there.
I like that too. I like how you went for, you know, the strategy. I went through, like, for, you know, team strength. And, you know, it was Your Honor, and I liked how I didn't know how to respond to that, so I just said no objections.
I think that sounds pretty spot on. I'm not a lawyer, but based on, you know, the crime shows
I need to like
watched,
pose a little bit more professionally, and just I mean, at least I am like in the chair. You know, I'm not standing. It's a little bit late to be standing tonight.
I think the last thing you needed to say was approach the bench, because I was submitting evidence to the court. But
yeah, I'd like to submit more evidence to the court. Yeah, I think we both submitted some solid evidence for what it's worth, Rafa. We might have to let the chat be the jury. On that one. Or, hey, maybe the next game, because Rumble, very high priority champion, and one that we could easily see here in Game 2.
You know what? I wonder if we have any mods in the LPL chat. If we don't, to like run a poll, that's totally okay. But if you do have the capabilities, I would love just to see a show of hands. LPL Rumble, gas or pass? You know, and I think that's pretty standard. Gas
I like
or
that
pass?
He's powered by the mech. And, you know, the gas or pass. I like that, Rafa.
Thank you.
Well, so far, gotta say, Early Narban being thrown out by LNG. Potential for maybe an early Renekton. Is a Zika special if he wants that. But no, just going to be a focus on the bin. It is going to be that first pick Rumble on the blue side for the team that is not favored in this series.
This is
how you feeling about
not
my
boding
argument
well.
right now, Rafa? Yeah.
This is not boding well for the LPL Rumble narrative. We might see 2-8 for his overall win rate after this game. But if LNG surprise us and pull out a victory here, you know, he would be one of the few 3 players to have pulled off a win with Rumble in the LPL so far. Now, on the other side, BLG, they're taking a look at what's available. Corki up on the table, instantly snagged. And granted, this can also be flexed between Knight or Elk. We've been seeing a lot more flexibility with Corki going towards the bottom side of the map and still doing a ton of work, regardless if he's not in the mid lane.
Wow.
But immediate answers by Yone.
Yeah, really solid core picked up here for LNG. I think that I feel like the Xin pick might have been a little bit of almost soft power, being like, hey, we don't want you to go Sejuani. That is a matchup that Xin can push around, but that Vi, of course, Archie, go unstoppable, very strong. Galio picked up, good matchup into the Rumble, but we have seen this scenario where if like the goal now for LNG is to actually get the Yone to go into the Galio lane in order to, like, the Galio just builds MR, so to put the Yone there with the Bork, it's actually a pretty good matchup going into the tank and one that Yone can survive. So this opener for LNG is actually not too bad. They have the option, the side lane, play 3 lanes, putting Rumble weak side is rather easy. You can equalizer the waves if he feels threatened at all to just stall for a timer. But been on this Galio, we have seen this be a good matchup. The Zin's going to get you in there. But the tank busting power for LNG is real. So I actually don't mind this draft so far for LNG. Just curious to see how it gets rounded out.
And for LNG, I think it's pretty decisive that they're still looking for a bot lane for Photic and Jewel. Whereas for BLG, I mean, we've seen Galio support, we've seen Galio mid, we've seen Corki bot, so a lot of things really hidden on the table for the side of BLG in terms of their draft.
I'm still really expecting it to be Galio top into the Rumble. It's just a common matchup that we've seen. I do like the call out, though, that Galio can be flexible. Don't know what if we're going to see the flexes be held, though. As Corki bot will say, the Ashe matchup's really poor for Corki. That Kaisa ban, though, wondering if we maybe get an Ezreal. Something that can at least get around the Rumble a little bit. And those equalizers and deal with the Rumble Vi. Xayah, another option, as both Kaisa and Ashe decent into Xayah. What could be the pickup here if Elk wanted to go for that too.
And even though LNG are trying to dissuade that Xayah by taking away the Recon for the synergy, I mean, it's not like BLG were going to be threatened by that takeaway either, as we got baited. You know, they thought about it, but the Varus is a lock-in.
Akali is a pretty solid matchup in the Yone, and you can navigate your way around the Vi with the Shroud. But Varus going to be locked in. That R-key for Elk. I gotta assume that with the Corki showing, it's going to be the poke Varus, so that is a way to play with range and try and play to chunk out the health bars. Could be quite nice going up against LNG. Match some of the early power that's especially showing on that top side. I said Ezreal going to be picked up to match some of the poke. Will outscale the poke Varus later on. So again, LNG, I feel like they have options. They have win cons. Ezreal not the best at busting through tanks, but you got the Yone to do that too with the Bork and the 3 lane setup. Just putting Ez mid while you have Yone Rumble play the sides. That's always pretty nice. So don't mind it here. As engage already with the Vi. Take the Braum. Catch the Xin that's going to be going in. That said, blind Braum. I don't like blind Braum. I love my Braum. I was a good Braum player in the past. Blinding that champion, I don't think that should be allowed. The ranged options, they are real. And On's going to bust it out. Support Elise has been dominating the Rift. And it looks like On's going to bust it out here. Game 2, going into the Braum.
And if you thought BLG's early game was scary, in the first game of the series, where they didn't even really draft that many, you know, strong skirmishing champions and were just playing better map strategy. You now have Elise Xin Zhao as your support jungle combo. A lot of the weaknesses that Elise faces in the jungle role later on, because she has to constantly upkeep her farm, she doesn't worry about that as a support. You get access to all of her strong abilities in setting up picks, setting up tower dives, with the freedom and the mobility of the support who doesn't have to care about their support income at all.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a pick. This is really, really nice into Braum, that range. Also, if you are in fear of getting tagged by the Winter's Bite, that passive, just go up in the air and at least stall some time. Maybe use a creep to get away from that. A real option for Elise in this one. Gonna feel really, really good into this Braum pick, who can't do much in this lane. So we'll see if it ends up being the 2v2. Also, if it's the poke Varus, which we are expecting, Elise and Varus can play off of each other really, really well with that Cocoon and the Chain of Corruptions once Varus does hit 6. So actually really like this pick. I think that's the answer into Braum. Play the range supports. I always love the Karma. Was always a go-to. Like a pick that I always hated facing when I was playing Braum. That's the one pick that I feel like I can speak to at a high level. I did hit GM. I was the best Braum in NA at one point back in Season 10 when I was playing the ladder a lot and had some game when it came to this game. I actually had no game, but, you know, Braum doesn't take any skill, so I could play in the GM, you know? It was fine. But,
Are
yeah.
you saying that Brother Joel is playing a champion that takes no skill?
I mean, yeah, pretty much. It's
Damn.
not too hard.
Oh, no, Ben! He might have the flash.
They had to get that lower third out of the way. Ben,
It might be too late. Okay. He flashes to the safety of his teammates, waits for them. Cocoon does hit on Aphotic, but no one from BLG really wants to go into that despite getting a decent chunk across all the members of LNG. But Ben without a flash, that might set up something for LNG to play around. If Galio does not have flash, it's a lot easier to stop him from escaping since the Justice Punch is pretty telegraphed and you can allow yourself to get clipped by it just to stop him from escaping.
So, you know what I feel like it actually takes the most skill on Braum, or like the one edge that I had that I don't see pros running off?
What's that?
Here, always running approach velocity. That's nice. That's actually one of them. It gives you move speed's big on Braum because your goal is just to apply and proc Winter's Bite throughout fights. I also ran the free boots, but you can't really do that in pro play. You kind of need the move speed early on, match the roams.
Yeah.
Or else, if not, your teammate's going to get mad at you. You're kind of trolling. That said, this has actually not been scouted by Wei. So Wei might be very sad when he gets the bad news. And red wards are littered throughout the top side.
But this is a good read, though, from Wei.
Yeah, it looks like he's reading it. All right, all good. I mean, it makes sense for Wei. The bot side is way too strong for BLG level 1. So there's no contest from LNG. So like the fact that Wei... utilizing the strength of his bot lane to pick the side of the jungle that he wants to take, get a little bit of advantage, and now On going to walk up to try and hover him as he's taking the Krugs. Not going to let the Ezreal and Braum harass, so will be decent start for Wei.
And while Joel and Photic are, you know, dealing with the pressure, hang on. Haichao is taking a lot of damage from Knight, just making sure that it's not lethal. They did try and stall out this dive as long as possible. It doesn't look like that it should be that successful. Both are very healthy, but On goes in, takes up the turret, aggro flashes away, and then at the very last possible second, he dodges the turret aggro with the repel. Elk is also forced to flash, but they burned both summoner spells on Aphotic, and he's super low. They just need one more. Wei doesn't have flash anymore, but he lines up the wind, becomes lightning, and Aphotic can't dodge it. First blood goes over to BLG.
That's big. I mean, there's no TP here for Photic, so he's going to lose a lot of CS and XP. Meanwhile, no flash for Ben. Going to try and get around this one, but I think he's going to be going down here.
Q flash? No, he doesn't even need the flash. He's in range. It's a nice trade kill for LNG to get one back, and Punish as Ben was pushed up on that wave trying to get the crash, but Zika holds him in place as Joel should be fine. Just stops the bases of Elk and On.
I mean, it is advantage BLG still from that series of plays, but at least Wei able to get something up in the top side against Ben, who did TP back. Will be able to absorb vast majority of that wave. Meanwhile, you can see CS numbers. That wave for Fodic, it went to the wayside. He lost that CS and XP. And Elk with the TP. And that Poke Ferris, as we predicted in draft, coming out. Able to get back to the lane. Not going to miss much. And advantage BLG in the bot side. Lack of summoner spells now for Fodic. There is a trinket in the bot. River Brush will help protect the LNG bot lane. But you got to imagine there's going to be a revisit from BLG. They were so disciplined at punishing summoner spells that were down in the last game. And with those summoner spells missing bot, potential for BLG get up in the face of LNG here. As you can see, on with that priority off the base. Able to help Way secure that Raptor respawn. Really nice from BLG, because given when the camps were taken, Way can actually go take his own Raptor respawn too, as Way took that 1 second. Would be a big lead and advantage for Way if he's able to get that one off.
Yeah. This just really...
Yeah, I love the pathing from him here.
Really expert tracking on just knowing when all the camps are coming back up again on that second rotation, and just understanding where Weiwei had to have gone in order to maximize his first clear.
Good read from Way. Really, really well played. Getting both Raptor respawns. Those respawn camps are a good chunk of XP early. And that could be the difference when the Grubs spawn here in less than a minute. Zin's going to be on the top side. Another base would be needed for Way to match the items that Weiwei has, as the Tumnor has been completed. But we'll see if BLG get that slow push in for this bot lane, and the objective that BLG wants to focus, because look at the lanes right now. They have priority across the board.
Yeah, Elk taking his time, having somewhat of a, not necessarily a freeze, but had the wave pushed up to his own tower, but doing a great job of zoning Fodic, who has no summoner spells, and maintaining that level advantage, 5-4. And already you see Way just hovering Bin on this crash to make sure that while he's still down without a flash, he can secure this crash safely. But they're just going to go right onto Zika, and the flash does not escape the range of the taunt. Way able to impact both side lanes in the first 6 minutes of the game.
Yeah, usually you can flash out of the range of the taunt, but it was the slow that Xin Zhao packs in his kit. Zika just not able to clear enough space to escape that one. Really well played by the top side of BLG. And that kill, there's no TP on the Rumble, so these Grubs just going to go down. No ability for LNG to contest, and love the way that BLG played that one out with the duo. Really, really well done on the top side.
And at least for LNG, Weiwei is going to trade the first dragon of the game for the first rotation of Grubs. On will face check it with the volatile Spiderling, but not going to really get a chance to challenge it. But this is the thing that has made Way such a clear-cut and choice for BLG, and why they have, decided to rock with him as the main starter going into the LPL 2025 season, because he just knows his role. He knows where he needs to be, and he's punishing Zika without flash. The equalizer comes down, but Way and Ben should have enough damage. As I completely take that back, Zika's able to hold his own and stand up, but it did come at the cost of his own equalizer and flash on cooldown from Ben. But I think my point still stands here, Matt. Way...
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was the clear-cut choice, because, again, I mean, this was a Worlds run for BLG where they felt like they had to sub in Jun to have a better chance to make Worlds Finals to win the trophy, and they were one game short of doing so with him at the helm. That said, I think the real strength of Way comes with his ability to play around his laners, and so far, I mean, this has been a really nice game where he's been able to play the map. I think that's what made them feel like it was the right clear-cut choice in the end, and like seeing it was Way's ability to do that on this map, and a nice start for him here.
Just 8 minutes into the game. Not a completely disastrous deficit for LNG. It's only 1,000 gold down. A lot of that advantage is scattered evenly throughout a majority of BLG's members, but a chain of corruptions immediately forces Fodic's own cleanse on repeat. On with the cocoon flash, locks down this Braum. Here comes Weiwei. Maybe they can find a way to turn this one around based off that last concussive blow stacked up, but Weiwei decides against it, does not want to pull the trigger in a 2v3.
Yeah. Fodic and Joel have been playing together for a while. They did not play that one very well. It was a nice chain of corruption from Elk to catch Fodic, but the cleanse was a little bit late, and then they both managed to follow and flash back, which ended up meaning that the chains of corruption still connected on the Zhuo. Just the way they played that one out. So not great in terms of escaping that one. And ended up costing them in the end is on.
Should be fine. Repel still ready and available, but does delay his chance to base and get back on the map. The first rotation of grubs was already taken, so Elk doesn't necessarily need to play for the top side of the map, but you saw that he was potentially thinking about covering mid and letting Knight have a chance to base, but Knight is going to stay in the mid lane for now as Elk continues walking towards the bottom side of the map. We don't have objectives for at least a minute and some change here, so I'm curious to see where BLG decides to take their efforts again. I imagine just cleaning up that second rotation of grubs for themselves.
Yeah, I'm curious if we get any swaps. I think that BLG really wants to maintain this 2v2, and frankly, I'm surprised that LNG didn't go for any sort of swap. Just, like, Varus Elise early against Ezreal Braum, I mean, you are double countered. The poke Varus early just does so much damage, especially with the Comet, the harass that you get. Then you throw in Elise harass on top of that in a lane where and Braum cannot defend against the Elise harass coming in. I'm really surprised that we didn't have LNG go for any sort of swap. And now, you kind of highlighted, Rafa. BLG, they want to make sure those 6 grubs are theirs. Have shifted their bot lane up towards top. We'll take a plate on the top side. And I do like the response from LNG. Again, highlighted in draft, Rafa. You want the Yone into the Galio. That is the good matchup that Yone can punish. He doesn't need Bork to really start getting through the Galio, but at least in this scenario, he's going to get his farm uncontested. So maybe LNG is willing to sack grubs in this top side to make sure that Yone gets off to the races.
Sure. I will say the scary thing for LNG right now is that no one has a first item spike. As I say that, Wei just based and got a chance to complete their Sundered Sky, but for the past 45 seconds, Wei was the only person with a first item completion on this Xin Zhao, and it pretty much allowed him to walk around as he pleased and imposing vision control and his own free will, ensuring that BLG had no contest whatsoever in securing the second rotation of grubs. And with plenty of time to really set up for the second dragon of the game, I imagine that they have options here to say, do we want to force this dive top, or do we just want to get the crash in and get bases off and start setting up towards the bottom side of the map?
Oh, hold on, Wei.
Well, he has a flash, but the Crescent Guard is not going to protect him when they get in melee range and lock him down with all those ultimate abilities, and that's a nice catch from LNG.
Yeah, nice trap. I was going to say, I don't know if the dive's on the table, but they can at least try and send a few bonus members up here in pressure to utilize their grub advantage to take some plates. And I want to say that's what Wei was posturing for, but nice trap laid from LNG to take Wei out, and Wei, who I really had a start worthy of a player of the game performance already, going to be slowed down there a little bit by the trap laid from LNG.
And so significant from LNG to have been able to get the one person who has accumulated all of those kills and stop their momentum from really snowballing this game out of control. This gives them the option. Oh, wait. Wei can now get into the pit. High Chow is forced away. Oh, man, not like this.
Oh. You know, I'm trying to think of a pun about Wei. It's not coming to me, Rafi. You got anything?
When there's a will, there's a way. I mean, I think that's the simplest one I can come up with.
Yeah,
you know?
Unfortunately, the will away pushed way out of the pit, too. That's a bummer. Anyway,
I'm not going to lie, that kind of deflated a lot of the momentum we had for LNG.
Yeah, another perk about Elise, those Spider Wings do a ton of damage to turrets. 6 grubs and Elise hits pretty hard. Going to be enough to take the turret, and they're just going to push forward. Wei doesn't quite have the Crescent Guard up yet. Chain of Corruptions.
There we go. Nice piercing arrow on the back half. Not enough range on that last hail of arrows from Elk to get the last bit of damage down to knock out Zhuo. But BLG getting the pressure that they need to secure first brick. And because they had already secured the first 3 kills of the game, they get the feats of strength. Oh, but Ben's in trouble. Sika with the rumble is able to burn him to a crisp. And here we go. Maybe a little bit of momentum that LNG are desperately needing in the second game of the series.
I mean, Zika's Rumble at Worlds, it was fantastic. Good to see him with that B1 busted out here and have some success, even despite the counter pick that was really popularized at Worlds. Bin looks like he's not thrilled about the tank duty this game, and Zika making him feel it. Well played.
Take a look at the replay. Just see how this all came to fruition.
Okay, so the mistake here from Bin, you want to use the Justice Punch synced up with the Overheat, because if you get the knock-up and run away, that's how you can avoid the auto attacks. If you just throw out the taunt after it expires, then you get to keep on firing away with the Overheat. So I think that first trade, even despite being down a level, Zika was able to get a ton of damage down early on. Really impacted it now on. Uh-oh, he's got nowhere to jump to.
Yeah, I mean, he can jump to Zika, but I don't think he's getting out of this one
Goodbye.
without repel.
Okay.
All right, LNG, they're starting to turn up the heat here. Really, you know, just pressing the gas on any time they have their ultimate abilities to force a lockdown. They do not hesitate.
Yeah, and they have a pretty clear win con, too. The Vi, Yone, Rumble combos later on. But you can really single out and melt a member of BLG down. Not a lot of ways to defend against that. So, yeah, I want to see if LNG can really keep this up. For me, eyes on Zika again. His Rumble at Worlds was really, really, really good. I remember this past Worlds, like there was a big gap among how the Eastern teams and the Western teams were prioritizing Rumble, because there were the two different scrim bubbles going on. And we saw the Rumble from Zika early on. We weren't super sold on the pick yet, and he was a big part of the reason why people started getting sold on it, as that's a lot of tools burned by Wei. Flash by Night. Goodbye, Hai Chao.
Good night indeed. Now, big shutdown onto Hai Chao, and it is for Knight, but the rest of the cavalry from LNG are swarming in. Wei's got nowhere else to run. Bin throws down the hero's entrance, provides the knockup they need to at least trade one back onto Wei. Han trying to reposition for another cocoon, is in human form, does have that angle. It doesn't look like it's off cooldown quite yet. And the rest of LNG, I mean, they're taking these punches and they're trading uppercuts back here, man.
Yeah, a lot of flashes burned there from BLG just to get a 2-for-1. It may not be bad for LNG in the long run if they can find a play. Only Hai Chao's flash fell during that play. Meanwhile, Wei, Knight, both burned flashes in order to close the gap and find them. So curious if LNG, again, if flashes are down for BLG, whoever you're going to click R on as Vi, not a ton of ways to get out of that one. So Equalizer, Fate Sealed, get layered upon each other. We'll take another look. Hai Chao eating the cocoon from On, and the flashes from both Wei and Knight seal his fate as he heads to the gray screen. And then BLG try and play their way out. Again, a lot of tools burnt. A TP from Galio too. That's a significant one. Hero's entrance. I don't know if Bin should have dropped that immediately. Maybe if he plays the choke right away, able to find a little bit more to set that one up, but not the way that he decided to play it. And instead, as we return to live, BLG, again, 6 grubs. You can see how much damage Elise does to these turrets with the Spiderlings and the grub buff. All those spiders that hit do benefit from grubs and that true damage tick you get on the turrets. And that attack speed buff, of course, massive too. So really, really, really big for this Elise pick.
And it's the one main advantage that BLG have got going for them, despite LNG, you know, finding a lot of opportunistic picks onto scattered and isolated individuals. They have 6 grubs, and anytime they get a chance to touch a tower, it immediately falls. Now this chance, they were trying to capitalize Wei as he came out of the Rift Herald, but they still get a chance to knock him down to really low HP, but he manages to escape using that flash. BLG not quite able to land the CC as he was coming out of that Rift Herald.
That's still, I mean, a draw in mid lane. 6 grubs for BLG. They're able to push their lanes faster. Bin got top lane in. Took that outer turret, so only mid left to fall in favor of BLG. And of course, BLG were able to secure the feats of strength. That's a big one as well. 6 grubs help with that. And we kind of missed out on that one as the second dragon falls. I was thinking about that. Do have Hex Soul on the table. BLG. 3k gold lead, sitting pretty here, 18.5 minutes in. And I will say, I don't... The scaling can be matched and is honestly not bad for LNG. I am a little bit concerned about this Ezreal as time goes on. I think him and Yone can be big difference makers if LNG is able to execute. So do think it's important that BLG continue to use the 6 grub advantage that they have to knock down these objectives and keep that gold lead up, because LNG can be scary if things go late. I mean, we've seen the damage that Rumbles can do, and this Ezreal going to be slippery this game.
For the LNG fans, for the LNG fans in the chat, there's a chance. And Fodic, dodging out on the Chain of Corruptions, definitely could have been the end of his life right there, but he does protect it, having to cede control of that tier 1 as it drops. BLG now having even easier access into these 2 jungle quadrants, and this is where you really get to emphasize the pick advantage of this Elise and Varus working together, because if you face check into a bush and you don't have vision control, you eat a cocoon, you eat a chain, boom, you're dead.
Yeah, and that's what BLG has to do, take the vision and control it. Again, I think LNG, if they are able to kind of hunker down, they can't play their way out of this in the long haul. Like straight raw 5v5 team fight, I think that LNG has potential to do some damage. BLG needs to be ahead for this comp to work, and the poke of Varus, it will fall off a bit throughout the game compared to the Ezreal. As if Ezreal gets 3-4 items plus, that Seralda's Grudge and Miramana Evolved, which Fodic's sitting closer to, those can do quite a bit of damage. Of course, Varus going to match, but those Mystic shots, able to pepper, can be rather nice.
LNG just cautiously making their way through this top quadrant. It's answered by BLG going back in and denying vision. And Joel might be in trouble, but because he's Braum, can use that W to get away. Fodic dealing a lot of damage. They engage on the way. He pops the Crescent Guard, walks out of danger. And the rest of BLG might have to cede control of this top river now that they're down to jungler. But I say that, and I forget that junglers have a thing called jungle privilege, where they can go to a camp and get a decent amount of sustain back off, and especially since he is in Zhao, so they should be fine.
Yeah, it's still good chunk. Got the ult off and bought some time for Haichao to safely push and farm up this bot lane, as he's getting close to having that stride breaker. Going to be in inventory for him rather soon. So LNG, better map from them. Map 1 was far from promising. This map, we've seen some nice plays out of LNG. I want to continue to see good plays out of Zeka, who's making a case for himself for player of the game. If it were to be an LNG win with some of his plays early. I mean, the one death he had was a really nice setup from Wei, so can't take too many points away from him when it comes to that. Next gank he played out of really well when it came to Equalizer. Found the solo kill on the Bin, of all people. So good to see one of the remaining members of LNG, a team that did beat BLG the last 2 times they've faced in the LPL regular season and at Worlds. Zika being a big part of that. Good to see him performing here as he's stepping up to the tall task in front of him and his team.
Down 4,000 gold, but not down and out completely. And that dream of taking a game off of BLG, reigning world finalists, one of the best teams that the LPL has ever produced, it could come to a defeat in this game if LNG find that magic formula, that magic combo, and leveraging Zika's strength that he has been able to, individually construct for himself. Now, the rest of BLG are trying to maintain control of this top river, but the 3rd or 4th dragon of the game, I should say, is spawning in the next 20 seconds. So I'm curious to see how the teams are going to divvy up priorities here if they want to try and sneak someone on over and have the rest of people maintain control in the Otacon.
Well, obviously, Otacon, a pretty damn strong objective, but we'll say a Hexal for a poke comp is rather deadly.
Wei might be in trouble. He's just going to force the engage, immediately flash away. Wei with the Crescent Guard will block all of the Rumble damage on that Equalizer. And that's 2 ultimates gone, plus a flash that has now been burned by the members of LNG.
Yeah, I actually really like On taking the fast recall here, because he's just going to, I think, hightail it back to whatever objective they want to prioritize, which looks to be the Dragon. Mid priority being kept by Elk on the poke Varus, and this dragon, which if secured will be soul point for BLG, under attack, and will be spotted by the true shot barrage from Photic, but no contest from LNG. So BLG at skirmish on the top side got more ults out of LNG, able to use the mid priority they have from the Varus to push that and take a free dragon. Well played from BLG. Soul point secured.
And On is booking it towards the top side of the map. I don't know if he and Knight could single-handedly take down Zika, since he's already running for the hills and making sure that he is not caught out of bounds. They have a decent amount of vision control on this top side of the map to protect themselves from any collapses, but this is where BLG get to set themselves up again and try and deny as much vision and information away from LNG's top quadrant entrance as possible. And it does get very dangerous trying to face check into all of these pick tools that BLG have.
Yeah, really just kind of relegated to taking camps and poking and prodding around to see if they're going to get caught out or not. As every time a mid-wave spawns, you're going to see Elk approaching and holding that Q to delete it in the end. The Baron take, not going to be super fast for BLG. It is on the table. Corki will be the one to rip through it, but Varus Lee's Gallia damage not going to help a ton, so I think Otacon may just be the more appealing objective for BLG if they want to set their sights on it, or of course, all the priority they have, they can't afford to just farm it out here for 3.5 minutes until their Hex Soul spawns. As if that's secured again on these poke comps, you get a Hex Tech Soul, man, does it get just even more oppressive. As every time a Varus Q lands, it would come with a slow that chains to whoever's by you, and that certainly doesn't feel good.
Oh, they're getting a nasty amount of poke right now. Jewel forced out of this jungle completely. And he's taken nearly 3/4 of his HP as damage just from Xin Zhao W's and Varus arrows. I mean, this is so oppressive and so relentless to deal with. And now this is BLG's time to say, hey, your support is off the map. We're going to force your hand here.
Yeah, got the TP from Zika to start. TP in response from
They're committing?
Ben. So he'll be joining the fight. On's not spotted. Oh,
On Cocoon Flash. I think he found the one target into Zika, and that was the main hero that we were looking at, LNG, to step up. But if he's gone, the rest of LNG, and I don't think they're rocking the firepower needed to tango with the best in the LPL. BLG already finding 2 kills off the back of that pick, and they're going to turn their faces right back to the Otacon.
I gotta see a replay of that one. I'm not sure how the Cocoon exactly connected with the Rumble, because a couple flashes were burned. Not sure if that's who On was going for, or just who he just happened to find. Regardless, target A, On. I mean, that's exactly who he wanted to find, right? Could not find anyone better to set up the start of that fight, and the follow-up from Wei was fantastic. Otacon easily secured here by BLG. Just so easy that they decided to move straight onto the Baron. We'll see if they use this to bait him in and turn with a GA buff, or just stick it, as Wei spotted being marked by On, and he's just going to be forced out, so that's a free Baron for BLG.
Wow. BLG. They're just getting everything off the map here, Matt. I mean, my goodness. They get the Otacon practically for free off of that pick, and with the Baron, the pressure that LNG face of losing more than what they actually want to gamble. Here's the replay.
I think it was a High Chow flash, and then, yeah, just ended up finding Zika. Yeah, I mean, High Chow, he could have ulted out of that one, but burning the ult before would have been really painful. So that flash, unfortunately, I don't know if he meant for it to be a get down, Mr. President moment, because I think that Zika was actually the president. That Cocoon hit in. He was the one that was
more like a Thanos, I'm sorry, little one moment.
Yeah, yeah, we were setting him up to be the hero there. And
he was
unfortunately,
betrayed.
He gets one-tapped. Yeah.
Oh, boy. Well, that was not the greatest outcome if you're an LNG fan, as you're now staring down a deficit of 8,000 gold against BLG, who are just pounding this inhibitor tower in the mid lane, using the power of the Baroned up minions. And they even have been on the top side taking care of business through this tier 2 quickly. This inhibitor will fall, and the rest of BLG, they're going to try and go for it. They have to send High Chow back. I mean, Nexus turret 1 falls. Juo is the first target they find, and he just gets completely decimated. BLG 5-4. LNG running out of options here. I mean, you might as well try to kill the minion wave. They turn onto the left side. Q Flash finds the target. There's the
Using
Fate Seal onto the
Otacon.
back line. Decent damage, but remember, the voracious Otacon gives them the GA, so they're not actually that dead. They can come back with the power of TPs if they need it. BLG forcing everything out of LNG's hand, but they're just not getting
Nice
enough
TP.
done. Way goes all the way in, but he's got
Oh my
9 in his back
goodness.
pocket, and he unloads the rockets into his back. LNG tried, but it just wasn't enough. Once again, a BLG now have them cornered 2-0 in the series.
Oh.
GG, well played.
What a disgusting end to the game from BLG. I mean, they turned the Otacon into a Baron, into 2 inhibitors, into 2 Nexus turrets, into the Nexus, as they just kept on pushing forward. Doesn't matter if you go down. They had 3 TPs because they had the poke Varus. Used all the GAs and the TPs to make sure they ended the game on that push. And this is something that BLG as a team already did and does now so well. It was ending games quickly, ending them cleanly with Baron. You give a team of this caliber that already had that skill down really well in Otacon just to see how much faster they can end the game. And BLG did so in clean fashion there. And what a game that was a little bit more competitive. I mean, again, props to Zika, who I think had a really nice game. Just unfortunately, Haichao Flash, he wasn't able to flash himself, wasn't able to react to that one. He goes down, and that's really what started the chain of events to fall and what led to a quick BLG win after that.
No notes, Matt. I mean, I have to give credit to LNG where it was due. There's a lot of proactive moments where they didn't hesitate on when a pick was presented to them. They decelerated Wei for a bit in the early game after he got off to a nice roll on the Xin Zhao. There's a lot of moments where as soon as ultimates were available, they immediately sent it on to the squishier members of BLG. But it just seemed like because of the pressure on the grubs from the first 2 rotations being taken off, there's just so much ground to make up for that they had lost with all their towers taken. The economy difference was just so massive regardless of these picks. And then, as you pointed out, you know, Zika, the main person that was the most ahead on his team, an how should I say this? An unfortunate sacrificial lamb to the slaughter.
Not exactly who they were looking to sacrifice there if they had to sacrifice someone. But that's too bad. I felt like Zika had a nice game, but that pick was really the first domino to fall for BLG. And BLG, like, how many games from last year, I mean, can you think about as a fan just watching this team where they get a Baron, first Baron, game's over, you know, wrapped up in 25 minutes or so. But this time, 25-minute Baron plus Otacon. Boom, like, game's over. I mean, that took like 3 or 4 waves after that for them to end. Just ridiculous how, with that buff, how hard you're able to push. And then you give that to a team the caliber of BLG with the skill, the talent that BLG has. Game over. It wasn't anything that LNG could do in that.
I mean, you look at the goal difference over time. I mean, even though it doesn't represent when Zika was necessarily keeping LNG in the game, apart from some small dips upward, it was still always soundly in BLG's control. And just, you know, looking forward ahead in the rest of the series, you know, 20 champions now gone from the table, and one of Zika's best champions no longer available. They tried their damnedest to make this pick work. What options are left for LNG now?
I guess we'll just have to see. We don't really know how deep the pools are of LNG. Not quite yet. It's only really seen them go up against Thunder Talk. So between Demacia Cup and here has been the bane of their existence. If that's the case, no surprise that Bin's the bane of their existence too. As at least for Zika, a player that, you know, had some hype behind him in LPL, someone that folks are still excited about. It's this top laner that has been up and coming. I think fair to say that by now he's an established top laner in LPL. I do think that he has some nice moments in that game, but I mean, man, just BLG. This is a team where they get ahead, and it just feels like the game's over at times. With the talent they have, how well they play the map, and how well they play ends, it's really cool to see. It feels like a skill that BLG's always had, much like T1. You know, just turning one Baron into the game just like that.
Yeah.
And BLG certainly did so in this one.
Hey, they made World Finals for a reason. They've made multiple international finals for a reason, right? I mean, this is the caliber of the team that we've come to expect and consistently just be delivered. And regardless of, the Knight has only been with this team now since the start of 2024, but a majority of the core was still there. Obviously, Shun and Wei were trading spots this past year, but still, Elk and On, Bin, they've been part of the BLG namestay for, some time now, and it's just been consistently some of the highest class of play in the entire world.
I crazy to think too, like ever since Knight and Top Esports benched Joao in that split, they benched him for Mark. He hasn't missed a final. Like that was 22 summer. Ever since then, Knight has just not missed a final.
And he's done it across multiple teams
so
too.
Ridiculous. Huh?
Yeah. And he's done it across multiple teams too. So the consistency is just insane.
Yeah.
Top Esports,
JDG,
it's and now
crazy.
BLG.
It's pretty crazy. So yeah. Anyway, player of the game. Who you got? Okay, Wei. I know Wei got caught once or twice. I do think that it's very deserved based on how well he was playing in the early game. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, Knight this game was, a scaling damage dealer, right? So, he did his job once he got there. I think, like, On could have been the next potential candidate because this Elise support was definitely something that, set up a lot of these things to, play out well. But Wei was the architect for the early game and got a lot of things rolling off the ground. But, of course, that's going to do it for us for Game 2. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, Game 3 will be coming your way. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Game 3 coming up in just a few minutes. Draft. There's a lot of things that are now off the table. 20 champions are hitting the permaban board thanks to it being fearless mode. Among them, a lot of 80 carries are still not available. I think Kallista's been permabanned, though. I don't know if that is going to be let up anytime soon, but just to kind of recount people, I've gotten some written down. There's no more Varus, there's no more Misfortune, there's no more Ezreal, and technically, even though it's not an 80 carry, it is a bot laner that we've seen a lot, there's no more Ziggs either, so...
Yeah. We've seen Ashe being banned in the first 2 games. I think my eyes are on her in terms of where we see her in the draft. I was a little bit surprised, actually, that we didn't see Ashe picked up with the Rumble combo. I think, and the Vayone was fine. I kind of liked the draft that LNG had. I thought they had win cons to it, but just never were able to get things going in 3 lanes because when they lost 6 grubs, their lanes just crumbled at the hands of BLG, and what resistance that they put up in the mid game really was on the shoulders of Zika, who got unfortunately caught out the top side by a cocoon that his teammate flashed and caught him, and that was the beginning of the end for LNG.
That's still so tragic that that's how it happened, you know?
And then he flashed after, which also feels bad, you know?
Oh,
happens.
man.
Yeah.
I feel like there's definitely been a...
If I was playing the Rumble there, I would have also flashed, because I don't have the guts and to be like, oh, that's going to hit my teammate. And then I definitely don't have the reaction speed to, like, or react flash afterwards. I just would have panicked flash, you know? See, sometimes being bad has its advantages, right, Rafa? It was a bummer though, for Zika. I thought, again, his Rumble is a really, really good one. And
yeah,
just not enough to get the win. And I have an odd feeling that just might be one of the stories of LNG, the split. Like, it feels like we've seen Zika have success. We've seen Weiwei have success. But the group that's around them, the hopes of that group of 5 having success, it doesn't feel the same as the LNG of last year that had Scout, Gaba, and Hong. I mean, that was a team that could compete, and this team is really struggling to compete with the top dogs in BLG today.
Yeah. Weiwei is definitely trying his hardest, and I feel like in game 1, he had nowhere near as much leg room to really salvage what had happened across the map, since he was playing more for himself, playing on that Zyra. You know, when you go for one of the fast clearing mages, you are kind of relying on your team to give you the space and the time to scale on up and be a significant threat. This time in the game 2, you know, Weiwei took the Vi, saying, listen, I got to use my own agency to facilitate the rest of my lanes, you know, and he did the best that he could. You know, I think if we have to give credit over to LNG, but, you know, BLG's pressure is just relentless, man.
They're a damn good team. It's a reason that they've made multiple international finals. Reason that they've wasted each of the LPL trophies last year. These guys are they're crazy good. So, yeah. See what this year has in store for BLG. I guess it would be kind of nice for BLG. I mean, if they go wire to wire winning the LPL this split, and they can say they won one more trophy than last year. That's not too bad.
True.
Knight gets to make some additions to his trophy case, and these guys look really good. I've just been so impressed with how well they have been playing, have been competing in LPL so far. I know it's been a small sample size. I know that we haven't seen them pushed or challenged too much yet, but it still feels like BLG just have not missed a beat.
Yeah. Well, to kind of zoom out for a moment, because I think we're still waiting on draft to get started for game 3, a couple things. If BLG do win this game and close out the series, that does officially mean that both BLG and Thunder Talk will qualify to playoffs regardless of the last 2 matches, respectively, of between BLG and Thunder Talk and LNG and EDG, because both BLG and TT will be both 2-0, LNG and EDG will both be 0-2, so no way for them to catch up. And the only series that will really matter will be BLG and Thunder Talk for proper seeding from their respective group.
Dude, imagine coming into 2025 and saying, I'm excited for BLG versus Thunder Talk, or that's the best match in the group. That is the best match in this group, hands down.
Yeah.
Didn't have that on the bingo card. If you think, like, just imagine saying that 6 months ago. People would have called you nuts. But that's where we're at in the LPL. That's part of the fun of this league, man.
Yep. For me, definitely giving a lot of credit over to 1xN and Feather, who have, really...
Oh, Satab too, man. Satab's off to a good start.
I mean, the Yasuo game in particular, that impressed me. I think there's a few games where I felt like Satab was just...
Demacia Cup Akali. I mean, he's got the melee hands
right,
for sure. He can pass the test there, yeah.
All right.
So I know a little bit more about him just from following the LCK and LCKCL.
Sure.
So good to see him in LPL. I've been happy to see him doing well.
Okay. Respect.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% convinced, but I will accept that it's just because you have the tape.
That's fine.
The history of watching him.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm convinced either. He's been outperforming the expectations that I've had for him, which I've been happy to see. So
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, 1xN and Feather, definitely, I think the two standouts that have been the most impressive for Thunder Talk.
Yeah.
And
1xN's been killing.
Yeah, 1xN, absolutely fantastic. And if this is a BLG 3-0, I think Elk On versus 1xN Feather will be probably the biggest test that those two will have had for themselves, but it will be a great opportunity to really push themselves in their limits. But obviously, we do have to, give credit and benefit of the doubt that, who knows? We could be in an alternate timeline where LNG reverse sweep BLG, and it just really throws everything into the mix. But, that would be some insane odds.
If that happens, I think that we will all lose our damn minds moving forward here. But
yep.
Yeah, it's not what we expect, but never know exactly what's going to happen. That said, Nocturne going to be first picked here for LNG. Potential Pantheon to answer coming out from BLG, and we'll see what happens with the Orianna pick. Of course, potential to deny that away from the Nocturne, Ori Nocturne combo, always good. We'll see if BLG wants to take that one away and take that one for themselves, as Knight did start today by winning his 1v1 against Haichao with the Orianna. And we could end it by seeing Knight's Orianna, which is
I love
fantastic.
This early snipe on the Xayah.
You do?
I think this cancels Nocturne. Like, Nocturne tries to fly to you and you Featherstorm, and there's not much you can do to follow up on it.
The tether can follow through if you're not fast enough. I don't like early Xayahs because I think that she's so vulnerable to range. And I would really like this Jinx comp. Or Jinx pick in the Xayah. I do really like Jinx in the Xayah. Especially because we are on the new patch. It's worth noting. Yuntals did get buffed, and Jinx is really strong on this patch because of it. So Jinx might be a little bit higher priority, as the Hurricane also feels really nice on Jinx too. And Yuntal just gives you a better starting point. So, I mean, for me, I think Orianna makes a ton of sense here. Just add more zone control to the mix that Xayah has to deal with in terms of walking through balls. I would love to see that, and frankly, kind of expect that instead of an Akali. That said, I'm going to be disappointed. It's an Akali. That's a bummer.
As he said, with great disdain in his
you're
lower
passing
register.
up on Ori Nocturne and the ability to like always threaten Xayah and her ability to walk up during fights to take the Akali. I don't like that trade. That said, what I do like, Bin Jax, I don't think that anyone's seen that and not like that. So
True.
Be treated to yet another great Bin champion, and guess what? By blinding the Jax like that, has the power to throw a couple bans to protect himself up there in the top lane.
No Croc for LNG. Another...
Maybe a Cannon ban? I mean, that's just a decent matchup against Jax. I don't know if they have to keep on taking away.
If you wanted to go for like a
damage.
pure lane counter pick, Udyr would be something that you could snipe away too. That's always a tough time for the Jax to deal with.
Or Gragas. I think there are so many like options in the top side that they might just elect to pass on a ban and just be like, hey, we're just going to deal with whatever you throw at us. That said, of course, Akali showing for Haichao and LNG. No mid laner showing for BLG unless something crazy happens. So throwing some bans at mid lane, I think very reasonable.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what I have yet to test and don't know how this interaction would go, Rafa?
What's that?
Mel W and Silas R. Because technically, doesn't he like send out a projectile? I think it can be blocked by Windwall.
Yeah, you can
So
block.
can Mel steal her own ult if she's reflecting it. I don't know. Or like steal someone else's ult? Does it go to Mel, or like does it go to whoever's stealing the heart or whatever?
I don't know. And you know what, Matt? We have the technology to test that out ourselves because Practice Tool now allows more than one person. So if BLG cleans this out 3-0, let's do that as an after series activity. We can find that out together.
Okay, Rafa. Okay, we like that. Azir being taken.
By the way, guys, we may or may not stream that interaction and post it up on our coffee page.
Oh, okay. The coffee, I thought you meant like stream as of you. I was like,
no. But if you guys want it, we will first hand test that interaction and post it on the coffee page as additional content.
Well, let's get back into the draft. Poppy being locked in for Zika in the top side. That could be interesting going up against the Jax. Kind of a neutralizer up there, but value of Poppy so far actually pretty good with the Pantheon, Jax, Azir, and of course Xayah. A little bit shorter range. You can threaten if you are able to E the Xayah, and you can get the R off through the root. You can still cast abilities, so some value there for Poppy. Another way to force Xayah R2 to potentially set up for the Nocturne Akali combo. And of course, Alistar locked in. Alistar win rate has been very high so far this split of LPL. Will be countered by a Bard.
On's Bard. Well, I'm not going to lie, Cubby. I don't really have any thoughts about it. You know, there's like...
I have a thought. A shout out to Mazel, who would really want to make sure that we share this with everyone else.
Okay.
If we go to Season 14, and we go to On, and his recent games, I go to the very last game that he played in LPL playoffs, which they won. He is 0-6-12 on Bard in what was just a game that he was completely griefing into Alistar on Crisp, into Weibo. He did not play well this game.
Oh,
it was not a good game for On's Bard. He was kind of running in there. He threw some bad ults.
Oh, no.
It's going to be better this game because it couldn't be much worse than that one. I have more confidence in On than that.
Well,
but if you want thoughts about, the Bard from On, that would be some historical data.
That's quite the heinous receipt to just whip out on him, man. I mean, that is... On, I know you can't hear us, but I wish you could so that you could defend yourself, bro.
He did not play the pick of Worlds, and he only played it one other time in the entire last calendar year, but being quick to bust it out here.
Well, we'll see if On can
haven't been too hard
with
for BLG. He just needed to make game 3. He needed to make game 3 harder for his team, Rafa. That was it.
Yeah. You know what? I'm already having faith in this Bard performance because he's rocking what is my favorite Bard skin, the Snow Day Bard skin. You get the little penguins to collect and hot cocoa. Exactly. And we're still technically in the winter season, so it's the perfect time to rock a parka, even though Summoner's Rift looks more like Halloween than winter with the blood red color schemes.
Season, according to the calendar and the solstice, even though the winter feels like we're halfway through or just about to be halfway through.
Riot, if you're watching, please bring back winter map for Summoner's Rift. I beg you.
They brought back Noxus map. It's winter map time. Or they created Noxus map, I should say. Winter map time.
And this is the closest to Halloween that we have seen in quite some time. The colors just fit. It's kind of like autumn, and then the sense of dread with the red.
Yeah, it reminds me driving through just the draws of Oklahoma with all the red.
Wow. Specific. Is that when you first moved out to LA?
Dude, driving through like Texas past and like Oklahoma or like mostly Texas, like to the west of Dallas. I mean, it was pretty much just hills and red terrain. It was kind of gross, but that's what this riff reminds me of.
Damn.
Yeah.
If you're from Oklahoma, I hope you don't just take that. You should answer back at Cubby, tweet at him, or
you can take it personally, but I'm not wrong about what it looks like. It's just
why are you booing me? I'm right.
It's an opinion about whether you like it or not. It's a fact about what it looks like. We'll put it that way.
Understandable. Oh my goodness. Zika's taken a lot of harass there from the double range bot lane of Elk and On. And I feel like Zika's gonna be forced to teleport back to this lane to catch all the minions. I'm not sure if that's something that BLG can really punish, but it looks like Zika's actually just gonna take the long, slow walk and hold on to that TP just in case BLG
Right
try
call.
and punish that later on.
Yeah, like if he TPs there and he dies, I mean, his game's pretty over. He's kind of forced to walk there if he wants to get his health bar back. So, but that said, he loses the wave.
Yeah.
So, expensive, but
Yeah.
we're healthy.
Thankfully for Zika, though, Wei Wei is pathing towards the top side of the map, so he'll have Nocturne support at the same time that Wei will be hitting the top side of the map. And while Pantheon has been super fun to watch in the LPL specifically, and hopefully around the world as other regions start implementing the champion into their own games, Nocturne does have a... Well, I was going to say a slightly faster clear. However, Wei's doing a great job of, matching the pace, which I'm really surprised about, honestly. Like,
The Pantheon clear, like with the preemptive smites and the guaranteed crits, it's actually pretty strong. So good to see Wei utilizing that decently well as he does wrap his clear before the Nocturne. Well done. Did burn one more smite than the Nocturne, though. So if Nocturne were to contest that crab, actually would have been able to secure it with the smite.
that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. So Pantheon going to kill that one. We'll see if he goes for the dive. Pantheon dives extraordinarily strong in this early game, and he's looking to posture for it. See if Zika's wiser to it. Just have a ward in the brush, and looks like he's backed off.
He does have to be careful, though, because if he times the W at the same time as the steadfast presence, it will not go through, and he will not get his stun off on the Zika. But he is being forced back, and Knight might just look for a solo kill on the High Chow, but he leans to the support of Wei Wei, and because he's there, Knight is forced to flash over. Wei Wei follows with his own flash, and now is trying to keep in range of him using the slow from the red buff, and here comes High Chow. Wait on back. Wei Wei with first blood.
Good attempt from Knight on the sidestep on Nocturne Q, but just not enough to get out of there in one piece. And good play from LNG as at the moment both of our top laners being starved. Advantage slightly in Bin's hands in terms of experience. But honestly, I mean, pretty big here for LNG because who'd you rather starve out, a Jax or a Poppy? So having the Poppy in the starve situation, trading that for the Jax, not bad.
Yeah. Solid stuff here from LNG. And I mean, Zika just knows his role this time around. I mean, he's tried to play a couple carries in the first two games. This time he's on tank duty, and when you're weak side tank duty, you just gotta accept the fact that, like, hey, even if you are down a lot of CS, you're still gonna be able to do your job.
Was it like Darshan used to say, like, your game goes from, fighting the top laner for just, like, fighting for any just crumb of dust you can find on the Rift in terms of golden experience? Like,
Yeah.
whatever you can find anywhere, it's good. And at the moment, advantage Bin, who's up after this wave likely a level and a half on Zika. So much like game one where Bin was put in the solo lane on the Cassante in that game, this time around on the Jax, we did have LNG go try and choose to help out this Poppy in terms of figuring out what to do. Or it was trying to free it up. Not the case, and Poppy falling behind now in experience.
It's been relatively quiet apart from the one explosive mid lane fight we got from Wei Wei. A couple flashes were burned in that exchange, but Wei Wei is now hovering on the top side of the map just in case Wei commits, and they might catch him here. The stun gets interrupted by the pulverized combo, and the magical journey, can it get them back to safety as they take it all the way across the wall? It comes at the cost of Wei's flash, but he is still alive thanks to On.
A nice portal from On. I know that we were joking about his bar, which he played to secure the LPL trophy last summer, even though that game wasn't the best from him. That was a nice one there. Gets his team to safety. And with that said, BLG, it doesn't feel like they've won the health bar war, but they have won the pressure war. It does help that Bin is here. Does not have the TP. Zika, if he wants to try and contest, could TP here. Does have the the TP available. Not empowered. That happens later on in the game. But of course, if the TP changes, can go anywhere. Not the case, though, and no fight breaks out. Grubs split 2-1, and we'll see what LNG wants to do next. And honestly, who puts their focus on the dragon? I feel like Nocturne maybe wants to farm out at least one item before he touches that dragon.
See what Weiwei decides to end up doing, as he's got a few camps spawning on this bottom quadrant. Might be enough to allow him to hit that first item, which with the tunneler build, I believe it is that Hex Tech plate that gives him the ultimate ability haste, which has been pretty niche for a lot of champions, but so good on Nocturne especially.
Ooh.
However, Photic forced to pop the cleanse, and Elk was trying to line up the feathers off that Featherstorm, but doesn't quite find it to rip the Blade Caller onto Photic, but does get a flash out of Jewel. And for BLG's bot lane, at least doing a decent job of maintaining the pressure and trying to use that double range advantage to their success.
I was about to say, it looks like On took his finals Bard performance personally so far, because it's been quite good this game.
He heard you were talking some smack.
I wasn't me that was talking. It was a lot of others. I'm just conveying the smack that I heard talked, quite frankly. I agree,
you brought
though.
it back
He did
up,
not play
Matt.
well.
You brought it back up.
I mean, if you saw that game, it should be brought back up. It was
Nice job by Ben to use that Demolish proc to get a nasty amount of gold through that first plate. Not quite enough damage to get the second plate down. I'm curious. Ben has not really revealed his cards of whether this is going to be a normal Bruiser build Jax or if this is going to be potential tank Jax. Something that we saw, as we already alluded to, Flandra, showing off in last night's series, which was Iceborne Gauntlet and then a tier into the Fimbulwinter. But since there's no tier already in his build, I would imagine that it's not going to be the case, as he would want to start sacking that up as soon as possible.
Yeah, I do like how he's playing for the grass procs there and pushing Poppy away. I mean, I think the next base is probably just going to answer it for us. I'm okay with the early cloth armor. Keep in mind he was in a 2v1 scenario, right, with him being the one. And against Poppy, too, that can be rather useful. Oh, boy.
Oh.
Paranoia.
Normally, I say that Featherstorm's a great answer into the Nocturne Paranoia, but not when you don't have it off cooldown. And On tries to save his 80 carry with the Tempered Fate, but it's just not enough. There's too many skill shots to account for, and Photic, alongside Weiwei, is able to get the job done.
And creative attempt there from On. That was actually really close. And I like the play from LNG because they took that on the Featherstorm timer. Look at Elk right now in the gray screen. His ultimate is available for the fight. It was not. So forcing Paranoia on the Xayah on that timer, I think, was well played here by LNG.
LNG, I mean, they're finding a decent early game footing. Watch the replay once again.
Yeah, look at Spectator. You can see how quick that Featherstorm's coming off cooldown, but just was not able to get it on. Really clever attempt. Love seeing Bard's attempt to be creative. I think that with this champion's kit, he is a goofy champion. You gotta see and think about the game differently if you want to be a good Bard player. Meanwhile, hold on. Hi, Chow.
The Grand Star fall.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's out of there.
Okay. Hi, Chow. Just giving him an extra bit of chip damage with the second cast of the Perfect Execution, but it does force his ultimate out, and that's a strong port of Akali's power. Unfortunate for On, doesn't necessarily stop the recall, but Weiwei is here. On, just going to use the magical journey through the wall. No danger there. 3 grubs for the second rotation has spawned once again, and because Hai Chao commits the teleport despite being down the Perfect Execution, still enough pressure that allows LNG to clean up a majority of these grubs unless Weiwei can sneak one of them, but it doesn't look like to be the case here.
They have vision. We'll see. Maybe Knight just tries to throw a Q in there. No, not the case. So 4-2, grub advantage for LNG. First time that's happened tonight.
True. Hang on, Matt. LNG there.
It's begun.
Potential for that game 1 upset, as now another Paranoia on cooldown forces the flash immediately out of Knight. He's still safe, but that's a summoner spell gone. As Zika's getting dangerously close to soloing out Ben, but he still had a flash, and he still had the Grandmaster's Might, and now Wei is here, and Zika is low on mana, low on HP. Keeper's Verdict at the ready if he needs it. Here comes the windup, and yeah, Wei is going to accept it. That's an ultimate gone.
Yeah, could have flashed over that one and tried to continue the play, but just going to eat it because with Zika basing, could lead to a free dragon here for Pantheon to respond to the grubs as well. So I like some of the caution being shown by Wei to not burn his big tools just to find a kill. Instead, just going to take the map state that would have happened either way, get Zika back to base, and make sure that this dragon goes over to the hands of BLG.
Yep. And it is the first dragon of the game. Probably one of the slower ones that we've seen in this series so far. Not necessarily a rare case in the LPL, as, you know, dragons have been less of a priority. Oh, Knight, you got to be careful, bro. Jewel does have flash, but a nice, well-timed... I'm not sure what Jewel was looking for. I guess he tried to get in range with the minion fairy, but that is Emperor's Divide traded for perfect execution, so I think Knight is totally okay with that.
Yeah, I like On coming to drop some hot cocoa for his mid laner, as it's about plus 130 health there from those 2 Ws, and probably going to leave a third on its way out, too. This will prompt Joao to stay up there a little bit. Bring Bin up in the bot lane if he wants it, but into Poppy right now, not much doing. As
I like that little micro interaction there. Zika just eating through a minion to dodge the Counter-Strike stun, but it's just the small things that, as a jungle man, you don't really pay attention to. You know, I'm farming my camps, and I'm just seeing if the waves are pushing or bouncing back, and I'm hovering, but, you know, it's the small things that are always cool to see in League of Legends.
well, gonna hopefully see some big things from Weiwei as Paranoia is up. And you gotta believe that him sitting 2-0 with that experimental hexblade, we're just kind of waiting for him to press R and see what happens. Also,
I feel like I stun locked you with my intrusive thought. I sincerely apologize.
No, you're fine. You know, sometimes
I just want to address the awkwardness. You know.
Sometimes,
but,
Rafa, we just have to, you know, move forward and move on. And
it is always so funny to watch you just struggle to compose yourself after something's been said that you were not expecting. I don't think he was expecting this cow, and he gets interrupted on the magical journey out. He's not getting out alive at all. And with the lights turned out, Elk has no idea that there's an angry cow walking towards him. So he's forced to pop the Featherstorm, and then, it's not enough damage from the Super Mega Death Rocket, but it was close. And LNG, they're trying to slam that foot on the pedal. Wei comes in with the Grand Starfall, but I don't know what he was expecting to get, because Weiwei is there to cover, flash into the W to try and ferry himself to Jewel, but he's got the damage reduction for the ulti, and Elk just can't do enough. Flash from Weiwei gets him out of range from the turret, and LNG are probably playing their best game of the series yet, Cubby.
Yeah, and everything is really happening off the back of Weiwei, but that time around, it was Zhuo working with Weiwei, getting behind everyone with the Nocturne to set him up. The two headbutts really leading to the 2 kills. They were golden from Zhuo, as we're going to get a replay. I mean, it's the angle on, just using the fog. Weiwei, they had vision. Zhuo snuck into the fog, into the pit, headbutt from around, and then Photic. Really good movement from him there. That click up into the river got him out of the rip from the Xayah. And then a well-played Super Mega Death Rocket. It did get the barrier from Elk. As we return online, looks like we thought we were going to have a fight going on. Not the case, but a 2K gold lead from LNG. Last game, it was the one member that stuck around the top laner in Zeka that was big. This time, it's the other one, Weiwei, who's really making things happen for BLG.
I think Bin was trying to anticipate the Keeper's Verdict and flash over it, but I don't know if it was just a little delayed, but Wei steps aside it, maybe has one more Q in the tank, but Zika sidesteps it. LNG are cooking, man, and here comes Haichao to look for the punish on the Bin. Grandmaster's Pipe is just popped a little too late, I fear. My goodness. Tempered Fate is going to force the flash out of Haichao, but man, oh man, BLG, they haven't gotten a single solid play for themselves on the map yet.
Heads up. Elk could be in trouble if he shows. Does have Flash and Featherstorm. But yeah, Paranoia.
That forces the Featherstorm. But there's a flanking Jewel, and they follow him into the jungle quadrant. And this time, the Rocket finds its mark. No barrier, no Featherstorm, nothing to protect Elk on the Xayah. And that's 6-0 for LNG. Cubby, this is the best that we have seen LNG yet.
Yeah, LNG are cooking, and they scale decently well, too. The tank Poppy, the Jinx behind it, and keep in mind, Yuntal is buffed up on this patch. This is looking rather nice for LNG, and for BLG, I mean, I gotta say it. Oh, hold on. We can't talk. We had a TP
They're
coming
gonna try
on
again.
In. Yeah, Knight's been focused a lot, but now he's gonna
New
turn his sight on the
challenger
Poppy.
approaches.
Yeah, goodbye,
Zika
Poppy.
has no tools this time to escape, and this is a guaranteed kill. BLG's first one of this game 3, which feels pretty strange to say for the side, especially if we just know the pedigree of BLG, but they're going to continue pressing forward. Fodic forced to flash, slowed by the Cosmic Binding. They turn their eyes on the Jewel, get his flash as well, and now Fodic is in trouble. No flash to dodge the Temper Fate, and surely this should be a solid shutdown bounty going back over to Elk.
Pretty decent answer coming out from BLG. They did lose the Rift Herald as that was picked up by Weiwei while all that was going on. That said, BLG, they're going to take the tower now after the kills. Mid-outer gonna fall, and see they set their sights onto the Dragon. Haichao will dock down top outer for himself, but again, LNG, I mean, just good to see them making these proactive plays together as a team. And I want to see where the next Paranoia is at, because Weiwei's really dictating the pace of the game with his ultimate. I know both him and Pantheon have some pretty big reach with those R keys. It's been Weiwei getting the best of BLG so far.
I will say, Matt, the last 2 plays kind of looks like the older brother for BLG just logged on for the first time this game. And I hope that for LNG's sake, that the older brother doesn't stay on for that much longer if they want a chance to continue leveraging the momentum they have found within the first, half of the game.
Yeah, that was an overstay from LNG and a good bounce back from BLG. They were trying to take down that mid-outer turret, which you can see is just barely standing on BLG's side of the map. LNG overextending for that one, not respecting some of the creative timers that you can create between both Pantheon and Bard. But now, keep in mind, LNG, they've still been the ones dictating the pace of the game off the back of that Paranoia, using that to cheat their own tempo. That is back up and available for Weiwei, and we'll see where he uses it.
It's still a solid 2,000 gold advantage for the side of LNG, but, strangely enough, BLG were the ones that got first brick off the table and, took out 2 towers despite not having a majority of the grubs. You would expect that LNG should be able to do a lot more in that department. But the fact that BLG, off of their 2 picks alone, getting back-to-back objectives, it's what we talked about this entire series. What makes BLG so terrifying about a team, their immediate positioning to, as soon as getting 1 kill off the board, their ability to transition that into a sizable objective advantage. And whereas LNG, they've been getting a lot of kills, but not really that much to combo off of it.
Yeah, do want to keep track of the Rift Herald, just to see if they can cash that in. Of course, that's one where, speaking of the combos and some of the pressure, Rift's a big one. You can drive home quite literally. As currently, no objectives on the map besides Otacon, which did spawn topside. It's voracious, it's a pro game. We all know what it is. Oh, okay, here we go.
A little far from Wei, but Haichao is forced back into Wei anyway, since the rest of BLG was collapsing through the bottom quadrant of that jungle. Another successful collapse by Wei through the power of that Pantheon ultimate.
Yeah, we've seen a Weiwei have some very impactful paranoias. It was Wei's turn to use his arcade to do something good. Looks like Haichao, his flash is coming off cooldown, so nice job on BLG on tracking that and finding a way to punish it. And Haichao could have played that one, or could have played his way out of that one just a little bit better. Between the ult, I think, going the wrong way there, but some credit over to the other side. It was positioning well to make sure that ult couldn't take him over the wall.
Sure.
Yeah.
2 minutes on the next dragon here, Matt. And BLG have already picked up 2 of their names. So if they are able to easily secure this one, this puts them at soul point. And, they don't really have real tanks on this BLG corner, but it is Mountain Soul. Knight might be in trouble, but he's got On here to escort him out safely. I imagine that if BLG, if they secure Mountain Soul, back-to-back dragons, it it makes it so much more tough, or it's so much tougher for LNG to successfully assassinate the threats on BLG. You have to fight through Barrier, you have to fight through Mountain Soul, and the added resistances on top of it. So they're going to try to pull the trigger here. Paranoia into the Featherstorm, answer blow for blow. But Elk might be forced to flash, but it's a great collapse from Zika. Still looking for the turnaround and the follow-up, but Wade turns around with a collapse of his own. The counterattack is too great for LNG to overcome, and the rest of BLG's strength rises in numbers. LNG just got nothing left to fight back.
I gotta see a replay on that one because the start of the fight looked pretty promising for LNG. They found a really nice combo onto Elk. The engage from Zika was big, but the follow-up just wasn't there. Jinx got taken out by Knight on a bit of a tankier Azir build. That dominated the fight, and I gotta say, next objective take, it will be feats of strength as well. So looks like BLG, they've set their sights on the Otacon, uncontested at the moment. And again, really want to see a replay of that fight, because I just want to see if Vodek had any angles to get involved in terms of hitting Elk, because the setup was so good. Take another look. It was a TP from Knight. The Grand Starfall was used too, and yeah, they get Elk up in the air, burn that. Zika, the flash, the engage, but Vodek just was never able to get in because of Knight. The combo with Wei was fantastic. The Jinx gets one shot. The damage was not able to follow up on Elk. For the rest of the team and BLG, they got their members in to protect their AD first. Meanwhile, Vodek fell first for LNG, and BLG take the fight in dominating fashion from behind.
And just like that, Matt, the first 12, 13 minutes that were going so well for LNG, there was a moment where they had 6 kills to 0. They had a 3,000 gold advantage. And the next 12 minutes have just completely erased that story. That narrative is gone. BLG are back in control. They are now on Soul Point after the take of this third dragon. Otacon secured on their side. And it's back to the same expectations that we had at the beginning of this series, BLG being the favored ones.
And with the Otacon now, we've seen how aggressively BLG has played this in the past 3 maps. Using it at the moment, the Siege bot playing inner turret. They do not have grub advantage for the first time in the series, so these turrets will stand a little bit longer, but they've still corralled LNG and forced them to defend this bot inner turret. LNG not able to access a top wave. It's kind of a dead wave at the moment. Can't get to the top side camps because they're defending this, and so BLG dictating the pace of the game, and LNG have to dance to BLG's tune.
The voracious GA is doing so much work. Bin is occupying the attention of 2 players on the top side. Wei just collapses through Bin, but these GAs are going to get popped. And BLG, they knew what they wanted to come for. They get the tier 2 turret knocked down, sacrificing the voracious GAs of both of their solo laners. And that's a small price to pay for the continuous salvation of BLG's Game 3.
Yeah, sight's not going to be on the Baron, as we are past the 25-minute mark. Of course, Baron, new spawn, and also slept on. Push back the spawn of the global buffs, too, by 5 minutes, which I like a lot, because the global buffs are extraordinarily strong when you get everyone a blue buff or a red buff. So I like the fact that Baron spawn actually did push back that timer 5 minutes, something that I think a lot of people have thought about in the new season.
Fair point. I haven't thought about that myself either, now that you mention it.
Yeah, not bad. I still don't like that, you know, they Oprah'd the red buff and blue buff to everyone. Just not a giant fan of that.
Yeah, it's it does delay
nice,
things a lot, but
yeah.
I mean, as a jungler, hang on. Decent engage in
must fight.
Top quadrant. Zika
Wait,
in trouble. Teleport coming in. I think it's Knight. And I don't think Zika's got any more friends to bail him out of this one. Baron is alive for the taking. BLG have numbers. And they might deal with the waves first before attempting to threaten it. There is a ward from LNG's side that keeps constant vision on the Baron side for now. So BLG are just going to be happy with the pick.
Yeah, I'm curious how BLG snowballs the game from here, though. They have reclaimed their gold lead. And, okay, they're just going to hit Baron. I can't see them sticking this. On's also a mile away. And for whatever reason, doesn't have flash available. Okay,
Paranoia.
oh, wait, no.
Lights are turned off. Wei steps up. Zhuo pops the ultimate, tries to reduce as much damage as he can, but he's separated from the team. Good locket timing, tempered fate. He sidesteps it, but Knight comes in, and now he's looking for Wei. The rest of the backline from LNG completely zoned off. Zika rejoins the fight. Wei pushing forward, and the Shield Assault just completely demolishes LNG's front line and backline in one swift strike. BLG wipe the floor with LNG, and any chance for an upset is just not in today's history books. BLG are the dominant ones. They are one of the best teams we've seen in LPL, and that story does not change tonight.
Right on. I know I gave your Bard from LPL Finals some grief to kick off this game, but this game 3, much, much better for On. That last fight was fantastic on the Bard, and BLG ending this series with a hell of a punctuation mark at the end, as this was a game where you called it out, Rafa. LNG, they had a good start. They got the first 6 kills. They had a lead. It was in their favor, and BLG's ability to just turn the game like that, flip it on a dime is what it feels like. Again, something this team has always had the firepower to do, but to see it here, man, really good. And in terms of LNG, we saw Zika get a lead in game 2. Wasn't able to convert that to a victory. Wei, I thought, had a really nice game 3 and some good starts. Just couldn't convert that to a victory. It just feels like LNG, it's sad because we've seen these pieces in the past have success with this roster. They've competed with the LPL at the top of the table, and this year it just feels like you're approaching a doomed year as a fan if they are going to run this 5, because this is not a team that's going to be able to compete with the top of the LPL from what we've seen so far.
So close and yet so far in their own way, and it does sting even more to lose in such fashion in front of your home crowd at the, hopefully I'm saying this right, the Sujo Arena. You know, they had the fan base come out in massive support, and I'm very positive they'll still be supporting them after the series, being able to see some of the bright moments that were genuinely there. You know, game 1, not so much. That was like pretty much a roll and a stomp, but you know, game 2, Zika's Rumble, Wei's Vi, they were creating moments of opportunity for potential comeback. And then game 3, I mean, this opening 12 minutes, as we both called it out, this was the closest that LNG had to realistically a real shot at taking a game off of BLG. And it would have really opened the conversation of, you know, what we could have expected. But with this victory from BLG, it is now official. Both Thunder Talk and BLG will be advancing from Group C, respectively, into the playoffs for our first split of the 2025
group,
season.
Baby. You want the TT versus BLG. That's the best matchup that this group has to offer.
And we're going to have to wait until we come back from Lunar Year break.
Yeah, I will see if the form of TT can improve, or I should say continue and keep on improving. But, I mean, BLG, again, the start of the LPL, some of the tournament favorites and some of, you know, the favorites for not just split 1, but like 2 and 3 to go international for LPL, they've not had the hottest starts to the split. BLG, they've had a very hot start to the split, man. These guys, again, just the talent that all 5 players have just individually on this roster, that the pedigree that this roster has. Have the games been perfect? No. But we've never really expected that out of BLG. What we can expect is that when they do get leads, they can just take it from 1k gold to 10k gold so fast, and we are still seeing that with the Otacon on the Rift 2. I still want to see BLG get challenged more by a team, but to see them take care of business in this style, it's still really promising for BLG fans who it just seems wild that the hopes of this team, it's like the last couple years, I mean, all they've done is just go international and play in finals or push for finals or lose in semis to people that ended up winning finals, right? Yeah. Like, this is a team that is just on a ridiculous tear, and it really feels like it's set up to continue yet again this year.
And with that high of accomplishments that they've reached in the past, it's just only natural that our expectations are going to match that ceiling going into today's series. And, you know, I think we were very honest up front that, you know, LNG were not expected to, you know, have that much of a fighting chance, especially given their Demacia Cup performance and their previous series against Thunder Talk. credit to, you know, the couple moments where they looked good and there was, you know, potential to really build off of. But unfortunately for LNG, apart from one last, you know, series that they will play against EDG, that unfortunately doesn't really mean much for playoffs, that will be the end of their split. And then they're going to have to wait until split 2 before they can get back in the ring and try again to go farther.
Dude, that gold graph was something else, man.
Yep.
I mean, that looks like LNG 2024 to LNG 2025, sadly. With how that one fell off. Yeah.
Oh, man. That's
Ouch.
brutal. Even our producer is just going, you know. if we're getting our producer to react like that, you know it's some tough stuff.
Sadly, not wrong, which is why we can have a good laugh about it. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
bit of a bummer.
Let's get some MVP discussions out of the way. I mean,
Yeah.
Okay.
We got a second series to get to, man.
That's
we got 2
true.
best of 5s tonight.
So, all right, well, check this out. We'll reveal the MVP of the series going into our second series, but we're gonna have a caster swap. So this is the end of the night for me and Cubby, but you know, letting you all know, our producer Bread is doing double duty tonight, so he's the real GOAT for the production on tonight's show. So big shout outs to Bread and shout outs to him for running the show while me and Cubby get to, you know, sleep early. Credit to BLG, quick 3-0 over LNG. Before we sign off,
I'm
Matt,
staying up for the next series. What do you mean?
Okay. Well, I'm going out of town, so I got to pack. So I got to take care of some things. But Matt, before we sign off and swap it on over, anything you would like to share with the audience?
No, thanks so much for tuning in, supporting this broadcast. Reminder that this is an unofficial broadcast, so any support, whether it's dropping subs, members, or supporting the coffee, fantastic. A shout out to Aaron Soup, who is our special coffee supporter already. So if you guys want to have your name read at the end of broadcast, stuff like that, please feel free to join us. And the support so far has been amazing, and it's great to bring the LPL to you. And we'll see you guys for the next series. Excited to watch.
Thank you so much, guys. We're going to see you next time. Give some love to the next caster swap coming on in for our second series of the night. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English broadcast. My name is Yanni. I'm here with Rudu, taking the baton over from Rafa and Cubby. We just saw a pretty resounding 3-0 by BLG over LNG, although BLG did not make it easy in that last game, Rudu. It was a bit of a fiesta, we'll call it. Yeah, it's, oh no, oh wait, oh no, I think Rudu is cursed. No, bro, it's okay. He was talking about cool stuff. He was talking about how, it was the outcome that we expected, but, even though the last game was a little hairy, BLG, of course, came away with it. Hello, Rudu?
We're back! Thank
All
you,
right,
Prod.
my goat.
My apologies.
Speak, my goat.
So I just wanted to say a very small thing, that they'd waited 17 minutes before they decided to play that game. But then BLG decided, okay, we'll turn it on. We'll make sure that we're actually taking this as a 3-0. That was all. Thank you very much.
Okay, excellent. And a great way to summarize the series is having a look at the player of the game for every game in the series. As, Knight, it's actually just the last game, my bad. Knight, player of the game for good reason. That is Zero ult over near mid-inner turret. Really turned the game heavily in their favor. And once they got that, BLG did not lose control.
No, exactly. And I think that there was an emphasis on Knight this game that there kind of needed to be. There was a lot of focus around Elk and making sure that he was removed from the game. When that happens, you need your mid laners to step up, and Knight did exactly that. So it's a very well-earned, well-justified player of the game for Knight. Yeah, and good to see a nice Azir performance too, because we saw a certain mid laner that's going to step up in this game and not have the greatest Azir performance, and maybe they'll leave him off of it. Maybe his fortunes will change. But enough about the last series. It's done. It's done with. Now we're going to sink into the final game of the second week of LPL. RNG versus IG. RNG 1-0 coming into this one. 3-1 game score. IG 0-1. They were 1-3 in game score. Lost to NIP earlier in the week. Yeah, a bit of a upset victory for NIP, at least in my opinion. I was on cast with Mazel, who was a little bit like, I don't know, guys. The Doinby guy, he's pretty good at League of Legends, so maybe that was expected. But even still, this should be seen as a challenge for RNG, but also a bit of a challenge for IG to see how they can bounce back as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. And you can take a look at the squads that we have on each side here, starting with RNG. No, I'm sorry, my bad. We're taking a look at the groups. And one thing to note is that Group B is already good. We've made it. 2-0.
We know who's going.
Yeah, we know who's going through. It's just a matter of who is going to grab that ever-elusive first seed. And in Group C, that's not updated right now, but you can see that BLG, if you were here for the last game, BLG is now 2-0, and Thunder Talk being 2-0 means we also know who is going through there. Just a matter of who gets that first seed. The other groups, you can see Anyone's Legend, 2-0, great start. And then, of course, Group D that we're looking at today.
Yeah, so for Group A, at least, there's a really interesting match between Top and LGD that needs to be played. That's the decider of who makes it out of Group A, and then still tons of games to be played in Group D. The important part about this series specifically is that if RNG do win, they secured their spot and they lock out IG from being able to make it as well. So 2-0 here, very good.
Yeah, this is a group where we expect IG and NIP to be the top two teams out. Let's be frank. This is RNG's chance to shock the world, right? A team that was so maligned last season that even finished in last at one point has a chance to change their fortunes here and also kill IG's playoff chances. And this is the squad that's going to try to do it. RNG, a team built completely on pure young talent. One thing to note is that Niket will not be playing today. Lela is going to be playing support.
Yeah, so a little bit of a substitute in at the support role, excuse me. And of course, the sort of not necessarily franchised anymore, but the star player, I feel like, Milky Way in the jungle, had so much praise from last year coming in, and now looking at what is going to be a very formidable opponent on IG's side, definitely do have a little bit of eyes on that jungle matchup. But Tanyuan as well in the mid lane, certainly a player who we can be looking for a continued improvement.
Yeah, I love that there are plenty of things that we could look at here and really sink our teeth into because there's great young talent on the side of RNG. But if you take a look at the side of IG, great talent, maybe not necessarily young, but these are the LPL's greatest hits, as I like to call them, with, of course, the Shy and Rookie, right? The Shy, Jija, Rookie, Gala, and Mako. And it's really funny, Rudude, that these two teams, they were so focused on development in the past, and they have just gone forks in the road here with IG deciding, hey, you know what, we are going to put together the all-star crew. And RNG still focusing on development.
And when you've got the opportunity to pick up these pieces, it makes sense that you do exactly that. So IG, like you say, throwing caution to the wind with their previous ideals around building a roster, and instead have picked up some very, very mainstay LPL names as well. So a lot of expectation on this roster, and the fact that they did end up losing that series versus NIP was very devastating for them, and for the fandom as well. They should be looking at that and being a little bit worried. I think as long as they can right the ship here, the narrative I want to try to push for today is that this should be a very good redemption story for IG. If it isn't, that's again something that we need to continue to look at.
Without a doubt, Rudude. And, if you haven't been paying attention to League of Legends for the longest time, RNG and IG have both been long-standing organizations in the LPL and have had their fair share of highs and lows. And it's been a while for success from these teams. The last time RNG saw any really strong success was
constant
in
healing with his passive as well. There's a very good reason that we're seeing, should see
Gala
Maokai, I should say, return to this top lane. I'm glad to see Shanji beginning it.
When you look at IG and NIP,
now they go back mid lane. They know Rookie doesn't have flash. He burns his Chaos Storm, but he goes down instantaneously, and that is the lethality of an Akali in mid lane. Now Mako gets concussive blowed, hit by the piercing arrow. Bullet time coming out, no more unbreakable, and Liam just gets the kill, flashes out, concussive blow against Rookie. We have to see what just happened.
Very palpable down on that bot side, and this was, I cannot tell you, I know, sort of struck the game and lost them the series from Rookie, but there are definitely a couple of those early missteps into very late game crucial mistakes that are happening as well.
Yeah, they need to get themselves back on track, right? And RNG also needs to be a little on track here, because the last time these two teams met, it didn't exactly go great. This was in the Demacia Cup, and getting picked at level 1 is never a good start.
No, it's not the ideal, but they attempted, I will say, a little bit of a rally, a bit of a comeback, and as we can already intuit from this, it was IG that came out on top, were able to right the ship, let's say, and you can see, look, I mean, they're 6 minutes in, 8 kills already picked up, so it's a good look for IG coming into this series specifically, ending a game in 17 minutes inside that with 26 kills, something you should be feeling pretty confident about.
Yeah, and not pictured there. Remember how I said Lela got caught out at level 1? He got caught out at level 1 a second time. I mean, they were down 2,500 gold at 5 minutes in. But one thing that we really didn't get to see, and one thing to remember, is that IG was already locked and RNG was already out. And, Tang Yuan on RNG, had to play the Annie that game. They gave it to him. Didn't really see too much of it, but in the first series of the regular season, this guy looked really good, and maybe he can become the player that everybody was thinking he was going to be after 2023. And one thing to watch is this matchup against Rookie, because, listen, Rookie has been there, done that, one of the greatest to ever do it.
Yeah, I mean, if we have the opportunity, I think we've got a little showcase of the two of them going head to head with one another, and what that might look like. Either way, though, when you are this new up and coming mid laner, you're up against Rookie of all players. The numbers that they may read for, they may make for sort of sore reading, let's say, as Rookie, 1, 2, 2. KDA, maybe not the highest necessarily, where Tang Yuan, you can see, he's bolstering that KDA quite effectively, but looking at that damage percentage, damage per minute, Rookie just unparalleled by anything that Tang Yuan has to offer.
Yeah, and this is where stats can kind of fool you a little bit. You take a look and you're like, Tang Yuan 16th in DPM and 15th in damage percentage. Well, Milky Way is a huge carry, and even though Tang Yuan did play champions like Yone and like Akali the other day, he looked pretty good on Ahri, and can play that supportive playstyle to help out Milky Way. And meanwhile, Rookie on the other side, anybody on that IG team can carry. It's just a matter of what are you going to put into his hands. I got a couple of opportunities with some scaling champions, so you know that damage number is going to be high.
No, you really do. And unfortunately for Tangan, that's something that he's going to have to deal with. And you know that Rookie is going to be the person to pump out those numbers and to really make the difference in this series. So that's exactly the type of thing that we need to see RNG answer.
Yeah, and just getting some production word here that there is a fairly large break that is going on with the Chinese broadcast. So we're actually going to step away for a little bit while that gets settled. And then when we return, we will be getting probably into the draft at the very least for RNG and IG. Don't go anywhere. We'll hopefully see you very soon.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves. Down
Hey, we're back a little bit early. You know, just a little bit, as you saw the time was starting to go down. We are back. Everything is all good to go as they are now in Shanghai. You can see Milky Way is just yeeting these envelopes into the crowd and hopefully not poking out any eyes. That dude is just like flinging those things.
You know, they didn't think they had to come in and play Dodge the Envelope to watch this game of League of Legends. However,
Bro, looked like Twisted Fate out there. You said.
I like that. TF is a good call. No, I mean, he's got some wild cards in his back pocket for sure. But I wonder what's in those, actually. Oh, no, another round. IG this time.
Here we go. All right, I want to grade their skills. Okay, he just threw like a bunch of them.
These are like nice tosses, though. These are
these are
up in the
nice.
air. Not underarm, but also like not darting at people's faces. This is good.
Exactly. He's not like Milky Way out here competitively throwing. Oh wait. Oh yeah, there we go. Pick that one up. Yeet that into the crowd. There we go. Good job.
Happy
Was that
days.
Mako? I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice. Excellent.
Walkout
All right.
success.
Yep, we did it. Ah, that's so nice too.
I much prefer this to just walking out and then saying hello, which is, this is a little more personable, I think.
Yeah, man. I think the LPL does that so well. It just I started, being on this project, as you can see, Darling Dumpling Amumu. I get to see so much more of the content that they make around their players, and it just feels so personable and nice and warm. I really love that sort of thing.
No, I do as well. Getting the personality side is certainly what you're
Hang
after.
on. I like the dichotomy of Amumu like waving his arms excitedly while also looking mega depressed.
Yeah. Little bro's real sad, but
Hey
also
guys.
the hands are saying something else.
Yeah. You can have a lot of friends in that skin. They might just be after you for your dumpling up top, though.
Well, hey, that looks like a good dumpling. I'm gonna be honest.
Excellent.
Not the only reason I would be friends with Darling Dumpling Amumu, but definitely it's on the list.
Excellent. I wonder, do we have a hot second to show our updated graphic before we hop into draft? Nope, I don't think so. We're doing the probably
It's
getting ready for
1v1,
the
right?
1v1.
Yeah. So
It looks like they're all
there are
seated
some
for,
notes.
not a 1v1 though.
No,
because
they
I
all
know
take
they
a
all
seat.
stand up. Yeah, but then they all stand up and crowd around their 1v1, don't they? Typically.
this is probably the
assume-
settings check.
Yeah,
This
I assume.
might be the settings check at the minute where
Oh,
they're
no.
like, let
Oh,
me figure
no.
out our hotkeys and stuff.
Oh no, yeah, probably is the settings check. Yeah, all right, let's take a second and take a look at this updated RNG roster that we have for you, with Lila playing support. As we mentioned earlier, Nickett not going to be a part of the squad for right now. I do wonder if that changes with the result of this game. Remember that RNG is 1-0 and do have a chance to lock a playoff spot here.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit strange, but they are in currently like a playoffs point position, right? If they take a series here versus IG, they'll find themselves going through to the playoff stages, and then the odds have it that IG won't make it out as well. There's like a small world with tiebreakers where it's possible, but that would rely on RNG then going 3-0 in the group, and that's again something that would be an unexpected outcome.
100%. And we're hoping for a bit of an unexpected outcome in the mid lane here between Tangyuan and Rookie. Remember, we had those stats up earlier, but remember, Tangyuan, outstanding rookie of 2023 summer, did have a rough 2024, but a young up-and-coming player against the veteran Rookie. He is ready, Rudude, to tell this old man, get the hell out of the mid lane. The future is now, as we are heading into the 1v1s here. It's Xiaoshu versus the Shy, so we're going to have the top laners go at it.
Yeah, and the global ban on Mel as well. That's why you're seeing that little graphic up in the middle.
Yeah, we're on the new patch.
Yeah, largely AD carries taken off the board by Xiaoshu, and the Shy obviously taking away what looks to be some very annoying top laners to play against. Shockingly,
Warwick out of here.
you got the Corky back. I'm falling asleep already.
It just feels like he's the premier 1v1 champion. And I think Corky's been picked in almost all of them. Obviously, the one last night that was Alistar versus
Darius, right?
Yeah.
It was a weird 1v1. I think it was
I can't
Alistar
remember.
Darius.
No, Renekton.
Same sort of thing, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah,
But,
for sure.
I
See
mean,
what the options are.
is he letting it go to random? Oh, okay. Ooh dear.
That would be so funny. They just have to random it. That would be terrible for competitive integrity. But we are going to see Corky versus Udyr. The problem with this 1v1 is that, Udyr is never going to get to the point in the game where it's like, I'm Udyr running down a carry. But at the same time, once that arena gets down to the very small area, it's going to be a little bit of trouble for Corky because it gets that small, I think, before you can hit 100 CS, but just before. I think we've seen 90 CS at that point in time, so at that point, you're on a knife's edge.
you're really incentivized to just wait. And I think that the meta of the 1v1s is evolving here. As long as you can survive, not lose your turret, you can force a 1 versus 1 a little bit later on. And obviously, if you die when that arena's in, it's just curtains anyway. So there's definitely a world where this Udyr has a opportunity to outscale the Corki, if that's the correct terminology. You're just effectively waiting until the arena is so small that you can win in the 1v1 and make sure that you're taking that victory through that avenue. So it's all about who's getting these resets. I think the Udyr should be able to stave off a lot of the poke from the Corki, but ultimately Xiaoshu has a very real possibility here at just being able to farm up, kill the Udyr, and then farm up again, kill the Udyr again, and might possibly take first turret as well.
That would be pretty nice. I'd be really excited to see that as we head into the game. Both players choosing their summoners of choice, Barrier and Ignite. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. Not seeing an exhaust though, but you know, it's dealer's choice at that point. Usually these 3 summoners are the ones you want.
So let's see. Okay, over under on how many auto attacks the Shy actually gets onto Xiaoshu this game?
I think I'd like to set that line at what attacks he gets on him. Probably like 22 and a half.
22 and a half? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go, just for the fun of things, like a lot lower and say like 8 and a half.
Oh, no. There's definitely going to be a lot more than that.
I definitely think you have the better pitch for it, but I think that 8.5 is a funnier narrative to try and track.
Oh, 100%. Hey, listen, when you're around it all day for your job, that's kind of how it goes. So, you know, for those in chat, you're welcome for that. You know, you can go have fun with that.
The additional ones.
Yeah, exactly. I like the mirrored starts for both of these guys. Double Dorans for each side. No boots for the Corki, but getting a null magic mantle compared to the cloth armor. Yeah, great analysis. It's just cool that it's like, oh, it's so similar, you know?
No. I mean, it's not wrong at all. It gives a little bit of sustainability. The tank items earlier on are just more effective. Damage items are really good once you get to 3, 4, 5 items, but early on for first items, just being able to build up some resists is far more valuable for the little gold that you get. So no surprises that we see that be the avenue that we see Xiaoshu take. The Shy on the flip side, opting into that cloth armor, knows that he's going to be getting whittled down by those auto attacks, and like we've mentioned, is just attempting to stave off the early game for the most part.
Bro, this 8.5 line you set might actually be... I was kind of expecting the Shy to at least be able to touch him once. I think he maybe got off 1 auto attack so far, so that's...
Yeah, it would have been in that trade there, and I didn't quite see whether or not he actually got the auto. He walked up, put the Phoenix down, and I don't know whether the auto came through or not. But either way, we'll assume 1 for the sake of your needs. Yeah. Your line here is feeling a little bit thin in the sand.
Oh yeah, no, this seems pretty terrible. As you see, Xiaoshu now level 6 means he's got those rockets available. Yeah, they don't really do that much damage, but make it that much easier to clear these waves. And you know, unfortunately, Rooted, it feels like we're, you know, you mentioned earlier that you're already kind of falling asleep with the Corki pick. He just seems like a resident sleeper 1v1 pick most of the time. But some of the times he can brawl a little bit like this.
Hold on, that's 1. That's an extra auto, so that's 2 in.
Okay, excellent.
You're feeling really good now.
Yeah, we're on our way. That's even before the Ring of Fire, the Fortnite, the Fortnite Storm.
I hadn't figured that out. At some point, like, the Shy is forced into auto attacking. So maybe like I say, this line is a little bit too low. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe Xiaoshu decides here that this is his recall timer, but he does have Demolish.
Oh, get him!
So he might be looking for the turret also.
The Shy just clearing things out, having a good time. You know, the Udyr was never going to be up on CS. Oh, come on, the Shy.
Wow,
you had to have known that was going to happen.
In a Howling Abyss game as well, cancelling a recall. All the talk of tempo, just incredible. Now, I think we're going to look for a Demolish proc and then look for a reset, which is a little bit greedy.
I love it.
He doesn't get the Demolish proc either. Did get the plate. And now this is Cannon Wave that we have to push in. So with a full mana bar, this isn't the worst thing in the world. It's not too difficult. And we will now see a decided advantage for Xiaoshu in the 1v1.
Yeah, bro is going to come back. He's got 2,900 gold. You just saw it flashed on the screen. He's going to come back and he's going to start dispensing damage. Like, sure, you know, you have your Bramble Vest and you got your steel caps if you're the Shy, but You're staring down a sheet. Oh, a Hex Drinker too. I like this.
Yeah, it's a pretty big disparity between these players right now. So we will figure out who's going to be coming out on top of this 1v1, and if it's not Xiaoshu, there is something wrong.
Yeah, honestly, that would be a pretty big deal, and I'd have a lot of questions that maybe you need answering. Okay,
how many autos
the
is
Shy.
here?
Oh, there's so many autos, bro. We're so in.
I'm cooked.
Wait, they're still going. They're still fighting. The Unite is down. The Shy will be forced to burn his barrier. Xiaoshu's got a big one in the back pocket.
Okay, well, unfortunately, like I say, I do believe I am cooked, as we've now
you're
gone.
definitely cooked now.
We're far over the 8.5s that I
God, I'm a
theorized.
genius.
Have you been
I'm so
counting?
smart.
Do you know your 22.5s? How close are we?
No, I got no idea, bro.
We'll have to go back in the replay. It's fine. We'll figure it out a little bit later on. Either way, though, I mean, Xiaoshu, you can just see absolutely tearing this one up.
Yeah, you know, the Shy isn't taking as much damage as I thought. The only problem is he's just not dealing any damage right now. The double Doran's ring is, you know, it's helping a little bit, but it's not really doing a whole lot. Those auto attacks are not coming in hot and heavy for the Shy.
No, they are not. We are relying very heavily on our base damages right now, and you know, fortunately, I think that the Udia might be able to get away with it, as you can already see an element here of the Shy feeling confident, but he does still have to work through that Hex Drinker. The Turtle Stance doing a lot of work just keeping the health high, and maybe this war of attrition might actually be won out by the Udia. Yeah,
because every time Xiaoshu auto attacks, he's getting the Bramble Vest procced on him. He's taking damage. This is actually really good for the Shy, and you know, is something that we talked about that could be a problem later on, but even before the Ring of Fire is here, Xiaoshu is having problems.
Yeah, so we need to see if Xiaoshu can make a recall happen, finish off that Trinity Force, and then look to try and take a fight versus the Shy on that item spike timer. You can hear, I think that means that the Ring of Fire is probably on its way in like 30 seconds or so. So this is your really last wave that the Shy can push in before he has to recall, start thinking about getting that final purchase in before the big fight at the end.
And the big number for Xiaoshu here, 21. I doubt that he's going to be able to pick up 2 kills here. So just 21 CS away, -1 there. You miss a cannon too. Already on tilt for the game, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, the fortunate thing is that at this point, we're not basing
Shopkeeper run! Shopkeeper run!
Is the Shopkeeper on Howling Abyss the same as the Shopkeeper on SR?
No, they're different.
No?
One of them is... Yeah, one of them's
canonically
dude.
Boris, right?
I don't think so. One of them, the one on the red side, is some old dude from that like knows Ezreal from the lore, and then the guy on blue side is like some dude from the Freljord.
Oh, see, for some reason, I'd always thought that the Summoner's Rift shop merchant was called Boris, because whenever you lose lane or like, lose items, you just
Boris is the goat. All right, 91 CS. Let's see what happens, because that Ring of Fire is starting to close in. Xiaoshu is just standing in melee range. He's trying to get off that Gatling gun as best he can. Shy is losing some HP, but they are both losing HP at a steady rate. As Shy's starting to go down, the ring is coming through. He's got nowhere to go. He seals himself up. Oh, wait. He's turtling hard. This is getting close. He's turning it around. Xiaoshu ran out of mana. And the victory goes over to the Shy.
Oh, the Turtle Gaming, that's incredible. Just turns around the fight from sort of 100 HP into sustain, sustain, sustain,
so close.
and win. That is Udia Gaming in a nutshell, right? Like we said, weather the early game storm, find the all-in when Xiaoshu is forced to fight you. Wow, okay, well played.
Damn, feels bad, man, but feels good for IG, as they will have side selection, and Rudud, I imagine they will be selecting the blue side, as I think every team has done so far.
How controversial of you to suggest a team pick blue side. Who would have seen that one coming? Yeah, there we go. IG choose blue. Wonderful. Means that we have got RNG on their red side for game number 1. And obviously this is our 3rd day maybe now on the new patch, where we've got, it's 25 1.2 to try and stick with Riot's nomenclature that they've changed into for this time round. Just my own personal opinions on this, what changes they made. Obviously the facts of the case are a couple of nerfs to Cassiopeia, Aurelia and Victor, but I think that there's small changes to AD carry items which actually increase Jinx's power specifically. Yuntal Wild Arrow's got just a little bit of a buff with some of the stats on it and a little bit of a gold increase, but making it overall a much better item in totality. So we'll wait and see whether or not that Jinx ends up being something that is as highly prized as I foresee it to be. And the rest of the changes really, other than the couple of nerfs that I'd already highlighted, don't seem to have affected how the drafts and meta has changed in the LPL in these first few days.
Yeah, I think that's largely correct. And, we saw Photic in the last game get that Jinx. Obviously, LNG was unable to come away with the win, but he looked pretty good on it. But one of the other things that we forgot to mention, the Feat of Warfare is now a thing instead of Feat of First Blood. It's first to 3 kills. For those who may not know, have been living under a rock, haven't exactly been paying attention, that, it's the first to 3
They won't
kills.
have even known. They won't have even known it was First Blood. They don't know what Feats of War are.
Exactly, yeah. So, a minor change, but, definitely, I guess it doesn't really change the way and how important dives are, right? It's like, okay, you're still going to do a dive if you have the opportunity to. It's not like you're like, oh, well, we don't get the feat of strength, so we're not going to go for it. So
the reward is just slightly less now, which is absolutely fine. And I think that change is definitely a good feeling change. There were so many demotivating moments that you could just tell, and I think that probably stems back to maybe a more solo queue oriented change as opposed to a competitive gameplay change. But the idea of getting first blooded and then all of a sudden you're already at this massive disadvantage of needing to get first turret and needing to get the first 3 objectives did feel quite overwhelming if somebody on your team was just AFK level 1. So it's a nice little change, and there's a little bit of leeway now in that.
Yeah, if you are on a professional team and you're flaming your teammates because they gave up first blood, I think you might have bigger problems than worrying about that 1 feat of strength, without a doubt. Remember, keep in mind, as we are waiting to get into the draft, that the last time these two teams played, it was really, really bad. It was only Demacia Cup, and a game that really didn't matter for either team. But there's a lot of pride when you are playing not only League of Legends, but League of Legends at the highest level. I'm sure RNG is definitely not forgetting what happened the last time these two teams met and are looking to put their best foot forward here tonight.
No, absolutely. And I mean, RNG is a storied organization in the LPL, despite their recent trends, not having had successful finishes for the past couple of years. An organization that has had so much legacy behind it. It's a little bit devastating to see them in this trough. However, they're currently 1-0 in the group. IG 0-1, a win in this series for RNG does put them into playoffs for this first split, which would be a massive victory for this roster. But to set expectations, to draw people's eyes to what we anticipate for this series, it should be the redemption story for IG. They're currently 0-1 in the group. They took a 3-1 defeat to NIP last weekend, or the start of this week, technically, with the way that the LPL is working, but start of this week, they lost out to NIP. Moving into this game versus RNG, they're on a road of redemption. They need to win this game to keep themselves with a chance of getting into playoffs, and really they should be looking to do it convincingly.
Yeah, without a doubt. I'm sure that Jachi and Lila are salivating at the opportunity to take on Gala and Mako, not only because Gala is RNG's ex-AD carry, but also because they didn't really look that great against NIP as we head into the draft, and already we're seeing respect being paid over on the top side with this Jax being banned first. So giving something over to Xiaoshu, knowing that, yeah, this guy's really good at Jax, take it off the board.
No, and I like that a lot, right? Just a little bit of respect given to the appropriate areas of the RNG roster is something that is always going to be powerful. Skarner remains that red side ban that we anticipate for every single game of the LPL. And the Leona, interestingly, getting taken away as well. So a couple of focuses that are anticipated, a couple that, for me, catch me off guard.
Yeah, I mean, at least Cassante and Skarner make a lot of sense, right? Skarner's been banned every game. It's been 51 games. He has been banned in every single one. 100% presence. Cassante, he's got the most wins for any champion in the LPL right now with 11 after the last series. So get him the hell out of here. And look, Kalista too. Second highest presence. Has been banned now banned 37 times and picked 4 times. So there's just so many OPs, dude, that you have to get rid of.
And now IG get their pick of the litter, right? Blue side, the power of winning that 1 versus 1. They're now able to take a OP pick into the jungle, or
you could take Jace.
into the top lane. I mean, I currently just
Or the mid
see
lane.
Wukong as being super, super strong. A champion that evaded nerfs on this patch, which is something that probably
Crazy.
shouldn't have happened. But maybe that's more, again, the solo queue in me that's seeing that come out. However, the Jace locked in is something that we've seen a ton of in the LPL. Obviously, the popularization by Flandre of the tank build, and now that being adopted by a lot of the players in this league. We got to see Doinby play against IG in their previous series, so a little bit of, let's say, PTSD for IG as they take this one first off.
Yeah, and we're seeing RNG come through with the Nautilus and the Mbessa. A lot of players have been taking Mbessa into Jace while lane's a little rough. Side laning afterward is really, really good. It's always like, yes, you know what? We're good to go. And I like IG's pickup of Zyra here into these two melee champions that are going to want to get down and dirty. That ultimate is just going to rip them apart and cause a lot of problems.
Yeah, and it also sort of sets a bit of a bounty on Milky Way to say you need to pick something that can go pound for pound.
Bro.
And that's exactly what we see from Milky Way, the most touted prospect coming into this RNG roster for this year. The exciting piece of this puzzle has taken Karthus in game number 1 to match that full clear, to match the speed of clear as well that the Zyra is going to be putting down. And this is exactly the type of, I'll say, hands check that I like to see from both of these junglers.
I'll admit, Rudude, I'm worried for RNG here because
well,
Milky Way was the outstanding rookie of 2024 spring. There's a reason why he didn't get many accolades in the summer because things shifted over to those AP junglers and he just wasn't as proficient on them. Sure, he won a game on the Karthus in their first series, the last game of that series. He didn't look particularly good, man. He had a lot of times where he got caught in his own jungle, went down early, wasn't flashing Leona ultimates, wasn't able to dodge out on them. So
what you're saying is he was using his passive a lot. He was using his passive a lot.
That's
on
the problem.
Karthus.
He actually just wasn't, because he wasn't just instantly dying. He would get chunked, and then they'd be like, "Okay, we're done." And it's like, "All right,
And
well,
that's
what are you
it.
gonna do now?" So
Yeah, you can't really
if
walk
you're
in
not
and
using
die.
your passive in the middle, it's bad. You know.
Yeah. Okay, you got me there, which is fair play. And, you know, moving into what we've got for both of these teams already, it's very clear-cut what we're looking at already. IG composition has a good amount of poke, even if it is tank Jace, even if it is, you know, this more bruiser-esque build that we see from theoretically the Shy. There's a lot of range on this IG roster, whereas RNG, they are very clear-cut. We are going in with a Nautilus and an Ambessa, a Karthus ulti layered over the top. They've got tools to get diving quite easily. And with those double bans on AD carry coming through in the second phase, RNG's pool is definitely pinched. The Corki should be going down to that bot side, and RNG need to think about what their pick is going to be to help on out.
And it's really frustrating too, Rudude, because not only are they two of the strongest AD carries on the patch, when you start asking why they are, it's because of the utility they bring. Guess what? You don't get that utility for your Mbessa and for your Karthus now. It pokes a huge hole, I think, into the RNG game plan right now. And we're seeing the hover. You're not supposed to get baited by hovers, but everybody knows the legendary Kai'Sa for Gala. It'd be really nice to see it in the first game, man. I'm getting giddy just thinking about it.
So the still, there we go, gets locked in. Still looking at the support then to get paired up with the Kai'Sa. The reason that this gets locked in, Ezreal lane's really one of the only lanes that you can take Kai'Sa into. Kai'Sa's such a weak laner in her own right that the Ashe, the Varus, they really struggle, or they really benefit rather, when trying to lane versus a Kai'Sa. Ezreal doesn't have that same power. A lot of his damage coming from skill shots. Kai'Sa, obviously a very mobile champion, can be a very positive matchup for Gala in this match. So looking at how this Kai'Sa is going to be able to play out, gives a little bit of dive as well back to this IG side, and whether or not RNG are going to be able to find a mid lane pick to round out their composition, which is going to deal with these long range threats, is something we need to find out.
See what the last pick comes out for RNG. Will likely be in the mid lane for Tang Yuan. I think we have seen one mid Ambessa. But I don't really think we'll see too much of that as we see the Yone get locked in here. That is a Tang Yuan champion for sure. He played that in his last series. Looked pretty good on it. But I do have some worries here because your initiation is this Yone and this Nautilus. You don't have any CC outside of that, Rudude. It's I don't like it.
No, it's tricky. Don't get me wrong. I think this is a very tricky, difficult composition for RNG to try and play. They are still very dive focused. You can see that in their composition and in how they've picked it up. They've got Ezreal ulti to go over the top. They've got Karthus ulti to layer on top of the engagements that come through. Unfortunately, they are engaging into Zyra Maokai, which is a killer duo to try and walk into. Maokai has so much disruption just with the Bramble Smash in his own right. And then you've got the ulti, the W as well, to keep people rooted in place. Then you've got to deal with all the damage that is coming through from the Zyra plants as well. The double AD carry threat also there for IG. It's going to be a really tricky game for RNG, just conceptually from the drafts that they've picked up. But we're looking specifically at that mid lane, Yanni, to see whether or not this Yone can be the X factor. If Tang Yuan can be that player that we've built him up and that we need him to be for this series, that he was versus FPX, this time versus Rookie, the player who is absolutely dominating in damage charts, but has been known to just give a couple of little missteps and cost him team games.
Yeah, man, when you give him R5 and say, hey, listen, we're going to put the ball in your hands and give you a lot of damage this game, you know, you have to live up to that. And luckily on a very self-sufficient champion here, because RNG as a whole has no shortage of damage. It kind of feels like what they're doing is we'll throw 4 heavy damage champions at them and see what sticks. Obviously, some of us are going to go down, and that is a sacrifice we are willing to make. We just want to deal damage against a team that is not really tanky over on the side of Invictus Gaming. Obviously, tank items really OP, so Jace will get to that point at some point.
So we'll see if the Shy can be that tanky threat that we sort of expect the Jace to be. For me and my eyes through, honestly, this series as well, we've highlighted the mid lane. We think that Tang Yuan versus Rookie is going to be the area of the map where RNG should be looking to try and facilitate. But I do want to take a little bit of a focus on our junglers this time round, right? You mentioned that Milky Way had a great split 1, a great spring in 2024, and then a bit of a fall off in 2024 split 2, the summer split. But also, just more recently, JJ on the Zyra this time round, and just last weekend had a really rough series versus NIP, was getting constantly outpaced. Definitely not the type of performance that we've come to see from him. Had a stellar performance in game number 1 and then absolutely dumpstered for the remaining 3 games. This is that road to redemption. A Zyra carry game number 1 needs to perform.
Yeah, and one thing I like is it stays true to Jija as a player, right? He played Pantheon, Nocturne, Xin Zhao, like some of these really aggressive champions. And while Zyra is not like a go-in aggressive champion, you know, you go throw the roots on somebody, you know, get the plants, start dealing some damage. There is aggressiveness to be had there. But the counter engage is really going to be the thing to watch out for, as well as power farming and trying to make the first move happen.
Yeah, and I think that the power that the Zyra has over the Karthus specifically is the fact that Zyra does have CC before that level 6 marker. And I mean, the Karthus doesn't get level 6 power from being able to gank, but he does get a big boost to his damage. And I think that the Zyra early on in the game can be looking for those ganks and looking to impact lanes after a full clear.
One thing to note is there's a ward that Milky Way had gone past, so they know he's in the top quadrant. If you're RNG, you can assume you know where Jija is at. He is also on that top quadrant, so could see some early fireworks or just full clears in the back. It's probably what it's going to be. But
I think that incentivizes the bot lane, right? It incentivizes Lula to try and look for these hooks, which we've already seen a little bit of, in fairness. If you're anticipating that enemy jungler has walked up to top side, that's your timer to try and fight. And, you know, I mentioned the fact Kai'Sa, mobile champion, does fairly well at dodging out on the Ezreal skill shots. Well, if I'm doing that versus a Nautilus, that then becomes a lot more tricky.
Here we go. They have no idea. It's a ooh, wee, wee, ooh. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, there we go. There's the wall as Milky Way looks to move in. Jija gonna try to sidestep as best he can. And meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Flash is getting burnt by the supports.
Oh, interesting. I'd love to see how that ended up playing out. Looks like a cheater recall comes through from Gala. Rookie!
Oh, no! Tang Yuan! He is so close. He will be able to walk it out, but Rookie getting the better of him.
Now gank top side as well, Milky Way.
Yeah, Milky Way putting that wall down. The Shy has a level up, but the problem is he doesn't have enough mana. He's going to flash away. Milky Way in hot pursuit. Dodge out on the Skittles, man. Dodge out on the auto. He's just too slow. And Milky Way will pick up first blood.
Red buff able to do the damage there. Milky Way finds the gank in that top side after Jirja moved his way into the mid lane to try and pick up the kill on Tangyuan to help Rookie out. Expected that that's the area of the map that the Karthus would go. A quick revisit to that top side punishes the Shy, and that gets first blood onto the Karthus. A great acceleration, and despite the fact that Jirja able to find both of these Krugs, or both of these Scuttle Crabs, excuse me, 400 gold bonus, or 300 rather it is now, for Milky Way.
Yeah, you'll take that every day of the week. It's a nice confidence builder, too, especially on this Karthus. We talked about struggles with AP champions out of the jungle. Hopefully, you know, he's put in the work in the off-season, and so far, so good in this game.
Doesn't look awful at all. And I mean, like we've said, it's the feats of warfare now, so the first 3 kills are going to be what are important for picking up that feat of strength. And whether or not RNG can find another couple in the coming minutes, we will have to wait and see. But for the early game versus late game dynamics of these compositions, much rather the power that RNG have got in this early game, right? The CC that comes from the Nautilus, the playmaking capability, certainly quite high, whereas I look at IG and it really comes down to spacing and maneuverability. Mako, his engage range significantly shorter pre-level 6 than Lulu, so with that Maokai versus Nautilus matchup, the onus of execution and making things happen definitely going to be on RNG for the early part of the game. And then as we move later on into this matchup, the Maokai ult is going to begin to be your engages. You can try and use Jace poke and really force RNG to commit to those engages, or they just get poked out and then get zoned off of all of these objectives, which will prove to be so crucial.
Or they even get caught by it, right? While some of these champions are quite slippery, some of them aren't, especially looking at Milky Way here. Is 14 seconds, a little bit less till the grubs spawn. You can see the pings coming down for IG. Milky Way fresh off of the back with the bot lane for IG coming up top. It looks like those will go over to IG, but you know, we'll see.
Plenty
Joshi and Lele are on the way.
Plenty of plants stacked up here, so they're looking to take one down very quickly. And already looks like 5 people from both sides of the map are going to come up. Smite secures a second one. Remember, all 3 does give you that marker on the feet. Engage comes through.
Ooh. Lola misses, and now he's the one who gets engaged on. Fate Seal lands on a 1, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 for right now. Now Rookie's in the middle of multiple members, but he's going to chunk out Milky Way. Milky Way's got to have the fancy feet going. Jachi trying to poke him away. It'll be a 1-for-1, but 3 grubs going over to IG.
Yeah, Jachi there missing out on a very large amount of the skill shots. Quite a significant damage missing from the Ezreal in that fight, which definitely stung. IG able to walk in. They found the fight that they were after. They did get 1-for-1 plus all 3 of those grubs. So a big win for the IG side, and that redemption path that they've sought themselves out to be on. Definitely just taking the first few steps there.
Let it down. Let's see. Take a look into this replay. You know, the big thing is that Rookie was not around for this, but with Lilla going in a little too soon, not exactly also landing that hook, it was only ever going to be a 1-for-1.
Yeah, a rare instance where the lollipop actually favors players, where the lollipop sort of hooked onto a terrain instead of onto the players specifically. So IG actually there can thank their lucky stars just a little bit and be recognizing that maybe the Nautilus hitbox did us a favor for one time instead of it being the thing that ends up making me very, very sad. As IG continuing now with that advantage that they found on the top side, they should be looking to try and take a couple of plates, and that's the next natural progression. Try and pick up those plates, use those grubs that you've picked up for yourself, and already you can see 1 taken down in the mid lane. Jace pushing in the Ambassador on the top side, so already IG starting to play quite significantly aggressive with that advantage.
I like what Lola and Jachi looked for there. Unable to land the hook, though. I mean, they had an opportunity right where Jachi was level 6 over Gala. Not able to make the most of that one, and it's missed opportunities like that that are going to hurt you, especially against the bot lane, who we know wasn't exactly firing on all cylinders earlier in the week.
No, absolutely. And just even by CS as well. Now, you can make the argument for, well, Gala sacrificed a little bit more CS to make his move up to the mid lane earlier for those grubs, but small advantage picked up for Jiachi as well. So a small window and a small opportunity to see this Ezreal kind of farm his way into the mid game a little bit later. And I think that as we get into that late game, it's worth mentioning that RNG do also still have a large amount of damage in the Ambessa, in the Karthus. You know, Yone and Ezreal don't really need the introduction, but we're going to look to put the Ambessa down a little bit more. Xiaoshu in trouble on this top side as Jirja looking for a route.
Ooh, tried to time that well, but looks like He might still stick around and try to make something happen. Checha does have the ultimate available, but it looks like Xiaoshu will just be able to farm out that wave and live without an issue.
Okay, so enough sustainability and enough fancy feet to dodge out on the route. I think if the route lands, that then calls for Stranglethorns to come down and a full commit to the dive. But fortunately enough, Xiaoshu able to dodge out, makes himself feel nice and safe under that turret, and it's going to be traded. So Zhe spends a lot of time on that top side looking for a dive. Milky Way wasn't committed to a lane at that stage, finds himself a Drake in response.
The Shy teleports down. Xiaoshu going to take the long walk here, so clearly trying to set up to get this second set of grubs. They'll be spawning in about 50 seconds. Now Milky Way's on the bottom side of the map, and he's without a blue buff too, so keep that in mind. That is a lot of power that's going to be lost in an extended fight.
You can already see actually just how much health the Shy has been able to farm up really from the grasp, right? Like he's almost 2,000 HP. Yes, there's a Phage and a Ruby Crystal in his inventory, but that's not the equivalent amount of HP that you would expect to see from those items. Good to see though that the Shy is looking to punish on this Jace, the power again of the early game champion that has now seemingly scaled into the late game, or as a champion that can scale into the late game, I should say. He's punishing early on and will be a threat later too, so this Jace already worthy of that B1.
Yeah, Jace is just in a weird spot, man. It just feels weird to see him be like, oh yes, you can build tank, and everybody's building tank on their own. By the way, you can B1 him. It's a weird world we live in, Uru, dude, as the world might get a little bit weirder as the grubs have been started by IG. Over the wall is Tangyuan waiting for a position. I smell a tasty fate sealed potentially. They're trying to get this 50, one grub 50. Away. Here come the roots, and it goes over to Milky Way as they go all the way in.
Rookie back forward.
Kills are going everywhere. Rookie is the one who gets hit with a public execution, and now RNG's got the 4v3 as they start chasing down the Shy. Hook lands on Nemeko as they're chunking him out. He's forced to flash, but Chachi taken very low by the Shy will limp out in the Karthus ultimate with just enough mana on Mako. See you later as Milky Way gets him from downtown, and now the Shy is caught in a 3v1. It's just extra kills going over to RNG, and they're able to stop the stack too.
And that is beautifully executed by RNG. They deny the 3 grubs, so they deny the marker on the Feat of Strength. And they pick up a ton of kills for themselves as well. They've got the Feat of Warfare in their back pocket. They're working their way quite nicely now to a very fed Karthus. Milky Way 4-0-2. And let's see how all of this breaks down. The smite is early from Zhe, picked up by Milky Way to respond. And then Rookie here, Valkyrie's into 3 people. Incredibly brazen. Immediate punish from Xiaosu. Finds a great response. And then you think, okay, Gala with a good flash there. Maybe that means that the fight is just going to peter out. But Milky Way, he's working now. Can I get mana? Jungle privilege. If I sit in the river, I can now ulti. And the Shy just takes an awkward path back. He gets picked up, taken down as well. Lilla on this Nautilus. Not been clinical with the hooks, but has been good enough to find a couple of kills.
Yeah, a little too greedy there from the Shy, and really want to shout out Tangyuan in that fight, despite the fact that he got blown up in an initial 1-for-1. Also burnt the flash of Rookie, which I thought was incredibly crazy as to why he immediately Valkyried in after burning flash. That is a, as you said, a bold move.
Yeah, and one that I don't see Rookie trying to replicate is the word I'm going to use here. Not something that we should be looking to see happen from him again in anytime soon. Not without some very good reasoning. Lane assignments now need to be a little bit readjusted as we've got bot laners versus AD carries and vice versa in the mid lane. I think that for the time being, RNG quite happy with how those assignments had been laid out. You know, you've got your Ezreal in the mid lane, can ulti either side of the map, and now Lula.
The hook goes onto him. Public execution is there. The barrier got burnt, but it doesn't matter because an Embesta is going to try to chase you down. Gala managed to get under that turret, and nothing left in the tank for Xiaoshu. But Milky Way is going to get to safety. Give that one 5 big booms, Root, dude.
Boom! Boom!
Boom!
Boom!
Boom! Boom! 5-0-2 for Milky Way.
Lovely stuff. And Milky Way there with the Requiem picks himself up what is already a big bounty on the fact on Gala's head. If any chance you get to take out any Kai'Sa, it's worthwhile, but Gala's Kai'Sa specifically, definitely worth removing and reducing the XP gained, reducing the gold gained, stopping that snowball and stopping him getting to that late game. A valuable pickup.
And that's the kind of thing that you see when you've got a Karthus on your team. You don't necessarily need to kill the guy, you just need to get him low enough. Dragon coming up in about 20 seconds as Rookie is going to do what he can to try and secure first turret. Not too much resistance coming quite yet, especially with the 5 grubs. Xiaoshu is on the way, Mako and Zhezhe here to try to back up their mid laner as they will be able to take out that turret.
So that's a win then for IG, and I think that some of the expectations for this roster certainly holding true, even though RNG are definitely currently winning out on those hands checks. Part of the thing that makes IG so powerful and probably the favourites for this series is going to be their ability to play on the map, that more tenured experience, the veterancy that they've got, the knowledge that they have for when they should be looking to make certain plays and how they can move around the map to generate advantages. Showing itself there as they take first turret down in that top side and importantly funneling that gold onto Rookie, who is almost 1,000 gold up over his counterpart. Certainly feeling confident about his relative power level if he's Valkyrieing forward into everybody. Maybe we need to see that dialed down just a little bit, but this Corki should be a threat. And once again, we're looking at the dive tools that RNG have that have been currently pretty solid. They're working out well, but they need to continue to do that, and they do need to keep this snowball rolling.
Yeah, the hands may be a little weathered on IG, my friend, but the brains still have ridges. Plenty of ridges, I might add. 35 seconds until the Rift Herald spawns. And man, if you're IG, it's got to be scary staring down this Karthus. Yeah, the gold deficit isn't that large, but look at that inventory. He's got the upgraded boots, the Blackfire Torch, the Haunting guys, and his ult's up too. But if you walk all the way up like that, luckily nobody was there to punish, but you got to be careful, Milky Way.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about him using the passive, getting chunked, and not having the opportunity to be able to do so is not the ideal. TP already coming in now. That's Rookie making his presence felt nice and early. We can see Tong Yuan there. Okay, a little bit of a trade.
Yeah, he's just having a fun time.
Rift Herald up on the map, and that's why everybody, apart from Xiaoshu, has made their way into this top side of the Rift. With 5 grubs as well, getting a charge into the turret does a lot of work. You're going to get a few grubs spawn out of that as well. So it really is committing for getting this turret. Probably in the mid lane, the tier 1 that they're going to look to try and break open. Typically that's your more highly prized objective. And if Xiaoshu can't find a response of a turret down on the spot side, it's just going to be a net positive trade for IG.
Yeah, you saw the pings for RNG. They were pinging that turret in the mid lane and just didn't really have a wave to be able to deal with that. And they just decided, hey, you know what, Xiaoshu, you can get this turret. We'll give you the solo gold for it. It's a better investment at this point in time. Listen, he's 1-0-3. It's an unassuming stat line, but that's an Ambessa. And you saw what happened to Gala a little bit earlier. That could be happening all game long.
Yeah, I think that the Ambessa, again, as long as we see Xiaoshu and Tong Yuan in a great dive synergy, or have great dive synergy, probably Corki and Gala can fall off the back of that, right? The Yone ulti can pick up all 5 members if angled absolutely perfectly, and honestly, if IG make a bit of a mistake as well. But then that Ambessa ult can just isolate a single target. You pick somebody out of a lineup, you find them, and you've got the damage to take them out of the game. Because you've been funneled all of these resources, like turret gold, like free side waves, it could pose a big difficulty for IG in the coming fights.
And now there's about 2 minutes and 20 seconds until the next objective, and if you're IG, it feels like you have to be the ones to make the move here. RNG scaling, it's not something we talked about, but late game Karthus, late game Yone and Ezreal, these are champions that are going to be very hard to deal with. And I like the fact that they're going to at least try and have a look here at Xiaoshu, but there's nothing to be had.
So we are going to reach that interesting juncture in the game, because Atakan and the Drake both spawn within about a 5-second window of one another. Atakan's going to be top lane, the Drake is going to be bot lane, so it's that duality really, it's the same type of thing as when you get Elder and Baron spawning at the same time. What do? Obviously the stakes are a little bit lower, but there's going to be that choice to make for both of these teams. Obviously going to be the voracious Atakan, so you get that faux death, the fake death that you're looking for, and definitely a more highly prized objective than taking away just another dragon.
You just saw RNG go 2 for 1 on turrets, losing the bot one, but taking mid and top. And they're up about 2,000 gold, dude. And I have to say, while everybody's been talking about how IG didn't really look that great, I think that RNG has played a really good game so far. It's been really, really clean, and they're just kind of riding the back of their star player Milky Way.
Yeah, they've taken all 3 turrets down on the outer side of the map, so complete tier 1 Dominion has been secured, whereas they've still got that tier 1 turret in the mid lane, which, you know, as much as it's not healthy, is still standing. Need to see whether or not that Herald goes down. Obviously, 50 seconds on both of our neutral objectives spawning. Would like to see a bit of a grouping here from IG. Try and make a play off that Herald. Establish prio, sort of force it to happen in the mid lane. And then move out to either side of the map, depending on which objective you decide to focus. JJ turning onto the map with Rookie. A little bit late, right? Drake spawning in 20 seconds. Would have liked to see them out on the map a little bit before now. But whether or not that is going to be punished remains to be seen. The Shy allowed to take this late recall because he has TP. And we'll see whether or not he has to expend that to get back out onto the map.
Yeah, IG's ward, their singular ward was good enough, and now you can see them starting to worm their way in, trying to do what they can to set down vision, at least have knowledge that that pink ward is there. As we're hitting a bit of a pressure cooker point here, Rudita feels like. And in moments notice, there can be a snap engage. You can already see Milky Way, again, getting hit by these skill shots. So be very careful because you get chunked lower and lower, especially on the Karthus. You can find yourself out of a fight very quickly. And Bessa, Xiaoshu has made the way down as the Rift Herald gets spawned.
Yes, this is that forcing of prio we were talking about. Need to see Jarchi actually find some of these poke skill shots to land on back as well. As we're allowed to start things off, but you can see that the poke coming through from IG just a little bit higher. Oh, Mako.
Oh, Mako goes on a bit of a trip here against Tang Yuan. But he'll be able to blast plant himself back over the wall as the poke is really starting to land. Rookie landing that big one and a couple of others. They're whittling down RNG little by little.
And this is what we were talking about. As soon as we get into these 5v5 scenarios, the IG's composition is going to be a lot easier to try and play out. That's why I was scared to see this game go a little bit later. Why I was scared that RNG hadn't snowballed this game and weren't completely in control. They lose out on the Dragon. That's feats of strength now in the back pocket of IG. And they weren't able to take that objective. They're not going to be able to find the tier 3 boots as this game gets progressively later on into the game. And RNG's window in this game just feels like it's starting to close.
Yeah, those boots would have been really, really nice for Milky Way. Everybody always says, boots are a trap, but the Sorcerer Shoes ones are pretty darn good. But
Magic Pen's just so hard to get. Any way you can get it from is just a really big boost for mages in general. Now that Drake's off the board, I feel like we can start turning our attention to the Atakan. Nice to see that both of the teams were sort of aligned in the idea that neither one of us wants to flip at Atakan just yet, especially when the Dragon was up. But RNG decide now is our time. They saw that JJ wanted to look for a recall. Hasn't completed it because it has been started and the teleport already coming into the top lane.
Yeah, there's just no way for IG to get in here, so it'll be smited and secured here by Milky Way. So RNG, what will you be able to do with it? We see teams so often, they're able to just immediately start a fight, but IG wisely just backing off.
So there was a bit of a buff to the team playing against this Atakan as well. Previously, withdrawals were only worth 100 gold. That got doubled on the live patch, so it's now 200 gold, which is, you know, 2/3 of a kill. It's not inconsequential amounts of gold. No longer is it just one wave of minions that you're picking up. You know, you're getting quite a considerable amount higher than that. I'm guessing this is how they saw Gala recalling. Maybe that they'd interrupted the reset, because that's what prompted the Atakan start. Gala being in base, not having teleport, him not being able to move up to the top lane in time, is what prompted RNG to look for it, and they were able to find it, as we've already seen, quite easily. Now the question, as you mentioned, Yanni, that you posed is how do they use it? And this is that window now for this composition that we expect to get outscaled thematically to really try and hammer home an advantage, to nullify some of those scaling disadvantages later on.
Yeah, and I like, you can see Lala just moving up very aggressively, trying to do what he can as Tang Yuan getting pushed off just a little bit as there's now a fight over the red buff. Here's a flash hook, knockups are there, fate sealed, down you go, Zheja, as RNG get the pick they were looking for.
Alrighty, a little bit of life still in the RNG composition. They do burn a couple of important ultimates. The Zyra not going to be present on the map for another 30 seconds, and this is RNG's time to not just shine, but probably to try and dive as well. You've got Tong Yuan pushing in the mid lane, so they don't have all the members down on this bot side that they might like, especially with the speedy waves. They're going to wait for that bot lane to make its way all the way down through bot lane to see if they can find that tier 2 turret. Not going to be easy.
They need to do something.
Yeah, their siege not really the greatest. They've got a lot of melee champions, and their ranged are not especially ranged. Karthus and Ezreal, really low auto attack ranges, so trying to step up to hit these turrets is tricky.
Well, you get 1 kill for your Otacon. You burned your flash on your Nautilus. As we'll see here in this replay. I like the snap engage, but disappointing they couldn't really get anything more.
Yeah, and, you know, it's well-executed combo, right? This is one of those where JJ opens up Death Recap. It's time CC'd equals time in combat, and you couldn't play the game. So, fair enough to RNG for finding the 1 pick. But like we've mentioned, would like to have seen a little bit more from them off of this Otacon, and just feels a little bit underwhelming that that's all that they were able to find is 1 turret or 1 quick kill on the enemy jungle, take a couple of the camps. But we've seen other teams make bigger moves with this Otacon buff.
Well, Baron has made his appearance fashionably late, as I like to call it now at the 25-minute mark. This Dragon up in about 50 seconds, so there's another next play to be made. And I think if you're RNG at this point, you have to put a high priority on this objective to put yourself on that 3rd Dragon and also potentially start a fight that could really break open the game, because if you take a look at the gold, 1 big fight from them and it could just be a wallet differ, dude.
Absolutely. You know, there's that world where RNG are able to find a big win in a team fight and use this sort of 4,000 gold, all give or take, advantage to their positive end. But looking at the evolves coming through as well for Gala, importantly, has now managed to break point all 3 of those upgrades. So these Void Seekers landing, you can see 3 marks of plasma, reduced cooldown on them, starts to add to that poke, which we've already seen be so brutal against RNG. You've got not just Rookie and the Shy pelting skill shots from afar, but now Gala as well going to be looking to pump out the damage.
Yeah, we talked about how RNG doesn't have a whole lot of snap engage as they're attempted here. Tong Yuan has to back out. The knockup is going to land on the Gala, but Lilla is so low, and he's going to be the one rooted up, and the Shy and Rookie slam him down. Xiaoshu is on the backside on that teleport, but guess what? The RNG health bars are just too low.
Yep, and the engage is fluffed. It's not great, and Lilla pays for it with their life. Tong Yuan goes forward, has to retreat back, and IG going to take themselves a 2nd Dragon. Largely uncontested after a really solid sequence of plays through the mid lane. When we're seeing the teams group up as 5, Yanni, we're seeing IG come out on top. If we see these short skirmishes, the more scrappy fights, that's where IG, or RNG rather, are thriving.
A bit of a rough early part of the game for IG, but they are really playing their composition to perfection here, Rudude. Landing all of that poke and just oh my goodness! Tong Yuan goes all the way in. He's going to go all the way out. He burns the Zonias on Zheja. The Card of the Soul is going to come down. It's not going to be enough to kill him, but will it be enough to force him back, as it looks like RNG want to start up this Baron. Rudu teleport is coming in from Rookie into the side lane.
Okay, time to do or die for RNG. This could give them the boost they need to close out this game. It could also give IG the route right back in.
Zheja is far away, so he's not going to be able to take it away. Milky Way will secure it. Mako's going to go down. Lele on the side. He's just going to try to deal with Gala for now as they blow up Rookie. Here's the knock-up, and they get Zhaki. Now Xiaozhu getting chased down, knocked away, shielded up, sure, but I don't think you're going to survive. It's a triple kill for Zheja, but the Baron to RNG.
Okay, so Tong Yuan and Milky Way, the 2 survivors with the Baron. Overall, I like this for RNG, and now we need to see what they can do with that Baron buff. Outer turrets still present, a lot of gold in those as well, so would like to see them, honestly, just have 1 person mid lane, start to try and play, you know, your strong split push on bot side, put 3 people top side, make those moves happen. So we get a replay of how all of this broke down. Mako sacrifices his life to just try and run a little bit of interruption, buy Rookie some space, but that public execution, once again, just the dive threat that RNG have, it exists, but when they're looking in these 5 versus 5s in big team fights like this, it's proving to be a little more tricky to execute perfectly.
I like the beginning of that fight mostly because RNG said, hey, you know what? The poke thing that you guys have, that's a good idea. We should do that. Hey,
Yeah.
Tangyuan, use your ultimate for poke. Hey, Milky Way, use your ultimate for poke. And you know what? It worked.
It's perfect. Like, there's so few instances where Karthus ulti has the maximum effect. I think that opening up fights with Karthus ulti, you're guaranteed to get it onto all 5 members, and it does full damage to them. You're not using it as an execute, for example. Whilst that can be very effective, getting a full maxed ulti out is very useful.
Lands on Mako, Fate Sealed whiffs, and Tangyuan is forced all the way back. Lilla goes down, and the Blast Cone will get RNG out of dodge.
Milky Way still with that as Jachi here steps forward. Gala lands the Seeker.
Do it. Don't do it. It's a bad idea.
We're all thinking it. He's thinking it as well. Besides better of it.
My mind's telling me no, but my body is still telling me no, don't do it.
And especially with the playing against the Baron right here. IG with
like
big run of form.
Yeah, they're going to try to take out Xiaoshu. He's going to flash away. The question is, will they go for more? Not going to be able to, but getting a key summoner out of that Ambessa.
Yeah, I think with Death Dance as well, maybe a little extra survivability than necessarily Xiaoshu was expecting, but able to make his way out to safety. Does burn the flash, and that, you know, as much as Ambessa has a ton of mobility, is going to make her job killing Gala, killing Rookie that little bit harder. And, you know, still gold leads across the map for RNG. They are still in a positive gold game. The issue is that their composition just becomes so much trickier to try and work around. As we look at the items in particular, there's no real advantage to be gained across any area of the map. You could argue that, okay, Xiaoshu has got 3 items versus, you know, what is now 3.5 or 3 items for the Shy. But despite these incremental gold leads, the pace of the items in this game, dead even.
Yeah, IG was able to get back into it. I don't know if you noticed. Yes, the Baron earned a negative 600 gold for RNG. When your Baron power plays are in the negative, I'm going to put on my Colorcaster hat. It's not good.
That's bad. Yeah,
so very bad.
We'll welcome you to the Colorcaster crew. You're not wrong at all. Small thing to keep our eyes on, though, is this level of disparity
look at this flank.
between the junglers. TP comes in. Tangyuan spotted.
New teleport, man. New teleport sucks. That could have been so cool.
And then they see him immediately. But one of the things to keep our eyes quickly on is that Milky Way actually on this Karth is very, very farmed, has a lot of experience. Level 3 Requiem already, coming into a fight around this dragon. Now's about the time where you look to back away, call down that Requiem, get that fully channeled across all 5 members. Stacking up these dragons, IG so far 2 for 2 with RNG, and Tangyuan, the one who takes the pressure, starts it up.
Look at these health bars. They're so low as the poke is coming down. Multiple members rooted. Ezreal coming through. Fate Sealed lands onto 2. Here's the Karthus Requiem. He's safe. Mako will go down. It's a 4v4. Public execution. Gets the job done. And Xiaoshu is out like a thief of the night. But look at Gala. Gala to the back line, but not a Gala moment as he's unable to close out on a kill.
Yeah, dives in, tries to execute Xiaoshu, but misses out on the Void Seeker that would have taken him down. Ends up landing it onto somebody else at the backside of the fight, but the execute didn't come through. That fight, not as warranted from IG as we've seen in previous instances, and they weren't able to land that poke. Importantly, Jachi landed some good poke back on this Ezreal. Mako, as soon as he steps forward to channel the ult, gets a massive WQ to the face. He's now half HP, and it's really important because that Maokai, who's supposed to cause so much disruption, not able to do so, was really just cannon fodder.
Yeah, really nice job there. And Rookie is without the Valkyrie, so this is easy pickings for Xiaoshu. We talked about it earlier. It would be a problem for Gala and for Rookie. What we didn't talk about is Xiaoshu, last match they played on that Ambessa, he was constantly on the carries, and he's doing so again, really proving his value here. Now 20 seconds until the Baron Rude dude. All of a sudden RNG's feeling a little bit better, but this gold lead is still tight.
No, absolutely. And this game by no means won for RNG just because they picked up that fight. They have to continue to execute exquisitely in these fights. The fine-tuning of how they have to play these fights is really, really high level. Milky Way, you can see in his item inventory, has gone for the Medjai's Soul Stealer. I love this pickup when games are close like this. Milky Way dies one time, loses all of those stacks, but if he keeps himself alive, it could be the difference in AP that just carries this game over for them in these team fights.
The ego book on the star player is something you love to see because you're like, yep, this guy's got that dog in him. Now, the question is he going to let the dog loose or is he going to be locked in the cage? Baron started up here for IG. Minimal vision, but they do see it. So RNG immediately heads over. The Shy has teleport available, but he's not close. This Baron is getting melted. He flashes over and steals it. Hook goes down. Knockups are there. Milky Way with a hero play. Gala's got a flash over the wall. Rookie is low. Requiem is there, but the Shy comes over the wall to try to save the day. The problem is the health bars are so low. He manages to find two, but he dies himself. And Rookie and Mako are thanking their top laner for saving their lives.
It's a big play from the Shy, but an even bigger play by Tongyuan and Lilla, the two players from RNG who have been playmaking, had that pressure on them the entire game. They're the ones that step up in the pit, take down Gala, Jirja, and the Shy on the back half. Finally now RNG with this Baron, they crack open some turrets. Xiaoshu gonna whiff out on that one there, but even still, with the Baron at their backs across all three of their carries, RNG should look to incur some very, very devastating damage.
I think Milky Way might have called game with that one, bro. Flashing over to smite that. Take a look at this replay. Sees it's getting low, and he says, screw it, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, he's got to get in
12
again.
HP.
12 HP. Just the minimal damage that was missed out on by Jirja. The Shy sees him channeling, right, flashing over, but what we don't see on the bottom side of this fight is Tongyuan just absolutely destroy Gala on the bot side of this fight, forces out Rookie as well. And the Corki, the Kaiser, not really ever allowed to be a part of this fight.
You can take a look at the staff getting amped up, knowing that this is their moment. RNG is very close to taking a Game 1 victory over IG in a match that if you ask the average person, they'd be like IG 3-0. Heck, well, I made my submission in a Discord, and I even said that I thought that IG was going to win. But guess what? RNG could be turning the tables tonight.
And it's gone beyond now just hands checking. I feel like there's been a learning curve in this game specifically where, you know, the two dragons that IG secured were when they were able to stand around and poke. But since then, RNG have prevented that from happening. They've recognized how we fight is by going in. And they managed to, you know, find those fights, have looked to engage these opportunities very successfully. Worth noting as well, Milky Way sells the book to pick up the Rabadon's Death Cap, which,
smart,
you know, versus a 4-stack Medjai's it would have been very, very worthwhile. So now we're looking to see whether or not the Karthus still packs that punch and how much of it it's going to be, because level 18, you know, we're looking at very minimal amounts of MR. It's Locket from Mako, which is going to be doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Flash! Hook! Gala is going golden. He's not quite dead as the knockups are there. Tongyuan on the back line can't do anything, and Gala does fall. Mako's going down too. A very safe Karthus ult will chunk everybody out. Jachi is going to get the better of Jeje here. The Shy is hooked, and he's in the middle of a lot of bodies. Rookie gets knocked up, and he will be chased down and go down. And RNG takes the first step to shocking the LPL as they will make the death march to take a Game 1 victory.
We sub in Lula to super carry the game. Milky Way and Tongyuan have been doing damage the entire fight, but it's the bot lane for RNG that come up trumps in the end. The Nautilus flashes in, picks Gala out of a lineup and takes him down.
A little bit of lollipopping, but hey, many will say that's player skill, knowing what their champion can do. Game 1 to RNG, and they fought hard from minute 1 to the very last drop.
10 to 20 your kill score in the end. It wasn't this weird, slow, methodical pacing from RNG that got them the win. There was turbulence in there, right? IG had a bit of a comeback where they'd found Baron, but somehow weren't really able to do anything with it. And IG had a you know, positive power play when they were against a Baron, which is kind of crazy. But then second time round, IG go to the Baron. They flip, And unfortunately, they lost the flip. Another instance where Milky Way steals away an objective. There was a grub to deny 6 grubs. There was a Baron. There was another instance that it's just all surmounted in making sure that we've got a win for RNG in game number 1.
And a big problem with this IG composition is while they had plenty of poke for days, poke for years, in fact, they didn't have any hard engage to close out on kills. Mako would have to take the long walk up lumbering tree to land a W on somebody, and Milky Way never put himself in a position to have that happen. These carries never put themselves in a position to have that happen. So while they did lose a couple of fights getting whittled down, it gave them opportunities to say, next fight, we learn. We don't make the same mistakes. And eventually you saw they got really, really clean as the game went on.
And yeah, that's exactly what they did. It was that recognition of, okay, getting rolled in fights is because we're getting poked out and we're not actually engaging. All we need to do is flash in and find some semblance of an engage. Even that final fight, Tongyuan missed his fate sealed entirely. Didn't matter because it separated some of the fight. It made sure that there was this distinct battle line drawn between the front and the back line of IG, and unfortunately there was a Kaiser caught in the front line, and the only other member left there was a Maokai without really any income, any supportive taxes that needed to be paid were unfortunately lost to the wind.
And now we have to ask ourselves, dude, what's wrong with IG? Was this a drafting issue? Is this a gameplay issue? What do you think? Just immediate post-game 1 thoughts.
I think that their draft left a little bit to be desired. I think that they had a lot to do if they were trying to find these fights. I think that did get exposed, that they needed to play very respectfully. Like they're attempting to play with range, right? They've got 4 ranged carries and a Maokai. Maokai's not going to be able to do all the setup for those fights. It's just not possible. And especially on a supportive role as well, trying to act as a frontline at support, it's not been a thing for a good few years now. And unfortunately, there was a very difficult draft for IG to execute. They failed on executing it because RNG found those engages.
Yeah, no, and RNG's draft also wasn't super easy to execute, right? We talked about how there's very little CC on that side, but boy, did they make it count. Lila was really good on this Nautilus after early on a couple of wayward hooks, but later on was so good. And now the question is, who gets the player of the game? Because while Milky Way, I mean, went so hard, stole away that Baron. Listen, that last play to secure the win does not happen without Lila. Take a look at your damage charts here. I mean, plenty of damage for the side of IG, but 0 wins in the win column.
Nope, and you can see that they never really had control over the gold either, right? You know, the first 10 minutes they were making a couple of proactive plays, but overall, some solid performances from RNG. I think the second Grubs fight was where they really started to turn the tides. And let's take a look then at our, damage percentages. And, we talked about Tongyuan being the threat that we needed him to be, and more so for setup, being that engaged. I think that on top of Lula and their performance kind of showcased in that damage percentage. You want to take a look at your KP though, you should be very, very happy as Milky Way, being able to do so much in those fights and getting so much damage down as well.
Yeah, and taking a look through some of these replays, you can really see, I mean, immediate landing the teleport into the public execution. That is just something that when you call it in comms and then when you actually see it is a thing of beauty, my friend.
Yeah, it's how you theorize the play to go, and then it goes perfectly. And that felt obviously very, very nice for Xiaoshu in this fight. The Shy as well, a couple of tendencies there, just an unsafe path. Unfortunately, walked his way around, didn't really make it happen.
Yeah, more critical picks coming through. I mean, Lila is doing so much here. And, Mako did what he could in that fight. Tried to disrupt Milky Way, maybe prevent the smite from going down onto the Baron. But again, it's Xiaoshu. While he didn't have the flashiest game on a champion like Ambessa, who can be very flashy, I mean, his ultimates were just perfect.
Did his job, and the good games aren't games where you look flashy. They're games where you do your job, and I think that Xiaoshu this game did exactly that, just constantly making either Gala or Rookie's life miserable. That was what we needed, and perfectly executed for the majority of these fights.
Without a doubt, and you can see, really, this one felt like it decided the game, that you knew from there RNG was going to be in the driver's seat. Obviously, you know, later on, we have this Baron. That was the one that really was like, okay, this one is definitely over.
And it's probably like one tick of the Karthus E that ends up taking it at like 12 HP. You have to imagine that that's the amount of damage that that can do. And, you know, despite all of these heads-up plays and despite the fact that the Shy on this Jace was, in fairness, very, very lethal, unfortunately just not quite enough. And finally here... Yeah.
Yeah, you know, you're an AD carry player.
Yeah, it feels awful. Somebody flashed away from the hook that I wasn't going to get hit by, and then I've got, you know, even less time to react. Fortunately enough, I'm able to get a Zhonya's off, but it really didn't mean anything. And finally, we get to see Jarchi, I feel like, had a relatively muted early game, but came alive as we moved into the late stages of this match and was able to Arcane Shift aggressively, found the damage down that was needed.
Yeah, in a game like this, you know, there wasn't nothing too flashy from him, right? There was a lot of flash, a lot of substance from everybody, but as the game went on, that damage came in hot and heavy. He was landing his skill shots, and Jachi, you know, really earned this victory. Honestly, everybody on RNG, even Tengyuan, who, you know, was not the greatest this game, had a lot of those zoning ults, but Tengyuan, you know, still gets respect there.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that there's a statement to be made about the fact that Rookie didn't come out of the lane in a ranged versus melee matchup, absolutely dominating, like super far ahead. The Yone felt like it was comparable throughout the game, and then the Corki didn't quite have the impact that it was looking at. Maybe that's a comment on Rookie's performance as well. It's worth saying, right? There was a really risky Valkyrie, I think is a tame way of putting it.
What do we got?
So there's a couple of issues.
Okay, you know what?
Yeah,
I respect it.
No, it needed to be.
I respect
I 100%
it. Yeah,
agree.
Absolutely, I respect it. Milky Way may have had the flashy kill score, but Lilla did his thing and was truly incredible.
We talked about this previously, right? That who is the MVP? What's your determining factor? It's like who won them this game? It was Lilla. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Lilla for sure. We're going to kick into a short break in just a moment, but before we do, we want you to know we're broadcasting 2 best of 5s to end the week. Our poor producer, Bread, is on for all of them. Now, luckily, thanks to the support of coffee subscribers like you, fans have donated 69 coffees to us to keep not just Bread up and running, but really everybody here at LPL English. Since this is a fan-run broadcast, we rely on the subscribers from Coffee, YouTube, and Twitch to support the stream. If you subscribe, you can unlock perks like early access to content and access to exclusive channels on Discord. Please join now so we can keep bringing you all of the goodness. But with that, we're going to go and take a short break, and when we return, we're going to kick it to the Game 2 draft between RNG and IG, with IG teetering. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English broadcast. Yanni and Rudude still giving you all the action, and holy crap, Rudude!
Yeah.
1-0 RNG, such a big surprise. IG with the star-studded roster, and everybody had them as a shoo-in to get out of the group. RNG, the developmental squad that people were a little down on. They're like, yeah, they got Milky Way, but what else do they have? Well, guess what? They got a dub in Game 1, and I'm sure they have more to show the people.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Lula, who won MVP for game number 1 after really insane Nautilus plays, to be honest with you. Just nothing short of game carrying. And that's why, you know, earned player of the game, right? Was instrumental in their victory, in closing out that game. And I think that the bot lane, again, for RNG needs to be spoken about, because they had, I will call it a quite quiet early to mid game. We were definitely emphasized more so on Milky Way Tianjin and how well they Tang Yuan, excuse me, and how well they played. But moving into that late game, it became very clear actually that it was Lula, it was Jackie who was going to be the carries, those powerful threats down in the bot side that carried them through the game.
Yeah, and it was Shashu too, right? It was really the total team effort out of RNG, but it really, Lula was the guy. And I mean, this guy's top 2 play champions are Nautilus and Thresh. Guess what? This guy is clearly a hook master. Got wins on both of those champions in the last series. Already got one on Nautilus. Perhaps he's going for the Infinity Stones of hook champions. Maybe we'll even see a Thresh. The champion's good enough to be picked in Fearless, but he's kind of bad right now. And outside of that, for Invictus Gaming, I mean, the Sleeping Giants are still asleep. And honestly, Rudude, aren't really showing any signs of waking up.
No, they got to as well, right? They are currently 2 games away from... It's not technically playoff elimination, but it puts a very weird set of tiebreaker rules needing to be played out for them to actually end up qualifying. They would need everybody to then go... They need RNG of all teams to go 3-0, and then for the rest of the teams in the group to go 1-2 and trade wins against each other, which is possible. And then they'd need to win out on the tiebreaker for that as well. So there's a very, very thin layer of error, or thin margin for error, let's say, that gets them into playoffs if they lose here.
Yeah, it's so thin that it's like, let's not leave it to chance, please.
Yeah,
let us
just win this series.
Because it is like 0.00% based on the way we've seen some of these teams play. But hey, you know, maybe if Invictus is all that, right, and they actually are good and they're just being bested by RNG here straight up, well, maybe this group is a lot closer than we thought it was, and maybe we could see that scenario. But I mean, you can even see like the looks on these faces are neutral to somewhat somber expressions. This is a team that seems shocked to be in the position that they're in, Rudude. And again, they got to wake up. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they have a second opportunity on blue side as we're into picks and pans.
Yeah, and I think that's also a really important part, is that RNG are able to snipe away a win on red side. That seems that's a big tell, right? Usually you will see really good teams just take wins on red side versus teams that they're typically weaker than. Honestly, we would have expected IG to take wins on red side and kind of just 3-0 their way through, but RNG have rewritten the expectations, and I think that IG are beginning to, unfortunately, lower their expectations just overall. A loss versus NIP, I think, was understandable but not expected. A loss versus RNG in any capacity is neither.
IG is scared with this Pantheon ban. That shows me these guys are quaking in their boots at the potential power of Milky Way. We are seeing a very rare Kalista actually get through the ban phase and be first picked by IG.
So, expected responses to be an Ashe at some stage. Whether or not RNG wants to take 2 other priority picks from the other area of the map remains to be seen, and I think that's something that they could certainly look for. There's a couple junglers that have still been left open. Whether or not they want those, remains to be seen. But the AD carry match, what we'd look for, Jachi nicely to take the Varus, I suppose, with a little bit more lockdown. Typically, I prefer the Ashe, but if you're going to pair it up with a Nico, it starts to make a lot more sense.
Yep, good takeaway from IG, but this does leave the ever-powerful Kalista Renata open if IG wants to move over to that. Remember, this is a 2v2 and really 3v2 menace with the ability to bail anybody out on a dive, even with the turrets being a little juiced up this season. I would not be too surprised to see it picked up here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the bot lane duo that they're looking for, probably just holding time to see what else they want to pick. For me, the fact that they've taken Neeko early doors, they were expecting this Renata to come in. They're anticipating that they're going to have to play against this bot lane duo, and they've drafted what is an obnoxious bot lane poke duo anyway. You know, typically you'd want to try and lane swap versus Kalista Renata, but I actually think that Varus Neeko, if they're able to keep range, can bully this bot lane duo out. So maybe it's Gala Mako who just need to weather a couple of early levels and see if they want to look for a lane swap themselves.
Are we even sure it's a Varus Neeko? You know, there's always a chance that this Neeko goes into the mid lane. We're seeing the junglers getting picked up here as they're going to put Jeje on to this Nocturne, which means that we'll likely see an Orianna ban in the second half. And Rookie, with a pretty legendary Orianna, I wouldn't even risk giving it to the guy.
No, I mean, that makes one of the bans a little bit easier than you'd like to think for RNG. Take the Wukong here because they know that if they let that through to second phase, it's probably going to get banned away. And we'd like to see this RNG composition still have that bridging capability through the jungle. So far, they've got some really strong mid-game power in the Neeko, in the Wukong. Those team fights are going to be devastating. And whereas we look at the IG roster so far, also quite geared toward that early game. You know, the Kalista super powerful when you're looking to take those objectives early on. Nocturne, after level 6, can get on Varus and get on Neeko, and there's not a lot of tools that those champions individually have to keep themselves safe.
One thing about this Nocturne pick is that Jeje didn't really look that good on it the last time that he played against NIP. He had a lot of problems. Was using his ult very defensively. I think his first ult came at level 8, and then his first 2 ults were defensive ults, and then his third one was a 1-for-1. This is not what you want when you pick a Nocturne. So he's going to really need to step up and right his wrongs from the NIP series, or else IG is going to be in the same exact spot that they were in against NIP. Taking a look at these other bans coming through, the Gnar off the board. I think that's a really good one. Gnar would be so good for RNG. Aurora getting taken out too. Champion is just very strong, especially with Nocturne.
Yeah, so already double mid bans focused from RNG. I mean, maybe this Neeko is going into the mid lane, but more likely is that they're setting themselves up, first of all, to remove the Nocturne pairing, but that they're looking for something that just has a little bit of a tough time versus the Aurora as well. I do think that RNG, if they aren't going to put the Neeko in the mid lane, do still need a bit of power down on or in the magic damage front, I should say. So if the Neeko goes support, they want something else that does magic damage as well to probably slot into that mid lane. But there is preserving the flex, which I really like. They are showing top lane, means that we're going to get to see the Shy go for a counter pick opportunity versus the Udyr. But we need to see whether or not RNG commit to Neeko mid, Neeko support, and they've held it till 5, so they're going to get all the information that they need and the IG can give them.
I think a commitment to Neeko mid will look pretty good depending on what IG picks, because I think an R5 rel for RNG would go really hard here into this composition. Obviously, you have to worry about the Renata dropping the ultimate down and causing a lot of chaos between everybody, but you know, when you have the Neeko and you have the Wukong, you may as well just rip it.
Okay, so what they've got now, IG, is a full send composition, right? They've got 5 divers, effectively, with the Renata ulti over the top. Disengage becomes king, so whether they want to take that in support or in mid lane, that's their choice. I do think that if they do take something like a Braum, they're going to get absolutely dumpstered in the laning phase, though. So you keep this Neeko so that their lane is powerful, and then you pick a mid laner who can do something to keep themselves safe. They need some self-peel. You can't be locking in something immobile, and the Azir seems to fit that brief really nicely. Gives them that consistent DPS threat, which also allows Judgy to open into lethality Varus as well, which keeps him even safer in the laning phase because he doesn't have to step up to try and auto-attack the Kalista. I think that the Azir and the Varus combo is something that we have seen a little bit more of in previous seasons, but having it come back for today and for this game specifically works with RNG.
The pressure's going to be on Tongyuan here, Rudude, because you mentioned he's going to be the one to disengage these fights, and he's going to have to play better than he did on that Yone in the last game. These Emperor's Divides are going to be key, and I think in this game, RNG will live and die on the cornerstone of their franchise player.
Yeah, and I mean, there's the emphasis there comes from how well those Emperor's Divides are executed, but I do think that there are some really good tools also left in jungle and support. So Lele on this Neeko Nico, a champion that upon first release, we were sort of saying, wow, this champion does really well when champions walk into her because the Pot Blossom, catches everybody off guard. Now has turned into this champion where we've recognized that we can use Proto Belt, we can use it to engage as well. But that doesn't mean that she's bad at disengage anymore. If champions are flying into you and you just get the free ulti, that's perfect. And even just holding ultimate as well can be so impactful as a zoning tool for Lilla. That's a chance and an opportunity that they've got in these fights that can just thwart the entire composition that's been drafted by IG.
The simple threat of it, because you're knocked up for like a half second, right? That's enough time for these great players to decide, hey, I'm going in on a Azir and scoop them up. And one thing that I've really liked from all of the LPL supports that have played Nico, I think that all of the LPL supports have piloted Nico really, really well to start the year. Great plays aggressively, great plays defensively when need be. So I'm looking for another good performance here.
Okay, 5 people are top lane. IG have already cooked here. Yeah, they saw someone.
Well, there's only a couple people here. And there's many
Comet.
more up there. Oh, no, bro.
Goodbye. Yep, so they scout out the lane swap. Gala gets first blood as well, so boots on a Kalista to go into the laning phase. Definitely something that they'll be happy about. And lethal tempo on the Kalista, Hail of Blades on the Varus there, so want to take note of that. Again, opting towards the lethality style, so again, when we move into the late stages of the game, you are looking at Tong Yuan to be the consistent DPS threat. With that lethal tempo on the Azir, you definitely want to see that pop off.
Rudu, this is the equivalent of playing games with your little brother.
Yep.
And the little brother, gets the best of the big brother for one game, and the big brother goes from leaning back into the chair, into the gamer pose. The back is hunched. They're locked in. Their forearms are on their knees and the controller between their hands. Because IG,
and ready.
Yeah, IG said no more of this BS.
Oh.
We're winning this game.
I think
But
RNG have said the same.
Turnabout is fair play. The little brother has tricks up the sleeve. The heal and the flash expended.
Okay, so really, really important here. Mako lands a crucial handshake, which keeps Gala from having to burn cleanse and honestly keeps him alive. The idea that we get a double stun, so handshake on one, which stuns both Lilla and Jiachi, keeps the Kalista not just alive in this instance, but also able to lane, which I think is very important. With enough HP so that they can step back up. Yes, it doesn't mean that, or yes, it means that this bot lane is now going to be a little bit weaker and those trading patterns are going to be a lot more harder to come by, but it means that they can stick around, absorb XP, and don't have to tank a recall super early on.
And while Gala did get that first blood, it's only a dagger, so if they maintain control up top, could be a prime opportunity for Milky Way and RNG to grab the first set of grubs. One thing that I've noticed, and I want your opinion on this, in jungle matchups like this, where Wukong, will farm till 6 sometimes, but can make plays before that against a jungler like a Nocturne that's always farming till 6. It feels like a lot of the game is dictated by what can the ganking jungler like this Wukong, who can do both, do between levels 1 and 5.
No, absolutely. I mean, there is a burden of execution on Milky Way in the early game to force his advantage, right? If you have an advantage through certain levels, you want to use that. And if that's not being exploited, then that's something that, is going to be absolutely fine for Jirja to move his way into this mid-game with level 6 and feel confident because he's not been punished so far. What comes from, or what you'll find specifically with Nocturne compositions, though, is you really want to look towards the lanes that are around the Nocturne, because as Milky Way, I would love to be looking for invades, see if I can steal away a camp here, delay that level 6 by just that little bit longer. How much can my laners give me for me to be able to invade? Because in competitive League of Legends, you can't just invade on a whim and see what happens. You need the support from your team.
Speaking of getting support from the team, the Shy will cede the bot lane wave to Gala and Mako as they head their way down. The Shy will burn teleport to go up top and scoop that wave for himself.
And now matched response down on the bot side, so RNG, they bring down their bot lane and they're kind of chasing their tails a little bit here, so they are constantly just missing out on a couple of minions, whether they're melee or ranged either side, every time that this swap comes through, and it relies on really good communication between your players. So the Shy and Gala constantly communicating, okay, I'm going to push this wave and then I want you to recall, and then we're going to swap our lanes back again. Importantly, though, with the Shy TPing top to catch that big wave, he actually didn't get a chance to reset beforehand. Now, he was playing on, is able to purchase his items out on the map, but didn't get that resource top off that we maybe would have liked to see.
Rookie taking a tower shot there. That'll take him quite low. As Tong Yuan doing what he can to try and poke him down.
Fancies it. You can see he's posturing very aggressively, and has got level 6 in the core or in the next wave. So we're waiting to see whether or not that was going to be a window to all in. But I think Rookie has diced with death about as much as he feels confident doing. But the Tong Yuan champion or mana pool, excuse me, is actually a little bit too low for him to feel confident. And Rookie now the one able to push in a wave, forces TP out from the Azir.
Ooh.
Never mind.
Aha.
I'm lying again.
Hey, listen, you know what? It felt like one of those decisions where he's like, I could, but I don't want to miss the minions. I'll stay, why not? There's surely nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and I mean, not really going to get punished either way. Looking at the map, though, look at where Rookie's actually walking to. Moves his way down to the bot side. We can see the bot lane for IG already looking to take those resets. Guess what's spawning top side? It's those grubs. Gala's moving his way up. They're looking to make a play and find an advantage there.
Rub-a-dub-dubbin as Mako takes his back, and he'll head over to the top quadrant. We're seeing matched from the side of RNG. Lilla took his back, and Jachi is heading toward the mid lane. But remember, Tong Yuan, he hasn't gone back yet, so he's going to be teleporting in, and these grubs are already on the map. And Milky Way has started them up. Jija is here. Teleport coming in from Tong Yuan will now get him over. Just taking a little bit of time.
So Rookie TPing in as well. He comes from the bot side. It's going to be a full 5v5 once again on the top side of the Rift. Lilla, not level 6, not even close.
Yeah, there's going to be a weird pin. So Gala is the one who gets caught in a 2v1, has to burn his cleanse. As they're jockeying for position over these grubs. Second one goes to Milky Way, and the rest of RNG says, we just disrupted it. You can have the other one.
Okay, so the small win here for IG is that they caught a wave in the bot lane that wasn't actually picked up by RNG. So now a teleport goes down to the bot side. That's Xiaoshu who's making his move down there. The Shy.
There we go. That's a nice play made onto the Shy. He's going to flash, use his charge, as well as... There we go. Yeah, it's exactly what you're looking for. Small incremental wins.
And getting the flash out of the Shy, not the biggest summoner spell, it's worth saying, but there's a very small window now where they can look to punish the Ornn before anything else happens on the map. There's a Drake spawned. Obviously, that might be the next play that teams are looking for, and I think that because Milky Way committed to that play on the top side, actually loses out on tempo looking for that Drake. Jija didn't opt to start it up. Instead, just poked his head around, got the crab, but not feeling confident enough to try and take that fight. Is level 6 on the Nocturne, so, we're looking for that first ulti. How powerful is it going to be? Whether or not they can find any fights inside the jungle to zone them off.
There we go. Yeah, they're just going to go right in, forcing the flash out of Jachi.
Nice and early.
Milky Way isn't going to be able to get this Gromp, so he's still level 5 for right now.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where that's gone wrong, but Milky Way... down on experience. He's going to be able to get it. Just needs one more camp. And you steal a couple of the wolves. He's going to tick over to level 6. And that makes their fight around the jungle a little bit better. But the fact that he wasn't 6 there means Zhezhe feels very confident. Dashing in. Forces the flash out of Jiachi. And overall, IG continually, just slowly here, finding themselves very small leads.
And the question is, how is IG going to punish the flashless Varus? Because... remember, they are on a bit of a timer. The longer this game goes, this will allow Azir to get into the game. So, obviously, it's a ways away. We're only 8 minutes in, but something to think about as this dragon's still up. You can see Rookie heading down. He looked like he wanted to head down, but he elects to head back to the mid lane. Is Milky Way looking for a lane gank?
Yeah, we'll be able to sneak into this brush without being spotted, and so far, no wards on either side. Remember, Milky Way's engage range quite high, deceptively high even, has the clone to buy himself an even bigger range to get into without being spotted, but looks like Gala paying the necessary respect, and they are going to back away. Just a reset to come through for Milky Way, and that Drake's still live, still kicking. Looks like neither of these two teams particularly bothered about it, and like you've mentioned already, I don't think the RNG are particularly needed to force these plays. They've got such a stable front line in the UD as the game goes later, and more importantly, they've got such stable DPS as they move later into the game with Tong Yuan's Azir. Will need to step up, will need to perform more appropriately than he did in game number 1, but with the engages that we've already seen from Lula, I think that the chance is there for RNG to just sit back, relax, and maybe find themselves with a pretty good game once again.
Xiaoshu could find himself in trouble in a little bit. Call the Forge Goddess here. So is the bot lane. There's the knock-up. No ultimate going to be used for Jeje yet because it's just coming up. But the Fate's Call lands the knock-up onto the Udyr. Flash forward, good handshake too. Now it's how many spears can you skewer into Xiaoshu here, trying to do the stance dance, but he will fall.
Okay, so first kill in a while picked up by Gala on that top side, and the only kill so far this game picked up by the Callista. Constantly IG are looking for these plays when they've got TP to answer bot side. So again, positive, proactive plays on the map. Great flash forward by Mako. The handshake was instrumental in taking down the Udyr in that instance. And Xiaoshu pays for it with his life, not able to flash away from an important knock-up, let's say. An important skill didn't quite go in their favour. So IG find that second kill, find a couple of plates on the top side as well. And looking down at that bot side also, Jija looking to start up the Drake.
Yeah, the Grubs have spawned, so it looks like RNG will be able to take these ones without contest. So just a trade of objectives here, Rude Dude. And I like the dichotomy between these two teams, right? The dichotomy between the organizations, the young, homegrown RNG players and IG saying, screw the rules, I have money. And the dichotomy in-game, because they have very similar tools with these two compositions, but IG are using theirs aggressively, and RNG, it looks like they're totally fine with using theirs defensively. They just haven't done them yet.
No, and I want to see just a little more from Lula Milky Way. I think that this duo is going to be what wins or loses RNG this game. If they can make proactive plays, which they have the tools to be able to do, then they've got an opportunity to look for fights across the Rift. However, if they sort of sit back, continue this rather passive nature that they've got, our focus rather then shifts to Tong Yuan and seeing how well the Azir can perform.
Oh no, the mismatch backs, and they're taking advantage of the flashless Varus. Great job by Jeje on the Nocturne to pay him another visit.
Yeah, and that's just another instance of, well, my Varus has no flash. I shouldn't ever be crossing over the halfway point of the lane. And Nocturne really punishing for that. And we get to see a great little play come out from IG once again. Constantly just looking at the areas of the map where they've got advantages. The Varus with no flash. Let's look to see how we can punish it. Oh, we've got a time to move up to the top side. Let me see how we can punish that as well. Tong Yuan, you can see already focused out on knowing he has to be the DPS, that he's going to be the one to have to cut through the Shy. Leandri's picked up as first item, so very mana hungry on the Azir currently, but at this stage in the game, we'll be looking to try and cut through some frontline more than anything.
Lola got chunked really hard as Rookie heads to the bottom lane to deal with Xiaoshu. Call the Forge God there, knocks him up, and Xiaoshu is just dead, my friend. Rookie is the one who will pick up the kill. And all of a sudden, IG looks like that well-oiled machine that we expected.
Yeah, roasted and toasted down on that bot side, unfortunately, with Xiaoshu falling for the second time this game. And Tong Yuan may even fall here. Rookie has a good amount of damage despite not having the ulti. And I think that the fact that the perfect execution is on cooldown maybe incentivizes Tong Yuan there to try and step up like that.
Yeah, it's just so scary because Storm Surge, you know, that item will give you a lot of damage. So even a couple of Qs will find you with half HP or less. 13 minutes into the game. No objectives for the next 2 minutes and 40 seconds thereabouts. And Rudude, RNG need to do something, it feels like. I know the scaling is there for the Azir, but they got to make a move.
Yeah, I just sort of feel like their composition is incentivizing them to say, guys, if we just do nothing, Tong Yuan will carry. And maybe that's true, but if Rookie kills Tong Yuan in a fight, that then makes their entire composition fall flat on its face, because they are going to be living and dying by how well the Azir can perform. And if Rookie gets on the backline, isn't challenged, then the Azir probably just falls flat on its face. That's why I've been saying that Milky Way, Lilla, these two supporting characters need to perform well also to enable the Azir spacing, to enable space for the soldiers to do their work.
Here we go. Let's give it a shot. Knockups are there. Rookie has to do something in a 2v1. Lilla coming through to try to cut him off. He's not going to land the Tangle Barbs, but that Q, the heal as well for the movement speed. That's a matter of, can you actually find the Akali trying to dash away? Now sending them all on a wild goose chase. Tangle Barb still doesn't land. Somebody's going to get him eventually.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's going to Lilla, and I think that that's best case scenario for Rookie, so quite happy to just give it over to the Nico. That shutdown onto the support. That's a win for IG. You know that Rookie's going to die there 100% of time. So putting the gold on, theoretically, the least damaging person on this roster, absolutely worthwhile. Yes, it's making the best of a bad situation, but wasted a lot of time. And if we look at what happened on the rest of the map, well, we're able to get a stolen away red buff. We're able to put down just a little bit of control in the topside jungle. And that's all because Rookie was wasting that time.
And, you know, while RNG was able to make a play happen, it obviously went on the member that you really didn't want it on. And now, the thing is, they didn't really burn anything, and Rookie did burn Flash. Obviously, Lilla lost his heal. So with 40 and 50 seconds between these objectives, Rookie without a Flash, that is a big deal.
It is, and I think that importantly as well, the fact that Lilla kept a hold of the Pot Blossom is going to be really important moving into whichever neutral objective these two teams look to fight over going forward. That's going to be the point that we're looking at, and Lilla Flash, probably one of the most important summoner spells in this game. That Nico engage potential so vastly increased when the Flash is available.
It's around this time that we could see RNG potentially come back into the game. But again, IG, if they get some convincing wins here, this one could be over early. Lots of members congregating on the bottom side near this dragon. The top laners are up in their own space. Up there's the Pop Blossom landing onto two members, but the ultimate from the Renata making everybody go crazy. Down goes Lilla, and the teleports are here. IG has the backup.
Yeah, Mako with a great hostile takeover there, just zones out the entirety of the follow-up that RNG would like to have put down. That's the single fight win that they need prior to an objective. That's going to secure them this Mountain Dragon, sets them up 2 for 3 on that Feat of Strength marker. They've already got the Feat of Warfare, so it's looking very much like they'll be able to find those Feats of Strength. Whether or not there's a turret that can be claimed just to make it a little bit easier, we'll have to keep our eyes open for. But IG once again, and this time Mako, making the very proactive play that keeps them in the game.
And they have it on cruise control right now. Gala is 3-0, and I'd imagine that when Gala's 3-0, I don't have a stat for it. I wish I did. I want to know what his win rate is when he's 3-0. Let's take a look at this replay. I mean, this is just a great handshake.
Yeah, importantly, Lilla misses all of the opening engage or opening CC, and then, like we can see, the hostile takeover catches the two following up, which is ultimately all that was needed. So Tongyuan able to take out the turret down on the bot side, which is a great boon to begin with, but it's a trade for that Rift Herald. Feats of Strength picked up for IG, so at some stage in the game they'll be able to find themselves some nice juicy boots. However, the first brick going down is not nothing. The fact that Tongyuan is constantly being funneled all of this gold, we highlighted that given the more passive nature that RNG have gone for, it is going to be eyes on the Azir as to who can carry. And by establishing that gold, giving it to him, that's exactly the type of place that it needs to go and is the way that RNG are seeming to want to play.
Yeah, RNG has to keep it close for right now, but they are running into a problem. That problem is Infernal Soul. So the first two dragons went to IG, and if you're going to keep playing this passive style, I mean, it's just going to give IG an opportunity to secure a third dragon, put themselves on an Infernal Soul point. And once you get that Infernal Soul, I mean, you're going to be doing too much damage that RNG's not going to be able to do anything. And here's that proactivity. They jump on Gala, and the shutdown goes to Milky Way.
And still not flash used there by Tongyuan. That's really important that he keeps his own safety net available too. Yes, we commit with Milky Way, and double ultis are expended, triple ultis even, it looks like, with Yachi looking to burn the Chain of Corruption as well. But you get the shutdown, get a little bit of time on the map, and you're able to keep all of your summoner spells. That's a good play for RNG, and they're going to be more than happy with that.
Big dubs. Anything that can stem this IG tide is fantastic for RNG. You just, again, gotta keep him, gotta hands check him. You gotta keep him away, until you're ready to fight. Let's take a look at this replay, Rude Dude. It's perfect.
Yeah. It's just stealth from Milky Way into really clinical combo. Mako, I mean, there's not really a good angle for him to hostile takeover, and honestly, I think that as soon as we get caught by the shuffle, Gala knows that he's dead. Mako knows that expending anything extra is just futile, and it's just a quick play, well caught, and IG stepping on a mid-wave where they didn't have the resources to be able to do so.
Claiming that shutdown, putting that extra power into Milky Way. We know that Wukong spikes really hard on 2 items, so anything they can do to get him closer to that will be a big feather in the cap for RNG. Now, Rift Herald getting placed in the mid lane here, destroying that turret.
That opens up the map even further then for IG. Tier 1 turret in the mid lane, so powerful for establishing vision, both in either side of the jungle really, but helping out for those objectives is going to be your big win. Atacon spawning up on that top side, I think again it's going to be very favourable for IG. If we take a look at the state of the turrets, they've taken down the top tier 1 from RNG, whereas that has not been reciprocated on IG's side, so it gives another fallback option. It gives us position for IG to play from, which is a lot safer and isn't matched by RNG.
Atacon has now spawned, making his large roar of an announcement. I think that's the coolest thing ever, by the way. As a Paranoia goes down, the spell shield is there, but it was a little too late as Jeje is the one to go down. It's a shutdown for Milky Way. The question is, can IG get away without giving anything more? Xiaoshu trying to get there, trying to land a stun onto somebody. Rookie trying to go all the way in, gets a kill on the Jachi, but there's the Pop Blossom down. But the health bars are falling on the side of RNG because Tang Yuan is not there. Milky Way will fall. Here's the Azir, but Gala is so healthy right now.
Yeah, and they went for a fight just a little too early, and now with no E, the Shy might even look for more.
There we go. They're going to dive the Azir turret. He misses the Emperor's Divide and is forced to flash away.
Okay, and it looks like Xiaoshu is going to make it out to safety, and RNG, whilst they play the Nocturne engage really well, they chase just a little too quickly to keep IG interested. A little bit of miscommunication, desync on what they could actually get away with there, and IG come away with a fight which is just about positive for them. In a situation where they did get punished, JJ, again, a little bit too overzealous, gets caught out for it. Trying to hold on to see if we get a replay, but it looks like with the Drake spawning in 5 seconds, Atacon up, there's too much on the Rift for our teams to be talking about. But this is the initial engagement. We're looking to go in, and it's an early ulti from Jachi. Keeps the Nocturne rooted up, wait out the spell shield, able to find a little bit more. And then the comms here from RNG are to try and keep them interested. Tang Yuan has got a long walk up from bot lane to make any form of presence, but then it's Rookie who decides, hold on, that's not allowed. Weaves a incredible shuriken flip through the minions onto Jiachi, who take him down, and that is what opens up the fight. And like you mentioned, by the time Tang Yuan is here, the fight's already over, and there's nothing really to be said. Nice.
That's the kind of stuff you get from a veteran in the mid lane. Rookie doing what needs to be done to put IG in the driver's seat. Now a fight over this dragon, 5,000 HP. RNG hanging around. Tang Yuan does not have any summoners here, doesn't have his ult either. This dragon is just getting lower and lower. A couple members throwing pot shots on it, but nothing more, as they're just doing the dragon dance here.
IG,
the attacking
2 seconds
speed of these teams are rising. Let's see what the move is. The Paranoia comes out. So does the Renata ultimate. And the knockup is onto the Varus. And down he goes. The Pop Blossom's only going to hit one member. And Rookie is surrounded. Tang Yuan is able to get the kill. Now the question is, can Xiaoshu get the hell out of there? But he's skewered like a pig as the Shy will close out on the kill. Tang Yuan is full HP. And he wants to go in. Gala's going to fall because Milky Way's healthy too. Jeje is low. He's going to get stabbed in the back. And he's bleeding out in the river. He's going to fall. Mako is low. He flashes away. Tang Yuan on the other side too. The handshake will keep Mako alive for now, but Tang Yuan has the sustain damage. He's chasing after the Shy, and now he wants a piece of Mako. There's no turret left. He's got to get through the Shy first. They're trading blows, and the handshake finally, the full disengage. A 3-for-3 when the dust settles, but RNG have to be feeling good.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. Tang Yuan is the carry for this RNG roster. He was left unchecked throughout that fight. And that's RNG, I believe their 15,000th kill in the LPL as an organization. Number 1 in that statistic. Moly. Incredible milestone for any org to reach. So congratulations for that. That's first awesome. Of all. That is so many kills.
Now, does that count the kills they had when they were Starhorn Royal Club?
I am not sure. I really
wonder.
Do not
Anyway,
know.
Let's take a look at more important things this replay.
Yeah, exactly. And keep your eyes on Tang Yuan in this fight. And more importantly, Jiachi, and see how much he absorbs. He gets Renata ulti, Callista flash, and the Callista as well, constantly focusing out the Varus. Where really, I think this is going to be a big learning point for IG. that focus needs to go on to Tongyuan in the future. This Azir is the consistent DPS threat. Those constant chips and jabs aren't the important part. But
picture.
Yeah, we're on Atacon now.
Yeah, Otacon is getting tethered a little bit. He's down to 6,000 HP. Teleport is coming in from Rookie. Here comes Call of the Forge God. It's going to knock up 2 members. They're on top of Milky Way, and he will fall. The knockups are there, too. Here's the Pop Blossom. It lands on the 3, but what can RNG do? The health bars are getting lower because Tangyuan is leading the charge with his army. It's a 5v4. The question is, can RNG pick anybody trying to make their way out? It looks like IG will limp away with the kill they got.
But it's that top turret again provides the bastion that RNG need to stave off any form of aggression from RNG. Yes, they may lose it here, but it keeps them thoroughly in contention for being able to fight for the Atacon in 10 seconds time. Milky Way gonna respawn, and maybe RNG still fancy themselves a bit of this.
Nice trick play there from Lilla, and Rookie in the Shroud. He's going to go golden, and he's going to go... Oh! No, he's going to stay alive. They couldn't time it.
Jochi misses Q, Lula misses Q, important cooldowns that went wide, and now this Atacon becomes just a little bit more difficult. Rookie has no TP, he has to walk all the way from base to get here, but IG, they still want this. Juju has ulti in 5 seconds time, Call the Forge God not up for another 15-20 seconds or so. RNG, they've got all the control here.
It's so important that Gala stop doing red buff to haul his butt up here. It's a 5v4. Otacon is getting low. The lights have gone out. Is anybody home? It's secured by Milky Way, and they've turned onto the Shy. Tangyuan with a nice knock up to the side. They find Gala. The Shy will fall. It is now a 5v3. The health bars are a little below, but they have the revives. The question is, does RNG want the Baron? And they've turned on it.
And they've decided that they do with these withdrawals available. Eyes are on RNG to find not just the Atacon, but the Baron buff to boot. TP backing from Tangyuan. That consistent DPS is now in the pit. And turn your attention to Rookie. He's looking for the flank with Jurjit as well.
Mako is over the wall. There's the hostile takeover. The Pop Blossom is going to delay it just enough time. And now they're going to turn on Decision. No, they turn back onto the Baron. It's a 3v2 because those Atacon respawns went through. Yeah, you got a little bit of gold, IG, but the Baron goes to RNG. Rude dude, we've seen this before.
And RNG once again come up trumps in the fight. This is another instance of Milky Way outsmiting Jurjit. Top side fight around the Atacon. It's a complete 50-50, an absolute flip-flop that once again goes the way of the RNG jungler. Tangyuan zones out 2 members of IG, redirects his attention to Gala, and all of a sudden RNG are in the ascendancy, not just in this game, but in this series. 1-0 up, Baron and Atacon at their backs, and 4 turrets outside of the base to try and crack down? How many are they going to be able to take?
They need to also take this dragon, keep that in mind. I don't know when they're going to do it, but you do not want to give Soul over to IG. RNG has crafted their game plan well enough to be in a position of power with this 4th dragon up. We thought that they were not going to be able to keep their legs steady under them, but they have. The seeds that have been planted by the RNG brass are beginning to sprout, Rude Dude. They're looking good.
And it's some mighty tasty fruit that they are beginning to bear as well. Gold lead now for RNG. They may still be down in gold, or in kills rather, but that gold graph will read for some very sore reading as IG fans. Zonya's picked up for Rookie, so the stasis, the playmaking capability that he has definitely going to be quite high. I think Rookie's stasis, even in the series versus NIP, were ultimately very, very impressive. The way that Rookie's performing so far in this game really has been the one beacon of hope that I can find for IG. Constantly diving, getting onto Jachi, taking down the AD carry. Now the presence needs to turn to, okay, who's the actual threat in this game? And the answer so clearly is Tangyuan.
Yeah, I mean, RNG's done a good job of shutting down Gala, but Rookie has had opportunities to roam free, and I think they're just going to keep going after Gala and picking on him. So, as you said, Rookie's going to have to be the guy. They need to find a way onto Tangyuan if they want to win this game, because this guy has been untouched so often. He's got the Seeker's Arm Guard too, which means it's going to be a hell of a lot harder to actually take him down. as this bot inner turret will fall. Gold beginning to spill into the pockets of RNG, up 2,500.
So the fake death wore off, so any fights that they take need to be concise, need to be accurate. It looks like with that, just a little bit of gold picked up for RNG. They're going to reset out onto the map with all of that extra gold in their back pockets. Stasis now ready for Tangyuan. That Seeker's arm guard, the stasis built into it. Certainly going to be something that, again, adds that extra layer of protection for the Azir. And to touch quickly on, this jungle matchup, coming into today, was looking for a bit of a redemption arc from JJ. Unfortunately, that just hasn't been met, from getting a little bit overzealous on this Nocturne game to having a very quiet Zyra game in game number 1, and being constantly outsmited all of the important clutch fights and clutch situations that we've seen around neutral objectives. Milky Way has just come out on top.
Yeah, Milky Way woke up today and chose violence because he has gotten the better of JJ this entire series so far. We're only two games in, 30 minutes into that second game here. RNG have turned it around. They've taken the wheel from themselves. Now they just need to steady the ship here. Nice and easy. 2 minutes on both objectives. You know what that means, Rudude? Could be a possibility of a swap, which would be really good for IG if they get the dragon.
Yeah, a little bit of a trade on either side. And I think that the story for JJ continues as it could be a really sort of sad one at this point, because he was imprisoned in EDG, was the sort of running joke, was that he'd been put on a team that didn't have the tools to facilitate him as a player. Moving into this roster with IG, it was supposed to be his time to shine, and now that we've got these really strong pieces of Rookie the Shy and Gala around him, not quite having the performances that we expect, not what we were anticipating from the all-star jungler really coming into this split.
RNG dragging IG around with them, trying to make a play onto this turret. It's very low. Zhezhe in the jungle forces Xiaozhu over to the far side as he looks to chase down Rookie, as they're going to wait for another wave to come in. They are keenly pinging out Rookie, acutely aware where he's at. Handshake onto Tangyuan, brings him down to half HP. This is something to worry about.
Yeah, that's a big chunk, and all of Tangyuan's HP is important.
The lights are out. They're going to target the Varus. Here comes the call of the Forge God. It's going to knock up two onto the side, but they don't get anybody with the hostile takeover. Lila is golden in the middle of a lot of enemies, but he's forced to flash away. The Shy's been rooted, and the damage is still consistent. Pop Blossom doesn't land onto anybody. Fate's Call knockup is there, and Gala claims the life of Lila.
And in the fight, it's IG that come out on top. A series of misplays from crucial members from RNG cost Lila his life. Milky Way.
The flash, the knockup. They're on to Gala, but he flashes away, and Rookie kills Jachi on the backside. Now the question is, will Rookie escape once again? He needs to get out, and he will, because the teleport and the rest of the squad are here. A cacophony of errors for RNG, because these objectives are spawning. They're down in 80 carry, and guess what? They might get dove under this turret. Yes, you're right. The teleports are here. RNG are stuck on an island. They're marooned.
Fish in a barrel.
They need a way out, and I think the only way out is death. Tangyuan doing what he can, but Gala takes him out. The lights are out. They can't find Gala, but they can find Milky Way. IG have wrestled the game back.
And all they can see is darkness. RNG fumble on the top side. IG come up clutch, defending their tier 2 turret, and are able to take down not just this Baron, but you'd like to think they'll pick up a soul off the back of this as well. Milky Way starts it off so well. Gala's half HP already, but it's Rookie taking down the AD carry, and Gala's survival instincts keeping him at bay. Both of these players for Invictus Gaming so instrumental in this split so far, in any form of success. Finally able to find some in this series. Gala escaping, Rookie escaping, corralling RNG under this turret and taking them to the slaughterhouse.
What did we say, Rudude? We said they were going to pick on Gala and that Rookie would have to be the one to get it done. He gets that quick pick on to Jachi, and that resulted in the start of this play, and RNG can't get in, and the soul has been claimed by Invictus Gaming. The damage amplifier has been turned up to 11.
We'll just take a moment, Yanni, to recompose ourselves as IG take firm control of game number 2. They had a good running for the first 10-15 minutes or so.
They know.
I
respect
it together.
Yeah,
and then through the mid-game, RNG, they fought back and they found themselves in a very good position, but IG, they've swung that swing right back in their favour. The metronome ticks over to the side of IG. And with the Baron at their backs, it's their job to start doing some structural damage.
The young team cracked a bit under the pressure. They are still in it, but the Elder Statesman, Invictus Gaming, with an opportunity like this, it's very rare that they let it slip through their fingers. Now they're just trying to really end the game with one explosive fight. You can see the IG members congregating on this bottom inner turret as they take that one out too.
And importantly as well, have to remember that the engage for this IG composition, it's there with Nocturne plus Ornn. This composition was built to be all in. We'd highlighted it from the draft that they go forward well. So if they want to find a fight, if they want to engage something under a turret, they have the tools to be able to do so. The Shy is, 3.5 at this point items with the boots. He's really, really tanky. Trying to take him down in these fights is very difficult, so the way IG are playing currently is just to collect gold. It's just to establish a little bit of an advantage. Have that wallet diff if any fight does come to bear. But without the base being broken open and without the game having found a natural resolution, odds are, Yanni, we're going for another 3-4 minutes. Are we going to get to Elder? We're going to get to Baron, and all of a sudden those, really game warping buffs become game ending buffs in the Elder.
Lock in, everybody, because we're coming in for a landing, but it's going to be a bumpy ride because despite the fact that IG has the gold lead and they made some plays with that Baron and got those inner turrets and they have the soul, we've seen IG lose games that they should not lose so far this season. This is the hallmark time. Will IG actually be a team that you can respect and get out of this group in the top half? Or are they going to piss it away, Rude Dude? Are they going to go down in the series 0-2 with everything in their hands?
And they've got so much power in this late game as well. They should be able to find a victory from here. The Infernal Soul, the ornament upgrades, all extra bonuses that aren't reflected in the gold lead. So you're looking at the gold at the minute, okay, 3,000 gold, but then every Ornn upgrade is worth another 1,000. Then Infernal Soul, however much extra on top of that you want to talk about. They have so many intangibles in their favour, and yet there is still a piece of us, something in your mind that just suggests to you that RNG aren't out of this one yet. Tong Yuan, we have to point out, is that carry for RNG, and so far this game has been playing to that level.
Yeah, he's shown it for sure. And I think the big reason for trepidation about this IG squad in this game as they take down the last outer turret is they don't siege very well, Rude Dude, and what champion's really good against the siege? It's Azir.
And it's a poke virus as well at this point. Anybody who steps up to hit that turret, Chain of Corruption into a piercing arrow, that's 80% of your HP. If it's one of the squishies, can maybe be a little bit more when you've got people following up with the damage as well. So trying to hit the turret as these squishy members, as Gala, is just not particularly possible. You're so scared of getting engaged on by Lily, you're having to press tab on every single wave because there could be an eco in it. You're having to fear for where the Wukong is. Actually stepping up to hit these turrets without proper setup is exceptionally difficult. Tong Yuan leaves the base with a Rabadon's Death Cap. 4-item Azir now.
Well spotted, my friend, because that is going to be the mirror breaker here for this game that is at a complete standstill. 360 CS for Tong Yuan. This Baron is up in 25 seconds. Elder Dragon up in a minute. Oh, man, the suspense is killing me, Rude Dude. This could show the direction of the first split for both of these teams.
And let me be clear here. This isn't This isn't a game that IG should ever really have found themselves in, nor a series. The expectation coming in was they'd be able to slaughter RNG. They're down 0-1 though, and this all of a sudden became a fight for their split lives, really. Losing this series becomes very, very difficult for them to play out as Rookie going deep on a flank. He's on wards though.
They see him.
RNG are going to see this all the way through.
RNG has to pull the trigger before he can get here. The question is, will they be able to? IG doing well to keep them at arm's length. As Tanguin doing what he can to try to clear the woods. They spot out Rookie. The lights have gone out. Rookie's gone golden. Pop Blossom there. It won't get him. He's going to blow up Jachi.
Rookie!
And now he's on to Tanguin as well, but he knocks him away. The problem is everyone else has fallen. Tanguin is stuck in the back of the pit. He will fall. A double kill for Gala, and Invictus Gaming will knot up the series at 1 apiece.
And the shivers start to dissipate. IG come out with a clean ace to close out game number 2. The series is equal once again. And this is the IG fighting we were expecting. It took them 40 minutes to get there, Yanni, but they find the fight they needed.
The sleeping giants may have finally awoken. They still have to win 2 more. It wasn't perfect, but the early game was good, Rude Dude. The mid game had left a lot to be desired, and it was really the mistake of RNG that was the one that got it done. But this is what happens when you have the veterans versus the young players. Situations like this will happen.
No, absolutely. And this is a real learning point for RNG as well. I think both of these teams can take something from this game to see how they improve going through this series, because RNG should never really have been in a position at all in that game. IG had a really snowball-oriented composition that had an advantage. All of a sudden, RNG find one fight that they're able to turn around, then they have the lead, then they're the ones pushing objectives, trying to extend their lead, but they miss-execute on the top side, and then IG wrestle back control of the game, and fortunately for them, they never let it go.
That's what happens when you tunnel vision on one carry a little too hard. Hey, poor Jachi was like, guys, where'd you go? It's Akali. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, I guess. Life of an 80 carry, Rudu. You and I have both been there.
We're all too familiar with the powers that Akali has, and I think that as soon as they saw Rookie sweeping around on that top side tri-brush, all of the walls started to collapse on from within them, and knowledge is one thing, being able to know what to do with that knowledge is a complete other, and it seemed very clear there that RNG, they had 10-15 seconds to formulate a game plan. Rookie's coming this way, what do we do? They didn't have an answer.
Now, I would have loved to see like a Chains of Corruption, an immediate turnaround, and target this guy out, but it's not something that we were able to see. I will say this, though. Despite the fact that they lost, I think RNG is legit, Rude Dude, honestly. They, they were in a position that seemed very difficult to win in. They were down 3 dragons to nothing, and they needed to find a way to stop the stacking, and they got that fight up in the top side to really turn this game in their favor, put themselves in the driver's seat after getting that Baron. Those are moves that are made by teams that can and will see success with the players they have, especially for the players they did it against.
Yeah, exactly. And what this means for me especially is I'm excited to see that the next series that RNG get to play versus NIP, right? Especially if these are to find out who our actual 2 top teams in the group are, because that could be a very indicative series of that as well. Just because NIP beat Invictus Gaming doesn't mean that they've got the chops to beat RNG. Depends how this game ends up finishing out and how those 2 teams interact with one another as well. Because I think that both the come-ups of both of these junglers for both RNG and NIP is something to really keep our eyes on for that series. But we'll keep ourselves focused on this one for the time being. And the 20 champion bands that we've got now moving into game number 3, IG having the complete flip-flop from winning the early game, losing mid game, now winning out in the late game as well. There's a lot still on their shoulders, and being 1-1 dead even, we move into now 3 more games potentially, and hopefully 3 more games to decide how this game and series closes out.
Yeah, we're essentially at a best of 3 now, Rude Dude, and one thing to think about is RNG's mental going into game 3. This is a game that they know they had in their hands at one point. And I wonder if that's going to hang over them like a dark cloud going into the rest of the series. That's something that you saw IG was able to shake after that game. And again, it's the difference between the veterans and the rookies. A veteran team like IG, who lost the first series 3-1, who went down Game 1 to RNG, a team that nobody expected to really take a game off of IG, at least by looking at the names. They were able to shake it off and say, nope, we can get this done. We have confidence in ourselves. Take a look at these stats. As the stats are now gone, I yapped a little too long. Lots of kill participation, though, on both sides.
No, exactly. And I think that one of the things that I want to highlight as these highlight packages start to play is that Gala Mako actually were the unsung heroes for me during that game. Mako had a lot of very, very positive plays, whether it's flash handshaking to pick up the first couple of kills that snowballed Gala in the first place, or if it's some hostile takeovers that end up winning them a couple of fights. You know, great stuff. I highlight the bot lane. We play the replay that ends up getting them killed, but worth mentioning that the bot lane for IG came up trumps once again in this game, and yes, we got to see some great fighting from Rookie to catch out squishy members on the backside, but that wouldn't have been nearly as important had Gala Mako not been able to churn through Xiaoshu and Milky Way.
Now, I want to give them their flowers because, again, they had started off pretty poorly this season as a duo. While they did do it on Kalista Renato, which is a very potent combination and something that you would expect, they were able to get it done. Now the question is, for the games coming up next, are they going to be able to sustain that success route?
Well, I mean, it's good to get the reps in and get that victory in early on. I think that just the mental damage that can give you, right? Like, you're happy that you got a win with a very powerful bot lane and that you were actually able to do something in that bot lane matchup, because like you'd mentioned, you know, Gala Mako have been struggling this split, just to put for lack of a better word, had been getting taken down in instances where they shouldn't have been. So righting that ship now, whether it's a Kalista Renata to start it off, you know, whatever it ends up being later on, we'll see if it ends up being as successful as this game.
And it's really crazy because we say, oh, they've struggled so far this split, like it's, you know, not the second week, but guess what? You know, it's single round robin, best of 5. There is only one more match for both of these teams after this match. You don't really have a whole lot of time to turn it around as we talk about, you know, how cutthroat the format is as a whole. I mean, you know, IG were very close to being down 0-2 and being like, okay, well, if you lose this one, you're probably out. But they were able to pull it off with that top lane fight, and, you know, a big fight like this too. I mean, that's the Infernal Soul at work there.
Yeah, I mean, and again, to see there, Milky Way caught completely in hostile takeover. The actual Nocturne Renata combo turns out to be quite powerful because so frequently Renata ulti's so slow. Oh, I can't see it. You know, I'm easily able to dodge it, but when I can't see it coming, it definitely becomes a lot more difficult. So one of those things that maybe, again, went under the radar through this game, and that as the draft had developed, not something that we necessarily considered, but something to think about is that finding Renata ulti is actually really difficult when you can't see anything.
Yeah, without a doubt, Rude Dude. If you're blind, you are getting hit by damn near everything. Unless you're me, because I just get hit by damn near everything anyway when I play.
It's no different.
Anywho,
yeah.
What do you think? What are you thinking for this MVP? I think it's got to go to Gala, right? It could go to Rookie.
Really,
okay,
yeah.
This is fair. Again, agreeable.
I think Rookie bought enough space in important fights so that this is worthwhile, and also the fight mid lane in particular, like just the spot on the shuriken flip where he R1 shuriken flips when, like, theoretically he's behind minions.
That was
like
so
having
good.
that angle is genuinely off the charts for me, worthy of a POG.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. Can't really argue with that one, Rude Dude. With that, we're going to go take a short break, and when we return, we're going to have the pivotal Game 3 draft between RNG and IG. Two teams head-to-head, 1-1 series score apiece. The two really, really sick games. I'm anticipating 3 more, perhaps, for the rest of the evening. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English broadcast as we take you, for me, into the wee hours of the morning. Rudu, what time is it for you?
11:25 a.m.
Oh, nice. All right, so you're getting out of the wee hours of the morning. And for
them.
wherever you may be watching at home, and I think, and I hope, you've been thoroughly entertained with the series so far, because RNG has shown a lot of moxie, but IG may finally be breaking through and putting it together. I said that second game was a really big turning point for both of these teams. Now I think this third game is the turning point for IG, not just in the series, but for the first split.
Yeah, I think that if they can 3-1 from here, expectations can largely be sort of restored, let's say. If this is a 3-2, completely different story, and I think that, RNG pushing IG to the brink is a completely different story than IG flub one game and end up coming out on top of the series overall with a 3-1. Like, those are two very different outcomes to today. So IG are going to be striving for the latter. They want this to be a 3-1 and to be, done and off home within the next couple of hours. However, RNG are currently, 2 games now away from securing themselves a spot in playoffs, which, again, you ask anybody coming into the LPL, who do you think is going to come out of this group? No, I would challenge you to find somebody that says RNG.
Yeah, and you know what? They're trying to prove all the doubters wrong, my friend, and they've been doing a pretty good job so far. What I really think was not great in terms of their strategy last game was Milky Way felt a little bit muted that game. Like, he was still making some plays, but wasn't as proactive as we would have liked. I really think this team truly runs really well when you got Milky Way on a carry and Tang Yuan on a facilitator. I think back to their last match where he picked Ari to enable the Xin Zhao of Milky Way, and it was really, really good. Something like that I think they might go to for this third game and be like, yep, these are the basics, the building blocks of our team in an effort to wrestle control back in this series.
I mean, Ari Viego is a lethal duo if they want to try and run with that. I know Jinx is something as well that they can try to bolster into that composition. I really value how well that composition can synergize together. It definitely gives the Viego reset capabilities for Milky Way as well, and I know that friend of the broadcast and play-by-play of the broadcast, Rafa, would be definitely very happy with a Viego game to get pulled out. And from what we've seen from RNG, putting Milky Way on a carry has boded well for them. The Karthus game to open us up for the day was very impressive. We've seen some improvement from Milky Way just from week 1 to week 2, where he wasn't just getting randomly caught and chunked out, was able to effectively use Requiem. And even in that game, as the Wukong was, 3 items, keeping very good pace with his carries actually in that game. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough. Trying to play with Wukong versus Renata Nadoi turns out to be quite difficult. But moving into a game number 3, putting more emphasis on Milky Way's carry capability, certainly something that could go well.
All right, everybody. We're into the draft. Take a look at the bottom of your screen. That's where you'll see the champions that are unavailable to be played here in full Fearless. I find it interesting that we're seeing Victor bans. Victor's nerfs aren't that crazy. It's the empowered auto attack on his Q is a 10% reduction, but his ultimate getting a 10% AP scaling reduction is very, very bad.
Yes, that's the big thing, is that it's not just like, if it was a one and done ability, sure, we could make an argument, but that is 10% off of the AP scaling on it that is for every single tick, right? Like, that's a lot of damage that you incrementally end up missing out on. So worth keeping our eye on where the Victor falls in the pecking order through the remainder of the LPL. I still think, for what it's worth, it's probably still very, very strong. I think that the power that this champion had to begin with was so much higher in the first place, that the nerfs that sort of we've seen bring it down to surface levels of broken.
That was beautiful. I'm sorry to laugh in the middle of your point, but that's just so funny. You know what I have to say to your point?
What's that?
That's it. The thumbs up. That's
nice. A little cheeky, and then we're good.
Love it. We love it.
Red side
Skarner's
bans. No way.
Yeah. I'm actually kind of surprised they banned the Skarner, and there's one reason why. Milky Way hasn't played it. Like, even when there were times, like, RNG has actively banned it when they are on blue side. So I think this time around they were like, hey, you know what? If they're going to give it to us, we'll put our guy on it. And I think that's why IG waited so long. They wanted to see if they would, and they even tanked on it a little bit. But first pick Ashe, no surprise here. We're going to put that on Jiachi here. You know what? He's got to have a good game because he had a problem on Ashe in their game 1 against FPX. He was a little gun shy with the Enchanted Crystal Arrows.
So looking to see if they can try and punish something in the mid lane then, which, you know, pairing up with a Vi already for IG, we'll have to see what is going to be that mid-jungle duo. But matching AD carries from here, I think Jinx is something that could still very easily get picked up. Instead, we're going to see Gala go for something a little bit different. But that Jinx champion, very, very strong on this patch. If you're playing AD carry at home, go pick up Jinx. I promise you, you will not be disappointed. And already, okay, alrighty, we have got anti-dive. We see Vi, we go anti-dive. Beautiful.
We see a Misfortune bullet time. We say Kindred Ultimate, Lamb's Respite. No, not today. And on top of that, you get Milky Way on probably his best champion. This couldn't have gone better for RNG through the first couple of picks of the draft. Now, the question is, how are they going to wrap a bow on it to enable Milky Way? I think the Galio does a good job of that, but they need a little bit more as the Rel will come in, a common pairing with the Misfortune.
Okay, so I'm looking second round of bans for a Gragas ban from RNG. Gragas typically very good versus the Kindred. It's also a really good blind into the top side as well for the Shy. So if they ban Gragas on second phase here, I'm going to be very happy. As for IG, they've committed already, right? MFRL is a bot lane duo, very good apropos of anything, but they need to focus on more dive champions that they can get rid of. So Poppy, really solid at stopping disengage. I think that Braum as well is a champion that they can look towards to try and ban. Ashe Braum as a bot lane duo, very powerful. And obviously moving into the team fights, getting rid of Braum when you've got this type of composition, also very useful.
Yeah, and given the fact you already picked your bot lane, you go like, well, you know, they're not afraid of picking Braum, so maybe that one should go off the board. A Taliyah ban coming out because Vi Taliyah, such a potent combination. I do wonder what ban RNG will throw at IG. I think they'll probably go after Rookie again. There's a couple of good options. We all know that Vi Ari is really good. Braum. We know that Vi Orianna is also very good, as you see Braum taken away.
Yeah, the Braum sort of mandated, and now this gives RNG a bit of a flex. They can put Lulu on the Galio. Galio support actually pretty decent, especially versus Rel, and you can actually do pretty decently with this duo themselves. So effectively, Lulu could have eaten 2 bans and still just plays the Galio anyway, which is the power that this Galio offers you. I mean, Gragas is not banned now, so I'm really expecting IG to look towards that. Gives them some magic damage, which they're missing. Gives them great disruption versus the Kindred ulti specifically, and you know, would be a really solid slot into their composition.
I like the Sylas ban coming out because there's just so many high-value ultimates for RNG. IG tanking on this Ahri pick here. Oh my.
Wow,
okay. They just take a left turn and go for the Swain Rudude. I mean, they have enough damage coming through with the Misfortune, but I feel like they're going to need a little bit more coming through. Maybe give a carry champion over to the Shy. He's been very muted so far throughout the beginning of the season.
And you know, there's a world where this Swain really thrives, right? It's a great champion at trying to dive, even better if champions are coming into him. So far, when you see double ranged, I think that taking the Swain is a little bit dangerous for Rookie. And, you know, with that being the case, we'll see how that plays out. I will also say RNG have taken Jax blind when, again, Gragas, a champion that does very well versus Jax, also does very well versus the entire composition that RNG have drafted for themselves. So the Shy this game, I think, has got so much power to augment how the fights go. He can be such a facilitator for this IG roster, or he can be the reason that they fall flat. This Gragas has got so much power to control how the fights play out that your eyes have to be on him to see what happens.
Couldn't agree more, Rude Dude, especially with all this engage you see on RNG. And, you know, I don't know why RNG didn't pick the Gragas, because, listen, if you're playing against the Swain, the easiest way to get Swain out of your multiple melee champions that you have is just to barrel them the hell away.
No, it's a really effective strategy, Yanni. You're not entirely wrong. They've sort of buoyed or budgeted that, I guess, with the Alistair and said, okay, well maybe we can headbutt the Swain away. I do think as well that Kindred Ashe specifically, they're probably going to have a decent enough time versus the Swain. Trying to kite out, really easy to use Hail of Arrows on the Kindred as well to just sort of dodge out from the pull. Ashe going to have a little bit more of a difficult time, but that's by the by. Using the volleys, you should be able to slow down the Swain as well. But I think Rookie, this game taking the Swain was not in any way where I would have looked to, but I'm very excited to see what he sees that I don't.
Sorry, I was distracted. I saw Pit Fighter Vi for a second. My bad. No.
You agree
really
completely with what I
wanna
said and
see-
have no notes?
Yeah, I really want to see the Swain pop off on the one hand. And listen, this is going to be the game for Rookie to eat on this champion. You know, and IG as a whole has a nice mix of magic damage, has a nice mix of physical damage, exactly what you're looking for. Now the question is, are they actually going to be able to kill like Lilla later on? Are they going to be able to kill Tang Yuan? Very big questions that need to be answered.
Yeah, the damage profile is very geared toward the early game, and that you're sort of playing this war of attrition where you're going to have Bloodthirst and Misfortune, you're going to have Swain period, you know, he's just going to be healing up, going crazy. Vi with Conqueror, Gragas as well is likely going to have that. Seraph's likely going to have a little bit more tankiness built into him, or rather sustainability, I should say is the more appropriate word, built into him. So double Conqueror as well on the side of IG. Anti-heal, I think, is the name of the game for me. Need some of that being built up early on, and then maybe we can hope that IG do get cut through.
One thing I didn't think about is, you know, because the pick was just so surprising to see Swain. Swain, you know, fulfills the same purpose of what you'd want with like a Vi and an Ahri or a Vi or Talia. You have the ultimate, the cease and desist, and then you can pull the stationary target in. Wow, you know what? That is a pretty solid strategy, and of course, into these multiple melee champions, this really is a sharp pick by Rookie. Something you expect out of a player of his caliber who's been around the block for many, many years.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still absolutely baffled because when he took it when he saw Ashe Kindred, I think that's just a terrible duo to try and take it against. But fortunately enough, RNG ended up picking up 2 more melees, so gives the value to the Swain a lot more, let's say. Now, Australia lanes come through. For the second time, I believe, this series as RNG and IG meet up on the top side with their bot side as Jiachi, missing out on a couple of experience, and it's the level 2s coming in for IG.
Oh, nice sidestep there from Jiachi is now they're level 2. Lilla with the flash pulverized there. Gala has to try to get away. The cleanses are out. Gala's getting rifled down. And now the turn is on to Mako. Can Gala get close? The mark goes down onto Gala. Just an inkling of a feeling. Anything Milky Way can do to give his team up there the edge.
And I wonder now what this means for our junglers. Milky Way pathing his way up towards this top side. This wave will crash under the turret at some stage. And whether or not Milky Way makes his way up there to try and force a dive, you know, kind of something that you'd have to think about when that mark goes down. As for the bot side of the map, you already see Judge moved his way in, cleared his top side, moving down to that bot side now. It looks like RNG are just happy to kind of tank the fact that this wave is pretty dreadful for them and just look for a recall as well.
I like that you mentioned the bottom side of the map while we have a moment here, because we've seen Jax almost exclusively go this tank build. And in a matchup where you're neutralized a little bit by this Gragas, and there seems to be some decent damage on the IG composition, but not a ton, as Lilla has to walk away. Do you think we'll see a tank Jax again, or do you think we'll see more of your typical Jax builds?
I think this is tank Jax, unfortunately. They have really good physical damage already with Ashe Kindred, so there's not that emphasis really for the Jax to go tanky, for Xiaoshu to pick up that tank route. Looking at this top side though, Lilla probably going to give his life to try and kill Gala. No summoner spells, remember.
Yep, Gala's still marked. Oh, what's going on here? A taunt in the mid lane, but Zhezhe is the one who gets here first. It'll be first blood going over to Vi, and on the top side ends up being a 1-for-1, but the mark going to Milky Way, the kill to Jiachi.
Yeah, that, I mean, it's not just the kill and it's not just the mark, it's all the experience that gets missed as well. Gala going to miss out on a fat wave under that turret, which is completely picked up by Jiachi. So already the bot lane advantage for the Ashe really beginning to extend itself. And now we get to see sort of how it all broke down as we were looking at mid lane. Milky Way starts it up, but outside of the turret, so Gala kind of mispositioning a little bit, if you want to say that, but not forcing the turret to be focusing somebody throughout the entirety of his health bar going down feels like a misstep. And now the wave gets to bounce back out. Milky Way can go and catch his bot side camps, work his way back up to the top side, and rinse and repeat.
Yeah, and sweeping this ward to maybe make something happen a little bit later too by Lolo there, as we're going to see Milky Way head into the bot side of his jungle and clear bottom to top. So, you know what? Come in for round 2 if you want.
Nice little stun there, picked up by Xiaoshu, and with the teleports available for both of our top laners, this isn't really too consequential. Interesting that we see him pushing that wave out, though. Feels like when it could have been left to push back into you, not necessarily the worst idea to just leave it and teleport yourself back in. Nevertheless, with Judge spotted on this bot side, just giving a little bit of a safety net to both side lanes.
Acutely aware of where this Vi is at. Vi at level 5, so, you know, when the level 6 hits, going to start to make some more plays. Already made that early play onto the mid lane. You know, very rare that you're able to get that done, but Vi does have solid ganking power. And when you have a mid laner with CC, you can get it done. So they sweep out wards, and RNG's bot lane up top, just trying to impose their will.
So normally we've seen some big fights for these grubs, and it's typically required some finicky swaps. This time round, Judge starting up, has just Vault Breakered, so probably just going to smite this one and try and get himself out of danger, but fight to be had.
Yeah, they're going to turn on the top lane here as Mako is forced to flash away. The question is RNG caught the claw, the flashes, but Mako is kind of stuck. And here comes Tengyuan into the middle of the fight as they manage to make it a 1-for-1 kills to the AD carries. The taunt goes down onto the Swain as Tengyuan is able to get out, but yes, he is. Shy lying in wait. Thought he was maybe going to drop his ultimate and try to knock Tengyuan into the rest of the squad, but not so.
No, I mean, he's just running anchor, unfortunately, for RNG. Might even be able to deny this camp going down. Smite picked up by Milky Way, but I mean, all this time, by the way,
wait,
the bot lane.
What is he doing? The Shy has to flash away. Doesn't have any backup. He will be able to find a way out, though.
All right, well, I mean, honestly, he's wasted a lot of time. He knew that he was sacrificing by coming for this play, and, you know, as much as this is going to hurt him specifically in his 1 versus 1, this has actually been very beneficial for IG overall. So now we'll have to see what Xiaoshu can do with this lead that he's been given. A little bit of free time down on that bot side, and he's able to find a couple of plates for himself as well. So the Jack's a little bit more accelerated than the rest of the map, but it's come at that cost of the Misfortune being able to get back into the game, no longer isolated and shunted out of that top side, actually ahead in experience of all things.
And has a BF sword, by the way. So you know, that certainly turns the tides early on. It might not be a completed item, Rudude, but you being an AD carry would know, well, that's damn near a completed item.
It's very good, and it can be so difficult, sort of even early game, to find 1300 gold to reset with. So getting that and being able to get back out onto the map definitely feels very, very good for Gala, having been dove at level 3 formally in this game. And now moving down into that bot side, looking at how that matchup plays out specifically, still should be favouring the Alistar and Ashe, because you've got so many ways at disrupting Gala and making sure that bullet time never really has any semblance of channel time. As soon as you start to see it, you've got Alistar combo to go for. You've got Enchanted Crystal Arrow, which you imagine is going to be picked up relatively soon here for Jiachi. Actually a full level behind the Misfortune at this stage, just checking a quick glimpse at the XP bars. And overall, despite those lane swap shenanigans and the fighting on the top side, Gala's been able to get near experience where seemingly Jiachi has not.
Yeah, this is a very positive start to the game for IG.
Lula's level 6 and his AD carry is not. That's a problem.
Yeah, that's pretty rare. You don't see that very often. And without that Enchanted Crystal Arrow for at least a little bit, is going to potentially present a problem. Milky Way is headed to the top side here. So it looks like he's trying to figure out if he really wants to go in on the Shy here. As Xiaoshu does have damage with that Sheen. Milky Way finds his way into position. It's just a matter of actually getting this under the turret. He does mark the Shy, so the Shy is going to walk up and ward and say, hey, get out of
Rookie.
here.
Rookie, run! Your top lane is in danger. Get up there quickly!
They need to do something and fast, but the Shy keeping the minions outside of turret range with some deft movements there, thwarting that game.
All right. Okay. Nice and easy, in fact, it turns out. Milky Way just postures on the right-hand side of the turret, and the Shy just says, okay, are you going to jump on me as Jax when I have two ways of stunning you under the turret? I don't think you are. You don't actually have any ways of forcing me out of this, so just good heads-up play from the Shy. Make sure that he's not actually at threat of getting dove, and once again, mitigating some of that advantage that the Jax should be getting, because he was able to get a couple of plates just earlier on. Milky Way currently sat on those 2 markers, so was able to find a crab somewhere, and a bit of a skirmish as well that we saw up on that top side, taking down Gala earlier on. And as we look at the teams as they go later and later, right, you sort of highlighted this a little bit earlier on, Yanni, but there is a fear with this IG roster that their damage isn't actually that high as we move later. I know for a fact that Misfortune just doesn't feel good playing versus tanks, so Galio, Alistair, this theorized Jax build that we've got is going to feel pretty rough for the MF, and that's your AD carry. And then you're thinking about, okay, is our War of Attrition much better? And you're hoping that Rookie is going to be able to do a lot of the heavy lifting, staying in both the front and back line to do damage.
Hang on, Rudude. That's a dagger in the inventory of Xiaoshu.
I see that.
That
suggests a Trinity Force.
Yes, my friend, yes. We might see some big
good.
damage coming out of Xiaoshu, which, you know, I think would be nice to kind of diversify. Your damage isn't just coming from your ranged champions. Enchanted Crystal Arrow not landing burns the flash of Mako, and that is something that we wanted Jachi to be doing, is throwing out those arrows and RNG trying to make plays off of them.
But importantly now, that is when grubs have spawned. You've got no Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and you've still got Mako with Hex Flash and full Rel Engage available. So the tools, I think, for IG, again, slightly beneficial. Something that they can be looking at as they move into this objective. And if we just look at the items completed as well, only 1 finished item so far this game. It is for Judger on this Vi. Sundered Sky means he's going to be very, very difficult to take down. Just 1 auto attack on anybody gets a little bit of a heal. And that frontline tenacity, again, continuing to be very, very potent.
And I think with the fact that you have that completed item for Zhizha, RNG maybe could let this go, but I love the trap that they're setting here. Lele manages to get behind. Big headbutt. Can the taunt go down? But Zhizha is completely alone. Here comes the Galio ultimate and the Lamb's Respite. It's split off Rookie. He's completely caught, but the Shy with his big belly bump knocking everybody to the side and over the wall. Down goes the Galio and a huge pull on top of it. It's an ace! Almost. Yes, no, it is an actual ace. That's what it is.
Just cannot die. The Swain just tanking everybody. He's got Merc Treads and a Ruby Crystal. How is this champion allowed to stay in the front line? And RNG are thinking, we've got all the time in the world to take down the Swain. They, in fact, did not, and they couldn't have been more wrong. The Shy is just a little bit faster to the play, makes his impact felt that little bit sooner. That's going to be 6 grubs. It's going to be another teleport expended as we get another look at how this fight breaks down. So they go for Rookie. That's an expected flash from Lula there, not just a whiff. He was anticipating a flash from Rookie. We get to see a glimpse of how their composition for RNG should be playing out. You've got such good disengage. We've used the Lamb's Respite to survive the Vi ulti. But then, in comes the Shy. The Rookie is still absolutely fine. 3-man body slam into 3-man root, and the fight was already over. IG now thoroughly ahead in this game.
Good golly, Miss Molly. This is looking like the Demacia Cup game that they played against each other, Rude Dude. IG is cruising early on in this game. The only criticism you can have for that was the Gragas ultimate knocked him out of the Misfortune ultimate, but it didn't matter, my friend. They had plenty of damage to spare, lots of completed items, and IG will head over to the Dragon. By the way, they got the grubs too.
Yeah, so they are very, very happy with the way that this game has started to pan out. It was, again, one of those slow burners for the early stages. A couple plays here, a couple plays there that Milky Way had sort of started. Mako as well with a couple of really good outings himself. But, you know, we've started to reach a neutral point, rather, in this game, and all of a sudden it is just completely IG favored.
This is going to be tough, Rudude. I don't... So there are ways that RNG can come back. The problem is, I mean, they're just going to get... The pick potential is so high, so is the hard engage potential. You really need Milky Way to find a way to get these stacks and really get those breakpoints, and then Xiaoshu is going to need time to cook and get a couple items. I just don't know if RNG has that kind of time.
It's all about stalling, and unfortunately, one thing this IG composition does very well is force, with Mako, Rookie, Judge, and the Shy, all 4 of their champions, just force fights incredibly easily. So this stalling tactic that needs to be implemented by RNG just doesn't have as much weight as you'd like it to in this composition. So you're really worried, honestly, if you're looking at this as an RNG fan and thinking maybe this is a chance for us to have really find ourselves a footing in the group. And from here, the game, like we've mentioned, becomes tricky.
You're probably thinking, damn, we should have banned Gragas.
If only somebody had suggested that, you know?
I wonder who. As China Crystal Arrow lands, listen, you have the ability to make picks like this happen. Oh, man, he gets out of there, too. It's going to be a disaster as a teleport comes in from the Shy. We've seen this before, but this time the cask will split him to the side. They'll be able to get out.
Okay, well, that's another instance of Mako, flashing away from an instance or an engaged attempt using the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That would have been a marker for Milky Way as well, so it feels really bad in particular that doesn't go down. Having committed so much to their topside jungle, it gave Gala free time to hit the mid wave, which means that he can now take them in turret as well. Yes, Xiaoshu on this bot side is finding a turret finally for RNG, but he's been left so long down in that bot lane on his own that you'd have honestly liked to have seen that happen a little bit sooner. Either way, though, IG continuing to assert themselves across the map, finding advantage after advantage and putting themselves in a really good position for this game.
Yeah, they do have their feats, so getting those little extra buffs. And RNG, they don't really have a way in. The Rift Herald getting started up here by IG. No surprise there. And there's one outer turret left standing, and it's up in the top lane. I can't imagine it'll be upright for too much longer, Rudu.
No, it's the next logical progression for IG. They've taken mid, they've taken bot. Top lane will be their next port of call. Fortunately, I think for RNG, with Drake spawning in 2 minutes' time, they might turn their attentions down to that bot side relatively soon. And I think that Tong Yuan's ability there to just walk away is quite indicative of why they do not want to fight, or how much they want to fight, let's say.
All right, Rudu, there's good news for RNG. 4 members of IG have shutdowns.
That's true.
So you can claim a little bit of extra gold, and Chain of Crystal Arrow will not land. I like the attempt, but realistically, I don't think a kill would have happened there.
And
nice
maybe that kill that would have gone the other way had that fight have actually ended up happening. We may never know. You are quite right, though. I mean, at this pace, RNG are just going to lose out on this game. IG are currently moving quite quickly through structures, through objectives, and look at these timers as well for the recall. 3 people, 4 people now with Rookie channeling base have all started their reset 1 minute 10 before the Drake spawns, get themselves their second one of those of the game, and it may not be the be all and end all objective that they might have been looking for, but just a small thing to say, yeah, we're quite happy with the way this game's going, we're able to find those objectives, and we know that we're not in any rush, is the type of calm, composed type of victory that we've been looking for IG. What I'm looking for them this game is to not really let this lead go.
With these veterans, I don't expect that to happen. With this large of a lead, this early into a game, and RNG without a weapon on their side to have the ability to stall out a game. You don't have that Azir like you had last time to make sieging difficult for IG. IG, as you mentioned earlier, has more go buttons to force the issue. So IG just need to keep things the status quo, get a couple more picks here and there, and really impose their will. Winter's approach picked up for Rookie. I just figure I'd note it because it's a Swain mid, and that's really cool.
Yeah, and with Rylai's as well, this Swain is not really going anywhere, and you're not able to take him down either. I think from here, if Rookie wants to go like a Randuin's. That wouldn't be, you know, completely like off the wall, and I think that really just ensures his tankiness. From there, you can go really whatever you fancy, but like just one armor item here, and this guy is absolutely indestructible.
The first one could be pretty good too. You know, just
yeah.
slow up that attack speed a little bit. You know, it's dealer's choice at that point, because realistically, you're splitting hairs. When a Swain gets that tanky, you typically don't win a lot of games when you just have Kindred Ashe. I mean, how many TikToks have you seen of Ashe just rifling away on a target and doing piss for damage and not doing a damn thing?
Just absolutely
I have a feeling we'll see that. Yeah, I have a feeling we'll see that. You know what? Actually, we might not even. The game could be over before that point.
Yeah, the Ashe might never actually press Q on the Swain without actually dying prior. So it's a tricky position for Jiachi to find themselves in. And I think that Milky Way as well, certainly in a bit of a rough spot for the way that this game is going to go. I like that we've still got the mark on the Rel. I think, you know, of all people, Mako most likely to die because he's the only one who's really going to be A, in the front line, and B, squishy, which is the important caveat, because if Rookie's in the front line, he still just tanks everything. Trying to take down Mako seems like the most viable way to get any sort of takedown, to take an advantage with your marks, but even still, it's so tricky for Milky Way to get past this point.
Respect to RNG, because they've been doing what they can to farm up as best they can, and IG really hasn't pulled the trigger on anything. Sure, they took a dragon, but nothing more after that. The Rift Herald finally getting expended up in the top side here. It's long after the turret actually went down. I just wonder if they'll actually do anything with it, Rude Dude, as Rookie will hop in the robot here. He's going to knock up the Galio as they go for a full 3-man engage. They have a decent amount of damage, not a ton right now, but Rookie is sustaining pretty well. Xiaoshu ends up in the middle of 4 people. A teleport was not what you wanted. Lela trying to help him out, but he's going to go down, and IG get the pick that they wanted, and they'll take out the top inner turret.
There's your TikTok moment, Yanni. We got to see Jiachi wailing away on Rookie, and he's just absolutely fine. One member falls, but it's the turret going down as well, and it's IG continuing to slowly press on the wounds of RNG and force them out of this game. 6,000-7,000 gold now in their favor. The top tier 2 falling. The Atakan, the next objective that you'd like to think IG are going to reset for. And it is just becoming methodical at this point. An engagement onto the Galio. One that, you know, typically isn't going to go so well, but Wallach checks are just all that they need. Tang Yuan able to limp his way out to safety using the Lamb's Respite, but that means you're then taking a fight where you don't have Lamb's Respite, and they've still got Cease and Desist. They've still got all of these powerful tools to keep themselves from going down and to take you down as well. IG just playing very clinically in game number 3. Back to what we were hoping for this roster.
Yeah, this is the status quo for IG. These big names over on their side, and they're doing it with a unique pick. Rookie with adding the Swain to the repertoire. That means it's a champion that any other team that goes up against them is going to have to watch out for, because it has been used to tremendous effect this game, Rude Dude. 2 minutes until the Baron spawns. 1:20 on this dragon. Atakan is being pinged. I don't think we got a good look at it earlier. It's the lame Atakan.
It's the same Atakan that we get every single game in the LPL, Yanni. We're going to have to get used to it. It's just a little bit saddening.
Wait, it's Voracious Atakan? Always has been.
It always was.
Oh, he's going to get his 3rd mark.
It's so funny that that's what we have to be excited for RNG, because the rest of this game...
Small wins.
Yeah. No, and you're quite right. A 3rd mark is great. Unfortunately, the breakpoint for Kindred is 4. The idea of getting to a 4th mark, possible, but still seems very distant, especially when there are now 5 people barreling down mid lane with the withdraw buff. And the tier 2 turret is a formality. Tier 3 turret, honestly, should be their goal.
To put on my Captain Obvious hat once more, when you're in a game and the casters are talking about, hey, you might hit your 4th Kindred mark, you're not in a good spot.
So well, RNG, unfortunately, they're in a position where they know that they're not particularly well off in this game. They're going to be acutely aware of the difficulties that they find themselves in. I think that if they want to look for a fight, honestly, and this is going to be really brutal to say, now is their best time, because they have 2 items on all of their carries, and that is largely the same for IG as well. Now, the bad news is, even if they take a fight, they are down 2 levels bot lane, 1 level mid lane, 1 level jungle, and 1 level top lane. So there's already at least 2,000 gold worth of statistics built into those champions that RNG just don't have. They're also trying to fight versus the Atacama buff as well. So whilst they had the best time to fight just then, there were a ton of other conditions that meant that actually it would have been very, very difficult and pretty darn rough.
And the worst news, dude, it's not going to get any easier, because take a look at some of the items in the inventory. We've gotten a Seeker's Arm Guard for both the Shy and Rookie. Going to make it much harder to kill these guys. Yeah, the Baron is warded, but is there really going to be a move for RNG? Milky Way is going to have to go on a suicide mission, and given the fact that this Baron is so low and the bouncers, Rookie, the Shy, and Mako are here to keep everybody
we're
away.
all bouncing.
Goes in trying to land a taunt, but Lila goes down, and you are not allowed entrance to the club. You didn't pay the cover charge. Go to the back of the line, and the Baron is IG's.
And they're going to easily pick this one up as well. Those bouncers doing an expert job, and the triple front line, really something that RNG didn't particularly have an answer for. There is great news, though, for RNG fans, and that is that Milky Way finds his 4th mark. So
let's go!
Champion now
I think
has
that's why the crowd's clapping.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of extra range, but that is the very pale silver lining through what is a sea of dense fog.
Hey, listen, remember how I said earlier there are still shutdowns available? Those shutdowns have gotten even fatter.
Oh, that's true.
They're still there. You can still get them. I don't know if you're going to be able to. I love that combo, by the way. Milky Way and Tang Yuan. In a closer game, that would have been awesome.
It would have been. Don't get me wrong. I'm not 100% sure of its intent, but I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt that they meant to do that.
It looks cool.
Yeah, it did look cool, and I think that's the important part when you're down 8k gold is that
style points.
Yeah, as long as you've got style while you're losing, hey, we'll take that all the way. Next port of call for IG should just be to wrap up this bot lane tier 2 turret. They can also look to break open the base through bot lane if they so desire, but with Drake spawning in 2 minutes 40, they've got such a nice route to be able to play this game out. They can look through bot lane, look through mid lane. As soon as that Baron wears off, exit towards the Dragon. They've also got probably enough time to break open the base, recall, and then go for the Dragon, get that soul on their back pocket, and then there really is just no looking back.
Dude, realistically, they might not even leave the base. They might just take the game here. Bottom inhibitor turret and inhibitor are falling with the Shy pushing as well. In the mid lane. They're going to rotate it right over. 2 inhibitors down. They have plenty of engage. I wonder if they're just going to rip it here. They're going to start sieging on these Nexus turrets, dude. RNG has to do something. They've been hapless all game, but at least go down swinging, and that's what Lila is trying to do. But he is so low. He's got to flash away, but the Demon Flare on the Demonic Ascension did enough to take him out. It's a 5v4. Hey, Rookie's low at least. Xiaoshu's going in. Here comes the Galio ultimate. It knocks up flashed. One. And here is the bullet time. It doesn't really do a whole lot, but it did enough. Tang Yuan's going to go down. Xiaoshu on the back line. Will he be able to claim the life of Gala? He flashes and he got him. Shutdown acquired. But dude, where's your Nexus? Well, it's gone. A 28-minute drubbing by IG.
Very impressive performance, and right back to re-establishing those expectations we had of IG coming into today. This was a win that they should be proud of and that we were expecting for IG throughout today. RNG taking game number 1 was a complete shock. Them pushing IG and finding an opportunity in game 2, equally as shocking. But this feels more appropriate. This is the IG we'd anticipated would come into today that should have been looking to roll the RNG roster.
Yeah, and you know what? I want to give it to Gala and Mako. They were down a little bit early, but guess what? They never let the game get away from them. Gala was able to get back into the game at one point. Remember, was up a level on Jiachi. So
yeah,
you know, they did their job there. But man, it just felt like that early fight that happened in the top side where, you know, RNG were sure that they were going to win that fight. And then the Shy came in and said, this is why I'm the GOAT. This is why I am a legitimate world champion. And then Rookie comes in and says, hey, this is also why I'm a world champion, and claws in 3 more. It was just absolute decimation from, you know, 2 of the brightest players that we've seen play League of Legends.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just nice to see, honestly. I won't say I felt robbed from last time I got to see IG, but I didn't get to see this IG play, right? There were some great games versus NIP, and I think that, honestly, NIP, obviously winning that series, put on a heck of a performance. But I didn't get to see IG just play good League of Legends. And Rookie on the Swain here, I think he found himself in a position where he was favoured with the composition that RNG ended up drafting into him. I think RNG really shot themselves in the foot, to be honest, with their way that they played the second half of draft. But without the way that went, and if that had have gone slightly differently, IG still played the map and played those fights really well, and they deserve the praise of this game.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, you know, RNG, as we've said, this is a team that's, you know, in development. You know, those are things that'll eventually get ironed out, right? You know, it's like, hey, this might have been a little bit of a draft faux pas. Later on, if we find ourselves in the same position, we won't make the same mistakes. But, I mean, IG, on the other hand, drafted what, in the end of the game, looked like an Exodia comp, man. It just felt like you had so many great tools. I mean, everybody except for Gala on Misfortune had hard CC. And when we've seen so many comps draft 1 CC or 1.5 CC champions, it's a really refreshing change to just see it and then see perfect layering on top of it. It's a nice little CC cake.
Really, quite the tricky situation we got to see RNG finding themselves in. So obviously IG now 2-1 up, and you can just see pound for pound really that just everywhere is out damaging, and the gold graph there, nice and steady. That's what you love to see as players, as coaches. You just get a little bit of a gradual extension. You close the game out nice and easily. You used the Baron to do so, and it only took them one swoop at it. So really solid performance from IG, and also nice to see that JJ's getting a little bit more back into the swing of things. I think that the first 2 games was relatively muted, but this time out, definitely a little bit more emphasis on what the Vi could be offering in this game.
You know, I love this replay for one reason. It's a play that, you know, ended up not doing much of consequence, but that dive really shows that, you know, last season, I should say, listen, that's a 1 for nothing. That ain't a 1 for 1. And I think that means a lot more. And I do wonder, like, what the actual impact of that is. And I want to let you have the floor for this, because this is just nice.
No, I think when you've got the increase in the turret damage, right, is the leading cause for that. I'm honestly really shocked, and I'd love to go back and watch specifically the lane after that situation, because that should have put Gala so far behind, yet we were at a point where Gala was level 5, or level 6, excuse me, and Jiachi was level 5, so I don't know what happened up there afterwards, but overall...
Did you see that? He was like,
he tried it. He tried the thumb, and then he thought, nah, this deserves a round of applause.
No, yeah, that was so clean, man, and...
Okay, so
wanted to see who triggered that, and I missed it again.
Milky Way got it. Milky Way triggered it, but the issue is that it interrupts the channel because it's a CC effect when you get cones. So you don't keep channeling it into all 5 people.
Listen, I stand by my statement that it looked cool. I didn't say it was effective, but it looked cool.
No. And you are so correct for that as well. And now we get to see. I mean, this is the life of an AD carry. Let alone what Jiachi went through in game number 2. You are losing your game. The Nexus is like 20 HP. I'm still getting flashed on by a Jax every single time.
All right, so do you think Rookie's getting his 2nd player to the game? What are we seeing out here?
Yeah, that or the Shy, honestly. I think the Shy had a really solid game.
He had a great game.
Maybe arguments for Mako as well. Honestly, I think that IG played this pretty darn well.
Can we just give it to IG as a team?
No, well, no, they got the point for they got the game point for winning Yanni, so they've already got their team prize. So they need to pick one person individually.
Why can't they have more prizes? I mean, listen, they all
good question. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, now don't forget, Gala did die. He died twice, in fact.
Okay, yeah. So he doesn't get his percentage. All right, who is it? Let's see what we got. It is. Yep,
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
No way.
Especially
oh, my
with
word.
especially with the Swain pick, 25% of the team's damage.
Yeah,
6-0-7. It's hard not to give it to the lad.
Axiom Arcanist as well for Swain. I hadn't really considered the power that gives to the Swain, but yeah, extra healing, extra damage, and extra everything on Swain ulti. That's a pretty good deal for Axiom Arcanist.
And IG has to be feeling pretty good about themselves, Rudude, especially with the emphasis that they put on that game, putting RNG away. And now they are just one game from putting them away in the series. RNG, who had fought so hard at the beginning, they need to find a way back into it. They have to erase this one from their memory in order to have a contest here. Try to force a Game 5 and put themselves into the playoffs. And IG are looking to cement their identity as a top team in the group. When we're back, we'll get to the Game 4 draft, which could be the last draft of the evening. So go grab a snack and then come back and keep your eyes peeled here, because you're not going to want to miss it. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English broadcast. Invictus Gaming has taken a 2-1 lead over RNG. They looked at the sprouts coming out from the ground and yanked them out like weeds in that game, Rue, dude.
Yeah, I'm loving this, I don't know. I'm not an allotment person metaphor to get all of these stuff going down. I don't have the green fingers clearly like you do for the gardening metaphors.
Bro,
However,
I don't either. My dad was a farmer, though.
Oh, nice. That's pretty cool. My theory is that if Invictus Gaming do win this series today, or rather in this game, that we can say that they are sort of a little bit of a weaker
so back,
oak. They're not so back, baby, but they are playoffs ready. Let's say they've got the chops to make playoffs, which is the important part, and it's what they need for today.
Yeah, and you know what? They have come to play after that first game. Game 2, remember, they came out to a roaring lead in Game 2. They did fumble the bag a little bit in that Game 2, but they did come away with it. But, you know, let's call it what it is. The last 2 early games have been largely dominated by IG, and in order to change their fate, RNG is going to have some sort of answer to that, whether that be countering those plays or being hyper-aggressive themselves.
It's time to pick Caitlyn Karma. That's what I'm telling
Let's
RNG.
do it! Hell yeah!
Let's get crazy. Let's try and find leads. So
let's
just go for exactly. Like try and do something that's outside the norm more so than anything, because the norm isn't working.
No, it is not, and there are still some creative options. I mean, hell, you saw it from Rookie. He showed you that there are creative options available. I'm not sure if that's in the bag of Tangyuan, but we'll see how deep the bags are for this RNG squad, because, you know, remember, Lila is the only veteran, really. So, you know, if anybody pulls out something surprising, it's going to be either something they've worked on in secret, or it's just because they played this champion in solo queue a lot, and that's how they got good at League of Legends. I don't know.
Yeah, it's got to be some of those hidden pocket picks of what aren't they going to be expecting that we can sort of launch at them and make work. So RNG definitely challenged here going into this hello lights, challenged into this final game. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It might not be the final game. I think that's the important part to point out, is that maybe it's just going to end up being a very close game that RNG can edge a victory from. We'll have to wait and see.
And how are they going to do that, Rudude? I think it's going to be, again, I want to see Milky Way on a carry, Tangyuan on a facilitator that brings some damage. We saw that kind of, they went too far to the one side, and they were like, yes, Milky Way, full carry, no CC. Tangyuan, full tank, CC, no damage. We gotta balance that out a little bit. We need the Ari, we need the Viego, we need something like that. Get you champions that can do both.
Finding that middle ground is that important part that we're looking for,
thank
right?
you.
As we look for game number 4 then, obviously going to see RNG back on that blue side, and, you know, we're nice and cozy. Bro's getting nice and ready for
He's in his
game
comfort
number
zone.
4. Yeah, dialed in, zoned in for what could be their final game of the series. And again, RNG, to take in any game is really impressive to start out with. Having a close run thing in game number 2 as well, definitely something that they can be impressed by. But if they'd have found a win, if they still find a win and a series victory here, they can find themselves in playoffs. They secure themselves that spot, and that's what's on the line for them here. 2-0 is a great start of a split, and in this instance, it secures you playoffs.
Hey, listen, you lost the last 2 games, but you won the first game, and you were in a position to win that second game. So it's not all doom and gloom for RNG as we head over to picks and bets. Did RNG opt into red side?
Yes. Yes, they did. They know something that we do not.
Are we sure they know something that we don't?
They're thinking of something that we're not thinking of. That's more appropriate. Yeah.
We'll see if it smells burnt by the end of the draft.
Okay, so the Pantheon ban is continual. Continues to happen here, and we'll have to wait and see what the R1 R2 for RNG is going to be. Also interested to see what IG decide to take for their first pick. Obviously in Fearless, first picks change every single time. We got a little bit of an Ash in last time out, but we'll have to keep our eyes peeled for what they go for in game number 4 here. The Jace obviously taken off the board as well, something that they went for. So there's a lot of tools that are missing currently. And IG decide, you know what? 30 bans is enough. 34 bans is enough. We'll hold off on that final one.
I'm trying. Listen, the gears are turning in my head, but you would see the steam coming out, the black smoke, if I didn't have the headset on, as to why they went with no ban. First pick Caitlyn. We expected that for potentially RNG, but IG have said, "Yo, Root Dude, you know what? This is a really good idea. Let's go pick this champion up."
You're clued into something here. Hold on. What does this Caitlyn champion do? And let's try and figure that out. I mean, Gala, no slouch on the Caitlyn for sure. What I love, though, from RNG is that they've already counterpicked what Mako might look for. So your Caitlyn's your Morgana, something that's a little bit typical in its routing tendencies. So the Leona going to have an opportunity to engage on those regardless. I do think, though, that Caitlyn's still relatively decent versus these two champs, and we might yet get to see it paired up with a champion that does very well versus a Leona as well.
Well, no surprise that they're going to think about the Braum, decide, hey, you know what, we'll go for our other pick. They go with the Renekton, nice aggressive top laner. And finally, the Shy is getting unlocked. The Shy has been on,
Tank Jace, Ornn, Gragas. Yeah.
But like he's been on a boring poo-poo top laner duty, and now he finally gets to, get him off the leash, let the Shy be the Shy, and I'm interested to see how many times he's going to get picked off in a side lane this game.
I do like this move, though, from RNG to opt into the Ziggs. I think they'd already drafted a really losing lane in the Leona versus Braum matchup, and it's really difficult to find an AD carry that can go toe-to-toe with a Caitlyn, especially in the laning phase when Varus and Ashe are completely taken out the rip. So the Ziggs is a good adaptation to swing some damage into that bot side and alleviate some of the pressure from Giachi and Lulu, because they would have struggled down there. This now means that the top side of the map is going to become honestly very physical damage focused for RNG, and that for their second round of picks, they also want to get some snowball going. They've got a lot of early game potential in the Leona and the Xin Zhao. We're now looking for an area of the map for them to play around with it. What mid laner are they going to be facilitating? What top laner are they going to be attempting to put the Shy in the dirt with?
As for the top lane, not really quite sure what to go with, but I think in the mid lane, as I've been saying, I've been preaching it, man. Put this guy on Ahri. He will perform with the Xin Zhao. It's such a strong combination. We'll see if they get an opportunity to do it. We're seeing Nidalee get taken off the board. Everybody very scared of the Nidalee Renekton hiding under your bed and dealing a bunch of damage to you under your turret.
So more probable AP junglers to focus towards Lilia. Not the best versus Xin Zhao, but there you go. Something that you can quite easily take out the board as well. And with IG, their final ban focusing more towards that mid lane. If they're looking to ban Sylas, suggest something like an Ornn, just something brutal, but that they'd want to try and play. Ornn's obviously banned away, so I'm completely capping, but something with a big ulti is what they're looking for on this 4-5 rotation. So they've got plenty of choices in that aspect. So far for IG, lots of early game already, so they should be looking to try and snowball through that early game and pushing lanes. Proactive jungler for Jirja, something that they can really look to hammer home their Caitlyn laning with.
Yeah, I'd like to see maybe an Orianna out of IG to kind of tie their room together. With a proactive jungler. Ooh. So it's like, okay, you go through and you get a nice little team fight. As the Volibear will be coming through. I don't know, because we've seen Xin Zhao top before, but it's probably going to be a top player.
I mean, yeah, well, we have seen, yeah, you're not wrong. I would imagine it's going to be top Volibear versus the Renekton to sort of try and match the power of the laning phase. Renekton in lane can be relatively muted by the Volibear in the laning phase. I think that Volley's lane is also very, very difficult to try and deal with. But this is a Zac now locked in, and I thought that this was like a Zac into the jungle, and it probably is, as we get to see them continue with this early game snowball, the aggression that they're looking for. You hit level 5 on the Zac, you've got 3 points in Elastic Slingshot, and all of a sudden, you're going absolutely wild.
Yeah, Zac is going from other games into your game when he's got so many points in Elastic Slingshot. He just comes out of nowhere. And they will lock in the Zeri. I was very surprised by that, but they do opt in for it. Oh, no, RNG, don't do it, man. Listen, oh, no, I had so much respect for them, and they just go and pick the Smolder, man. Come on.
Okay, so.
It makes sense.
Smolder also got a little change on this patch.
He did. He got a little buff.
he got a little buff, which makes his build path just feel a little bit nicer. He can now apply Infinity Edge crits on his Q, so you do lots of damage with your Q now if you build Infinity Edge. Nadoy. But this is something that is going to be really tricky for the Smolder mid to try and navigate, I think, because typically you take this versus your melee matchups, your Silas, your Galio, to just stack on them more so than anything and continue to be able to become that threat just that little bit later on. What this means, though, for the RNG composition is that they've got now hyper late game in the Smolder and the Ziggs, but they've also got some really strong power through the early game in Milky Way, in Xiaoshu as well, to see how well they can use those two topside threats to leverage their early game to buy time for the Smolder, for the Ziggs, to coax them through to a late game victory.
Rudude, there's one thing I noticed about this IG composition, and it's that they don't do well into armor with the Caitlyn, with the Zeri, with the Renekton. Zeri obviously has some magic damage, but I do wonder, maybe this Leona becomes too difficult to shoot through. Maybe later on this Volibear becomes nigh unkillable. What do you think?
You're looking more at the Volibear. I think that unfortunately tanks just don't get enough gold to be unkillable. I would love to see Frozen Heart Rush, in fairness, from the Leona. Like, that would be probably the best avenue that we can see Lulu go through. However, odds are that it's probably just going to get chewed through anyway because you don't really have that much gold. However, the Volibear, you are quite right, could very easily be a threat to deal with.
Now the crowd's alive.
Let's just let that ring.
Yeah, I love it, man. All right, Rude Dude. So we talked about RNG having a little bit more proactivity early on. I think you get a lot of that with Milky Way being on the Xinjiao.
Absolutely.
The problem is you have Smolder and Ziggs who are, a little bit more in the scaling department here.
Sorry, Yanni, let me rephrase for you. They're do-nothing lanes.
Yeah, all right, yeah, you know what? Yes, you're right.
Let's not beat around the bush. Let's go with how it is.
They sit there, they farm, and they do nothing, right?
Yeah.
Zhezhe should theoretically have the whole world in his hands here, right? Because he can just gank any lane. Just that potent Zac can do so much. I worry that RNG has picked themselves a team that they won't see the fruits of the labor they're putting in on this mid laner and the bottom laner.
Because what we've seen already from IG is really solid proactive aggression. Games 2 and 3, they were ahead in the early game, right? And this is a great game for Zhezhe to decide that he is back, that he is making that statement in the LPL, and that he can absolutely come out on top and do it with the best of the best. He's got the Zac, he's got all the playmaking tools available to him, and he's got all of these lanes that theoretically on RNG side should be sat pretty kind of open to being ganked.
But you told me earlier we can't say we're so back, baby, but we can say it for Zhezhe?
Yeah. Like, I mean, this is a chance to make me want to say it,
All right, I respect it. We'll see what the move is for him as
Me when I
both
flip-flop.
junglers starting on their bottom sides. You know what? That means that we could see action up in the top lane. And you know what? I think that would be the highest probability place to have any sort of action, save for Lilo roam later on. As we all know, Leona has a great time roaming around when Ziggs is her lane partner because he can just sit back and throw those bombs.
You sit back, you don't really do anything, and then you like you say, disappear. But though, hold on,
Flash burn! The Shy will be forced to flash out himself.
Ooh, timing a little bit off there from Xiaoshu. You're looking really to get the Sky Splitter down and flash in at the same time as you land the stun, as that sort of Sky Splitter lands as well as attempted re-engage. No flash now.
I like it, and it's first blood for Xiaoshu as he runs him down.
Wonderful, right? This is exactly why we've seen counterpick be so impactful in many series gone by. The Shy takes Renekton, challenges Xiaoshu, dares him almost, and says, "What do you have that can beat me?" And, Xiaoshu here just decides, you know what? I'm right here. I've got exactly the answer. And the Renekton getting punished.
Oh no, I think they're going to have to put the Shy back on tanks after this one, my friend. He's been stunned. Wind becomes lightning. Jeje, I don't think he can get there in time to save your friend. The Shy is doing what he can, but he will fall. Put him back on tank duty.
Oh, and he has to TP to force the crash on this wave. Otherwise, he's just going to get frozen on and ganked anyway. So it's just so awkward a position for him to find his laning phase in. And don't get me wrong, this was self-inflicted after getting solo killed. But the play to try and go for that is ultimately something that needed to happen to keep him somewhat relatively close in this game. This is the initial solo kill. And then I think we'll probably get a look at the top side as well. me and you both, buddy. Me and you both.
I wonder if that was after the first death or after the second death.
Yeah. That's that could have been the first death. I think the second death is
the fist through the wall at that point.
Yeah, we're not allowed to show that on camera.
Yeah, a lot of broken keyboards, perhaps, or broken mice. Gamer rage gets the best of us all.
Exactly.
It's a rager up in the top lane. Xiaoshu, a small CS lead, but has put himself in a very strong position here. Has his tier, his ruby crystal, his cloth armor. I mean, the Shy is never should not theoretically have any way to pressure a kill anymore.
No, and at this point as well, I'd like to think that there's a decent experience lead for Xiaoshu, and unfortunately, I think that with home guards like dying, you kind of get a lot of mileage out of the home guards that are there. Jiaqi.
Okay, they're gonna go in on a Mako, but he'll be able to hop over to Gala, so everything's fine there. It's much ado about nothing, and really the expectation for a sort of lane like this. But going back to the issues with the Shy now, I mean, there's your strong solo laner that you really wanted because, while Caitlyn is able to impose wills, you can't really do so against Ziggs, and Zeri isn't really known for, imposing the will early on.
Yeah, Zeri's not an early game champion either, right? Like, that's absolutely true. As now, Jeje might be in trouble.
Oh my goodness. Shoot, does so much damage right now, man.
Volibear is a very strong early game champion. This is known, this has been known, and now it's good to see that Xiaoshu is making the most of that more so than anything else. The question for me is how much can he leverage from the advantage he has got? What are RNG going to do with this Volibear to make sure that their carries in Tongyuan and Xiaoqi rather make it to that late game, make it to that point of power where they can be the carry and take over?
Well, Grubs is a great way of doing it, but hold that thought as Rookie's going to get engaged on. We'll be able to speed skate over the wall.
I mean,
Grubs
we
is a
got
great
everything
way of
out of
doing
that.
it because Jiaqi will be able to whittle down some turrets as Rookie gets further engaged on. They're going to go all the way in, but is able to dodge out with the flash. Burns through the barrier, too.
Okay, a lot of buttons were pushed, but Rookie burns both summoner spells, so I think they'll take that, honestly, as RNG. That mitigates the power that the Zeri is going to have in this laning phase, and for the most part, keeps on allowing Tongyuan to keep himself farming up to scale into the Smolder that we're expecting. Also, we sort of saw the gank come through, getting 2 procs of your passive, so as if people aren't familiar with Smolder, even though he sort of took over the meta for a little bit, champion gets stacks not just from farming, but from hitting champions with abilities as well, so getting a snot bubble and a quick Q onto Rookie is something that he's probably not found too frequently in the laning phase, so any extra bonuses are going to be definitely sought after.
Yeah, more than happy to have them. And now I think the next step for IG here is for Jeje to leverage this Caitlyn in the bottom lane somehow, right? You pick Caitlyn for this lane dominance to be able to get some plates. Ziggs is able to kind of neutralize that, but you have the hard engage. You also have Braum down here. Maybe make a play. He's already on the dragon, so we'll see if that's where his next stop is.
Yeah, I wonder what... well, I don't wonder. I can see what Gala is going to be building, but the end build path for this Caitlyn, we're starting out with Yuntal Wild Arrows, it looks like, with that slingshot in the back pocket. Whether that's just a product of only going back to base on an awkward amount of gold or not, but here comes the Jeje.
Yachi doesn't have that much mana, and he has to flash as they're trying to eviscerate the wave. So you got the flash on the Ziggs. It's all you need sometimes.
Yep, and he's got teleport as well to make his way back down to that bot side and catch the rest of the waves that do end up getting sunk into the turret. Gala working towards finding a BF sword. Certainly the next port of call. Probably has quite a significant amount of gold in his back pocket currently, buying a 900 gold or getting a 900 gold base earlier on, and we've got like 83 CS at the minute. We are waiting to see Gala emerge out onto the Rift with some flat AD. And there was a change a couple of patches ago where Caitlyn actually got a decent buff to her Q. It changed it so that at level 9, your Q one-shots the backline, and if you get, snowballed enough, you can do it at level 7 as well with rank 4 Q. But that's a really important change. It decreases your time to kill a wave significantly. You can just Q backline, walk away. That's, far, far faster, and it is actually a really important change to have noted.
Yeah, I'm so glad they made that change for her because, you gave it to a lot of mid laners. There was a couple of mid laners. I think it was a couple of seasons ago at this point where they made some changes. Right? Yeah, they made the changes so you could one-shot the back line, and I'm glad they did it for Caitlyn because it's a champion that did need a little bit of love. Has always been on the outskirts of the meta for the ability to take plates at a rapid pace. So, this is good. AD carries rejoice.
Given how weak the role is, we're allowed a little bit of wave clear now. That's very nice
please.
of them.
As a treat.
Oh, why we're so kind. I do want to quickly dial in a little bit more on our mid lane matchup, though. We highlighted at the top of the day. Feel like it'd be a great time to re-emphasize why we wanted to point this out. Because game number 1, worth mentioning that Tong Yuan wasn't the driving factor behind the win for RNG, but Rookie so far has been the player of the game for the last 2 games that IG were able to take home, and this sort of gauntlet of fire that Tong Yuan had to try and pick up, the mantle that he had to try and broach, hasn't really been ultimately that successful, and it definitely is proving to show itself, right? Rookie, even though they're dead even in this game, is just feeling that little bit more confident overall, and the emphasis on what he's been able to accomplish in these games has been far higher than Tong Yuan, and even though we have expectations relatively high for the new mid laner in RNG side, that they've not quite been met just yet, and the IG have got some semblance now of growth back from their mid laner.
And granted, Tong Yuan looked really good on the Azir despite the loss. They put the ball in his hands again on this Smolders. We're looking for an engage here. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb, but everybody gets knocked away. They aren't going to be able to close out on any kills, but RNG will be able to get 5 grubs total.
Alright, so Tong Yuan goes back to base, he picks up his Essence Reaver and then teleports into the fight. Wonder if this means he's hit the breakpoint for queuing backline. Not quite, you're looking for the 125 stacks, I guess, for that to happen. But really strong breakpoints right here for RNG. Lots of first items finished, they should be looking to fight.
Well, Rookie does have his barrier available, but his flash is down. Lightning Crash just to kill
Turn
the
off the
minions.
turret.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a problem. Lila is just going to be able to tank it up without too much of an issue. The question is, can they get anybody on the backside? Xiaki takes so much damage from the turret and goes down. Zhaozhu going to be the next target. Zheja is still alive. Here's Mom coming through, and Tang Yuan trying to do his thing, but it's going to be a kill for the Renekton and 2 for the Shy. But now Milky Way and Tang Yuan trying to take over the flash forward, but Zheja keeps him under the turret and is able to trade it out. Yes, can they get the cell division? It's going to be close. Got the extra damage on. No, he did go down, and the turret had reset. So Milky Way will survive. Wow, that was a crazy fight.
That was very close to being very dicey for RNG, but they find a good fight on that top side. It does cost them 3 platings in the mid lane, more gold into Gala's back pocket. But they'll be more than happy with that because now Milky Way, their carry jungler, the star of this show, is 4-0-1. This is the exact recipe that started them off winning game number 1 as well. Breakdown of how it all came to be. Really intrigued by the fact that Zhaozhu holds his ulti for so long. Jiachi ends up tanking the turret for way too long. Means that he's going to fall to a good quick flash combo. But then the Shy and Mako in this front line think they're nice and safe, and it's just these flashes that are almost baiting everybody in. Lula able to dice with death, keeps his HP about as low as possible and keeping everybody nice and toyed up. And then Milky Way here, I mean, this is so close, having to re-drop and juggle the turret aggro every time he goes for an auto. Really solid plays, edge of the limits, but exactly what you need to come out on top versus IG.
Yeah, and this is why everybody is so high on Milky Way. He is such a fantastic player. Truly a budding star in the LPL. 4-0-1 on Jinzhou. He had a very good Xin game in the last series against FPX. And it just seems like the Sky is really good on this champion. Now they're going to head over to the Dragon, looking to split one Drake apiece.
I love the dichotomy of he looks really good on this champion into Mrs. W on Stationary Dragon. You know, it's just, it could not be written better. Had we tried, really. But I love this lane assignment change from IG more than anything else, as we see them put Rookie into the top lane. It means that they really don't need to worry about the Volley Bear.
All right, Milky Way, a little caught out here, knocking a couple of people together, but the ultimates from the Ziggs and the Smolder do so much. The Shy is stuck, and Milky Way gets his 5th kill.
There's this fat wall in the way of Gala, so he can't actually do any DPS.
Yo, Rookie might be in trouble. Lightning Crash going to go down, trying to get all the damage that he can. Using the ultimate, good dodge by Rookie. The problem is, I don't think Rookie's got the damage right now. Flash! Stun! You can't run from the bear! Rookie, yeah, he can run from the bear! He's able to get over the wall with just a sliver of HP.
Blinking HP on Rookie. Has to burn Flash and Barrier to survive. The rest of Invictus Gaming come up to bail him out of a very difficult laning state. As the Drake goes down for RNG, they're 2 out of 3 on the objectives for the Feats of Strength. They've already taken 3 kills. The Feat of Warfare went their way earlier on. And IG, the second time in this series, on the back foot through the early game. And look at this for how RNG were able to navigate this fight. So Gala, he can walk in, 1 auto attack. Has to walk away from Smolder ulti, has to walk away from Ziggs ulti. 0 extra damage from the AD carry, whilst Tongyuan and Jiachi are just free-firing with all of their spells, all of their cooldowns. There was just not the same response from Gala.
And Milky Way's ultimate to just interrupt the knock-up on the Elastic Slingshot. You know, that sliver of CC time, you know, we talked about it at least earlier in the broadcast. That sliver of time is all these players need to be able to take advantage and pounce and turn fights in their favor. Really big play there is RNG. Not a huge gold lead, but things are looking fine for their scaling team. They have the breathing room.
And again, what we've known from this RNG series is that they can actually fight with IG. On parity, behind, and even a little bit skewed the other way. They've been able to take these fights, and they've been able to generate advantages through 5v5 situations. So this is absolutely a world where RNG take us to 5 games, setting up now around this Herald. Revive ready for the Zac.
Oh no, Tongyuan got tagged, and he goes down and out, just a front to back. Milky Way's gonna fall too. It's a double kill for Gala, and they're still not done. Triple kill for Gala as Lela gets shot in the back.
And you get to see the second Gala can free fire is the second that IG come alive. Triple kill for the Caitlyn. Mid-tier 1 going to fall. The Rift Herald as well. And IG all of a sudden wrestle back control of this game.
Pedal Meat 4. IG is so back, baby. That Rift Herald gonna go down, and they're gonna try to make some good use of it. Man, that ward being there, and Tongyuan getting caught by the Q on the Zac. Take a look in the replay. It pulls him back just enough here.
Yeah, and that incentivizes everything. Tongyuan not able to get out. CC taken down, and that is your consistent DPS threat. There is no focus on Gala, no focus on Rookie. Lila, you know, playing this Leona, had the Solar Flare to try and keep his marksman alive, but not the Solar Flare that stops the damage from coming through. And I am enjoying these coach cams, to be honest.
I am too. I think this is great. Rudu, there is a problem for RNG now. They don't have that breathing.
Yeah. No, they don't. They're in a troubled spot.
For a second. Oh, Gala slowed up. Can they get to him is the question. Mega Inferno Bomb will force the flash.
Okay, so flash early. I think it would have been fine to have tanked it and probably have to take a reset, but decides that staying out on the map is going to be much more valuable. And making sure that he's, you know, A-okay in that regard. Rookie now has absolutely no problems skirting all the way over that wall. As RNG are looking to make a play for this bot tier 1.
What percentage of the map is that wall? Like, that's so crazy.
It's pretty high.
Yeah, pretty high there as they're going to try to cut off as much CS as possible, but the Satchel Charge will get the turret credit. And remember, this is a 5 grub RNG. And
not again.
Something that Ziggs can certainly take big advantage of. As, you know, Tongyuan may have had nightmares a little bit, but Is okay.
Hitting Zach, who's next to a pink ward. Never did I think this would be such a dangerous task, yet somehow Tang Yuan makes it seem that way. 171 stacks, if I'm reading that correctly, now on the Smolder. So only 50 more until we reach that execute era where the Smolder really starts to come online and be quite terrifying. Probably going to happen before any of the massive neutral objectives spawn. That said, Atakan, I think we can also deem as a massive neutral objective. And I think this guy's getting 50 stacks in the next 50 seconds. I am deluded.
Yeah, if he does that, honestly, RNG deserves to win the game, right? So we'll see if he gets there. My money's on no, but the Dragon is coming up in about 15 seconds. We'll see if any team makes a move over there. It looks like RNG is heading up top, just in case Xiaoshu was shoved off that turret. He won't be, so they'll secure it.
I will say, I'm very impressed with how IG navigated this volley bear specifically. Xiaoshu came into this game, blind pick, or rather counter pick volley bear into Renekton, and got 2 very, very early kills over the Shy. Since then, this volley bear has been... Yeah, exactly. He's been absolutely rendered useless. And there was one quick fight on that top side where I don't really feel like we got the best use of Stormbringer, and IG have been very happy to just keep the volley bear in a side lane, keep him really at arm's reach, and nothing particularly has happened with it.
And listen, you'll never run into a polar bear if you don't travel to the Arctic, and that's exactly what IG have been doing, staying away from this guy and keeping those opportunities to a minimum. Maybe, hopefully they'll leave Xiaoshu with just the memory of not using his ultimate on that top lane turret fight, because that means he didn't have an impact on the rest of the game outside of that.
5-man grouping now. Well, I say now. The second I said it, we saw Tang Yuan move up to that top side to try and catch a top wave. The power of the Ziggs comes in his demolition capabilities, right? His sieging is relatively unparalleled for bot laners. You're able to take turrets down from 25% HP. You're also able to push waves exceptionally quickly. And it's worth mentioning that Jiaqi, in this position, should be looking to really carry the team through stalling more than anything else. As this wave should never really be broaching that tier 1 turret. You see how easy it is for Ziggs to try and clear out waves and keep the team at bay. Looking like he's working towards some semblance of a Liandry's for his second item. With those fated ashes in the inventory.
Yeah, it looks like that could be the move, and it's so hard to wrestle away control from a Ziggs, and when you have these major objectives up like this Atakan, control is the name of the game. But the good news is if IG really wants that control, they can say, hey, you know what? We'll send in Zhizha and try and get a kill if Jiaqi ever steps up a little too far. The problem is he hasn't really done that yet.
No, and it has been played, honestly, relatively passively. And I think that throughout this series, Jiaqi, game number 2, he had a bad hand trying to deal with all the dive that was going his way. But game 1 stepped up on the Ezreal, knew exactly what he needed to be doing in the late game, managed to do the appropriate mechanics, appropriate diving forward. Game number 3, though, again, a little bit missing in action, for lack of a better term. So something for RNG to look at as we move a little bit more into their season. Mako able to get out using the Rift Herald, and the rest of RNG looking sadly as that thing drives away and takes their hope of a kill out.
Yeah, unfortunately, you go invulnerable there, and you can't be hit by anything. I've seen a couple of players use it to dodge out on some skill shots very recently, so good stuff. Love the innovation. It's something that's always existed since the Rift Herald changes have happened, but it's not something you saw very often. So
no, exactly.
Good job there by Mako getting away and preventing a pick from happening.
Yeah, well, you get to see there the little glimpse then of what Caitlyn can accomplish with her Q, right? You just see completely killing out the backline, and that equally halts a lot of the sieging potential that the Ziggs has. So Ziggs Caitlyn 1v1 matchup, it's just going to be quite simply a farm fest that doesn't end up yielding any structural damage on either side. As Garland moves his way towards what is presumably an Infinity Edge for his third item, definitely going to be something that keeps RNG on their toes. 50% crit chance on a Caitlyn. If you get that crit linking up with a headshot, that can do very, very terrifying damage to people on your roster, specifically the squishy, specifically Tang Yuan, Jiaqi. They're going to struggle to try and get through that. Liandry's finished now for Jiaqi. Need to see him work towards that tier completion as well. He's going to have a lot of mana to work with the Ludens already picked up, but even still, a big shield from the Seraph's going to be nice and even bigger, I suppose, with more mana in his pool.
I love the Thunderdome in the mid lane. 2 champions enter, 2 champions leave because they cleared the wave.
Yes.
Just not a whole lot going on there, and
It's not quite the same catchy tagline, is it?
Yeah, exactly. We're waiting with bated breath what the next move is going to be. And you have to wonder, this is going to favor RNG because they have the scaling of the Ziggs. They have the scaling of the Smolder. Sure, IG has a little bit of their own when it comes to Gala and Rookie, but really not on the same level. And I think this RNG team, and I'll hold that thought, as Milky Way is the one to go in. They're going to try to turn around Mako, and they do have that Smolder break point so close to taking him down. He will be able to escape. Teleport's coming through. The Shy really wants a piece of Xiaoshu. Wanted some revenge, but they'll be able to walk out.
Okay, so the way these fights are going to break down is going to be very important. So it's who can kill frontline fastest. In that instance, I definitely look at RNG and think that they've got the initial burst coming through from all the spells of Smolder Ziggs, right? Long drawn-out team fights, though, probably going to go the way of Gala and Rookie. Their consistent DPS is just that little bit higher uptime, right? Auto attacks are more consistent than Smolder Q, more consistent than Ziggs Bomb. Albeit they might not hit quite as hard, they're going to be able to do it more frequently and get that damage down that little bit easier. So definitely looking at IG for front to backs to be able to match some of what RNG are looking to put out. With Milky Way in base as the Drake spawns, there's no chance for a contest here. And IG put themselves up to Soul Point. They've got 3 items now on Gala. And whilst it might not be the most difficult game in the world for the Caitlyn to try and navigate, she still has to try and play safely versus this Volibear, versus this Leona, excuse me. Around this top side, looking for the crowd, we might end up seeing even more of a fight.
Yeah, not only no chance for a contest, but no chance for a trade or anything. As Rookie heads over into the mid lane, looking to take out this mid inner turret. The minions will get the job done on the rest of it, as Otacon has been started by RNG, trying to sucker IG into the Ziggs bombs, and just trying to play some zone control. It's a tough way to get in, especially when he drops those bombs on the floor. The little choke points, you can see Gala doesn't have a whole lot of room to maneuver. Jeje flies over to reposition with the team. Now want to be in a good position to potentially take the Otacon, as the Shy is caught on the backside. He's completely alone. The weak side of the pincer gets attacked, and he's executed by Tang Yuan's Smolder Execute.
And that right there may well be the thing that seals the Otacon for RNG. Look at Lille.
Oh, Gala steps up in an unwarded bush. He's got to get out of there, but the Volibear's on top.
He's still alive!
He's got a sliver. He is still alive because he wasn't tagged by the Smolder. And Xiaoshu is low. Rookie is getting lower, but the healing is too much for IG to rip through at this point. Ace in the hole gets blocked by Lille. He will survive. IG thanking their lucky stars they're still.
Rookie coming alive in that fight to absolutely save the mid game for Invictus. Was definitely a position where Lille again finds this creative angle, a unique approach which caught Gala off guard. Fortunately though, Mako, stand behind me, Braum Shield is up, and the double summoner spells from the Caitlyn as well proved to be just enough to get Gala out to safety. So this is the catch on the Shy to begin with. Unfortunately for Invictus Gaming, nobody really close enough to take homage with the engage that RNG went for. But then Lille just walks as though he's going back to the bush, but recognises they have to come through this choke to find me, to try and do any fighting. Look at the Braum Shield from Mako though. Just about able to block one final instance of damage. It's very close.
So close.
But
hey,
IG,
you know
they limp away.
We had the Shy dying in the side lane solo. You know, it's not the same because it's a pincer.
Okay, we're going again.
Hey, we're
6K.
back on Otacon. 6K, 5K, the Shy lying in wait. Rookie from the top side. Jeje ready to go. Elastic slingshot in, and it's secured by the Smolder. One execute goes down, sent back to the base. Milky Way turning on the Shy. Xiaoshu can't quite get close. Mako, Jeje, and Gala in hot pursuit, and down goes Milky Way over the wall. This could be disastrous. Tang Yuan is unable to get a kill himself. RNG, they take Otacon, but 4 of them get wiped for it.
So the only real buff that they're going to get is that if they get more kills from here on in, they get a little bit more gold for them. Still the faux death on Xiaoshu as well. So the Volibear can give their life to try and walk in. Importantly,
here we go.
Are we
See
going
if they
again?
just go. Oh, Zenith Blade does not land.
Okay.
Now, will RNG immediately turn on the Baron? It looks like they will. There are some low health bars here. Coming out of the base is Mako. He's already in the jungle. The Shy has teleport available. He's
Just
taking it
starting
back.
it.
Lela getting tagged, pulled in, trying to Zenith Blade out,
Gala
but he gets
one-shots.
stunned, and he's taking a lot of damage. Yeah, you're right. Gala and Rookie will take him down. The Shy teleports in. He gets tagged, but he's fine for now. Milky Way trying to go in, but he is tagged by the concussive
Rookie's
blows,
free-firing.
and he's got to try to get out. Lela comes in, and they find Yachi. He's got to try to get out, but he's stuck, and the satchel charge won't help you. Rookie and Gala are running these fights. Tangyuan trying to get in there, getting the executes, but you only find the Cell division. And IG have put their stamp of approval on this game and are looking toward the Baron in search of the first series win of the year.
Rookie's looking for 3 pogs out of 3, turning the dial on RNG. They had no chance at fighting that with the Zeri free-firing time after time after time. It's not just that fight. It wasn't just the fight before. Every single opportunity, this guy is unchecked. The Baron goes to IG, and the series looks like ripe for the picking.
Man, this is, first of all, great to just whittle down Lila just enough. Rookie with a great sidestep to make sure that he can't get out of harm's way.
And then again, just keep your eyes on Rookie for any form of threat that he feels. Dashes into Xin Volibear, who walk away. No threat at all. We're still waiting for anything to happen. Jiachi ends up going down. Rookie then flashes forward because he's not had the opportunity to get his E back up, because everybody's fearing and flashing away from him. Credit to Tanyuan there, because he is able to find the kill onto Gala, but it's one of those games once again. Gala is a carry, don't get me wrong, but Rookie has been doing more in these fights.
JJ going for the priority target, and he secures the soul on top of it. And it's a disaster fight for RNG because they lose so much, but they are starting to win on some sides. But Rookie is bearing down on the Leona, on the Ziggs. They got everything they wanted. And Rude Dude, they're gonna come away with a series victory. We've seen IG play these games, and they haven't thrown a lead this big.
The JJ Redemption arc has been fulfilled. This Zac was a menace, a fiend, a demon to take down RNG in this game. And yes, they're going to play their little war of attrition, but Rookie and the Shy are wandering into the base, Nexus turrets in their eyes. A date in playoffs, certainly something they're looking for.
The sleeping giants of the LPL have awoken, and the league better be put on notice that IG is back, baby, with a 3-1 victory over the plucky RNG.
They tried as they might, RNG. A great win in game number 1 and some strong signs in games 2 and 4. However, IG righted the ship for game number 3, and they sort of stayed off any power that RNG had in game number 4. An excellent performance all round in that third game. The fourth game had a good set of sequences that gave them the win as well. And I think that the Zac JJ finally having that show-up game that I'd been waiting for the entire series, really. The Zac really came to fruition.
Huge by JJ. Honestly, I think I'm kind of willing to give him the player of the game for that one. I mean, yes, Rookie would be very deserving if they elected to give it to him, but this Zac, the critical pick near the Baron pit on top of Tangyuan was just perfect and exactly what IG needed, because from that moment on, the game was theirs.
Yeah, and we'd mentioned, right, that RNG's whole thing was, can they stop the pace of the game from accelerating? They'd got this Xin Volibear topside duo. What were they going to be able to do? Unfortunately, the answer seemed to be pretty much nothing. Milky Way 4-0 at one point in this game, and after that point, we didn't really feel like we saw the Xin Zhao do really anything post, 15-20 minutes on into that match, whereas for JJ, it just complete opposite. We hit 15 minutes and this Zac spawned onto Summoner's Rift and, for the most part, spawned on Jianjian's face.
He was everywhere, man. He was on every single carry. Really did a great job this entire game, and the entirety of IG was really firing on all cylinders, save for the Shy. The Shy did have a little bit of a couple oopsies up at the top side. Obviously, he had to teleport up there. I'm not willing to be like, oh, I can't believe you TP'd and died at level 2 again or whatever. But it is what it is. And now the entire complexion of Group D has changed. It has gone the way that we've expected to. IG is now 1-1. RNG is now 1-1. And for RNG to get in, they'd have to take a win over NIP, who already 3-1'd IG. But RNG looked really good in this series.
Yeah.
And even in that fourth game, obviously, a couple of mistakes. But these are mistakes that they can fix. And if they do fix them and play a more clean mid-game, this team can go very far.
Yeah, I think there's a world where there's a good series between RNG and NIP.
I agree.
If we get that as well, it has to be 3-1, and then we go into the weird tiebreaker styles.
No.
But there's a very real world where we get 2-1 for 3 top teams in the 4-way group, and then FPX we're kind of resigning them to the 0-3 team, unfortunately. However,
listen, the next thing you're going to tell me is that the team can go 0-4 in a group.
That's true. I would never. But for me, I think that the IG comeback, the ascendancy that they were looking for, has been largely fulfilled. The rights and the worries that we had coming into the day because of their series versus NIP, not completely gone. I think that this roster of players should be looking to break top 4 of LPL, and so far they look good enough to break top 8, which, completely different, very different benchmarks to try and hold them to. But they started putting themselves on the journey to glory that they have so desired for this year.
Yeah, and it's still very early in the year. Who knows? Months from now, we could be talking about how IG is the favorite to win Worlds or something like that. But obviously, it's still very early. And given the fact that they were able to beat RNG, and by the law of, I don't actually know what the name of the law is, but,
transitive properties?
Transitive properties, yes. Because RNG beat FPX, theoretically, IG should be able to beat FPX and have more opportunities to right this ship and play cleaner games. I think that for a team like this, just getting more games is going to be so beneficial for them. Really for both of these teams. It's so funny how both of these teams were so similar and then diverged onto opposite paths with development and free agency, and then have diverted back in. Everything just comes back to playing more games of League of Legends.
Time is a circle, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like, at the end of the day, everything just ends up being like, the full circle. So IG, splitting out for this, or splurging for this mega roster, managing to find some semblance of a series with it now certainly feels pretty good. But again, you can see not without its own difficulties and not without a little bit of a fight from RNG in the mid game.
Yeah, I respect the hell out of RNG for fighting in the series. The one game that they, didn't have any fight to show was that game 3, but that's okay. This is a team that, this was a very close 3-1, I'd be willing to say, and definitely exceeded expectations for this series. And
if it wasn't evident, I'm sorry, Yanni, I've completely
cut
you off
please.
There. If it wasn't evident enough, I want to use those stats to figure out that JJ probably deserves our MVP or player of the game for this. Had the most damage on his team, and completely in a complete contrast to Milky Way, who had all of the kills but had so little of the damage. JJ came into this game meaning to party.
Yeah, Milky Way did really fall off in his effectiveness, and I mean, that happens with Xin Zhao, right? If you get all the kills, you'll still be effective, but eventually you'll just hit a point where you fall off a cliff. And 31 minutes and 50 seconds, the total game time, that was the point that he fell off the cliff. So, this was a really sick play, even though JJ goes down here. But just to get that kill on the way out is really, really good.
Yeah, this is the power that we expect from Milky Way, and this is a fight where, again, RNG are doing quite well, and I think that we get to see these glimpses of what RNG are capable of and what they can accomplish, which bodes well. It's exciting for this RNG roster. Unfortunately, there's just a couple of issues a little bit like this.
That right there.
Yeah.
That was the... And I think Milky Way ulted early. Game. Yeah, I think Milky Way ulted a tad early, too. And really, that was the difference. If Milky Way's ult is just right on time, is this a different series? Is this a different series? Like,
it could very well be. I think the question then is, how well can they engage onto Rookie and Gala, because they started engaging onto Gala very well, but Rookie, you'll see for like all of these fights, is just so fine that there's never really,
this dude's my MVP
easily. I think, unfortunately, which is crazy because he didn't go full tank. He did build a Liandry's, but still went relatively tanky on the Zac and was absolutely fine.
Look at how he hits the priority target here, and then he goes, oh, my other priority target, the dragon.
The soul, yes.
The soul.
I did need that. I was meaning to pick this up on my way through. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, yes, my bad. I left it on the ground.
And then again, Rookie just, untouched through these fights. Like second runner-up for the player of the game, but I do think that JJ has to take this one. And honestly,
look at the big smiles. Things are going for them now. They're feeling it a little bit.
Yeah, that's the good juice. That's what you're after, right? After a 3-1 where game number 1 was, demoralizing to say the least.
Game number 2 wasn't so hot either.
No, you commented on, somber faces, I think is the most appropriate way of putting it. And, coming out of a 4-game series, they end up looking very good and they're quite happy with their position.
Yeah, have you ever played League of Legends before? Losing sucks and winning's fun.
No, if you've ever played any competitive sport, anything competitive,
Yeah, even you could, even do so much on your team, but if you lose, you're going to have a bad taste in your mouth until the next game that you can play. And, RNG may have that bad taste in their mouth because 2 games they could have won in this series. I think they could have won game 4, they could have won game 2. But again, I hope they have their expectations in mind because they should have their health high for what they were able to do in this series, the fact that they were able to beat out FPX, and I'm really excited to see what they're going to do against NIP. Obviously I don't think they'll win, but I want to see how they stack up. I want to see if NIP is really that good and is better than IG, and I think RNG, it could be like a really good barometer team. Like, the best teams can beat RNG, but the teams that really aren't the best teams aren't able to get it done.
Yeah, they're going to really struggle, right? Like that's a very real possibility, and I think that for specifically Tong Yuan, he's got a real he's got some good things to try and improve on because there were very tangible instances where he's just mispositioned, and that's the power that I think Fearless allows because every champion other than Zac, you don't get punished there. Surely.
We got, please, thank you.
Good. Well done.
I always get worried. Every player of the game this series has been really agreeable, but I always get worried, Rudu, because we've seen a couple that were like...
We're scratching the heads a little bit.
Yeah, definitely a couple of head scratches, but JJ, well deserving of it, putting it all full circle, had his really good game, now had a pretty solid series overall, so good credit to IG and RNG fighting as hard as they possibly could. And we really want to thank our elite coffee supporter, Aaron Soup. If you want to support us just like Aaron, you can pledge a financial contribution like he did to help level up our broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strives to give you an English LPL product every single day. You can check out the coffee link in the Twitch chat. And thank you so much for watching the LPL with us for the past 2 weeks. We're going to be entering a 2-week break. With the LPL players, talent, and staff observe the Lunar New Year. LPL and our coverage will resume on Saturday, February 8th. Until then, we'll look to release out some content, but more importantly, we want to wish a Happy New Year to those who celebrate from all of us at the LPL English cast and team, and we hope that this video shows how much we care about all of you guys. We want to thank you all so much for watching. We hope you enjoy the little message that we have, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks for more LPL action. Thank you. Sorry I couldn't really give like a...
大家好，欢迎来我们的直播，多谢你们的支持，新年快乐，恭喜发财！
大家好，我是 Rafa LPL 英文的播音员，恭喜发财，新年快乐，我爱大家。
大家好，我是 Mazel， 新年快乐，
新年快乐 ，Happy New Year, everybody!
Happy New Year from LPL English. 新年快乐
Happy New Year from LPL English. 新年快乐
Happy Lunar New Year, everyone, and thank you so much for keeping up with the LPL English. Happy New Year from LPL English. 新年快乐。
你好，新年快乐，感谢您的观看。
大家好，我是 Alk， 恭喜发财，新年快乐。
大家好，我是伊利 LPL 英语的制片人，谢谢你们的支持，我们很开心可以继续直播给全球来看，请继续为我们欢呼，谢谢，恭喜发财，新年快乐，加油！